That clock keeps ticking like a metronome, and my thoughts keep telling me to get me home, but my balls keep telling me to let me just let me That clock keeps ticking like a metronome, and my thoughts keep telling me to get me home, but my balls keep telling me to let me Fuck all that shit, just let me go. Owers and tastemakers make us no chaser. Gets the blood flowing like a fucking pacemaker. Cut the middleman and inhale the vapors. Madman, old 10 Don Drapers. Cut the jukebox on, make the woofers blow. We gon' sit here until all them heifers go. Holler at the tens and spend a little dough. Not all them know they can buy their own drinks. That clock keeps ticking like a metronome, and my thoughts keep telling me to get me home, but my balls keep telling me to let me just let me That clock keeps ticking like a metronome, and my thoughts keep telling me to get me home, but my balls keep telling me to let me fuck all that shit, just let me go.
Hello everyone, and welcome to this year's Wrestling Rundown X ATW View crossover. We did this last year and it was a big success, so we figured why not bring it back again. So that's what we're going to be doing for this year. Real quick, before everybody comes on the screen and we let the music fade out, which is kind of the main reason I decided to do this little announcement bit. I was supposed to be on this episode, but unfortunately I could not make it, and I could not watch all the shows in order to really give my opinion on every little thing. So I decided to kind of set this one out, and also the main reason I decided to set this one out is because we have never been closer to getting this little nugget done. So, the reason I couldn't make it is because it's a Weymouth Youth Wrestling related issue. Now, for those who don't know, Weymouth Youth Wrestling is a CAW league that I run, and I wanted to just have this quick little time to promote this little thing here. It's going to be on the iCard on demand, but in the description right now is going to be a link to my channel where the premiere for Indie Force episode 27 will be following this rundown crossover with the ATW View. So if you are interested, Wednesday is going to be the day that you're going to want to tune into this podcast. We're going to be actually discussing that as the main event. Originally, the main event was going to be us talking about Smosh. But if you are interested in what we do as a CAW league, or you are a fan of Weymouth Youth Wrestling and you're wondering where the hell we went and if we dropped off the face of the earth, you're going to want to stay tuned to my channel first, and it will also be on the Weymouth Youth Wrestling channel the following day. A clip of that podcast will actually go up there, the full update as well. So if you are interested, tune into the Indie Force Podcast episode 27, and with that being said, let's go with the Rundown ATW View crossover. And until next time, see you on the Jay Hebert side.
The following podcast is an ATW View Impromptu. From Slammiversary to G1 Climax to AEW's tournaments to Vince McMahon's possible impact back in WWE to Money in the Bank to Independence Day to the NWA Crockett Cup and everything else in between. I say these things because they are simply some of the stuff that involves what we are going to discuss as we continue to look at all things wrestling in this Wrestling Rundown crossover. So with that being said, without further ado, gentlemen that are in the studio too, let's get right into it. Good evening, everybody. Afternoon, morning, whenever you watch this on live or on demand, you know what this is. For I am the simple man of the simple brand and the voice of the jam man, and my name is Noah Foster. With me tonight, we have Rundown Crew and, of course, members of my ATW family, as well as we look at all things wrestling in this special Wrestling Rundown ATW crossover. That being said, Zero, Eric, and Owen, it is good to see all of you here once again. Shout out to the rest of the members of the Productions, as well as, of course, the ATW family, including up Limited King, Casey, James, and so many others. Nathan, good to see you. Good to see anybody out there in the chat that is actually engaging in what's sure to be some compelling discussion, but also utter madness. Before we get into our first discussion pieces, let's go around and see how everybody's feeling after, especially this past weekend's load of professional wrestling. Eric, good to see you. How are you?
I'm doing well. Let's see. How long is it since our last ATW view and rundown crossover again?
Oh, good Lord.
A year. We did it a year ago. So
yeah, I think it was Money in the Bank. It was a little bit after Vince McMahon was gone.
Yeah. A shout out to Cairo, of course. Hope she's doing well. I know.
No, it was before. It was a little before because Money in the Bank was Vince's last pay-per-view that he wrote when he was in charge.
Yeah, and now he's back and
changing up the guard for a little while, and then he's back in the driver's seat.
Yeah. You know what's crazy though?
What's crazy?
I'm finally in a place where I could talk about everything else besides one specific topic.
Right?
Yeah.
Now
that's the whole point of this.
Now I can finally go the fuck off.
Well, yeah, and again, he gave some topic pieces, but we never simply just do that type of stuff. Yeah. And again, I'm sure there'll be a lot of other side segments too. But yeah, it is wild to think about that we're here just a little bit over a year later, and how the landscape has continued to, I wouldn't say change, but it has to a degree, but has escalated most definitely. That being said, Sarah, welcome for the first time ever to an HW View platform along with the Wrestling Rundown. How you been?
Bro, I'm gonna say this. Eric, you one handsome motherfucker, bro. I'm gonna hold you, bro. You a one handsome motherfucker. Like, god damn, you got the beard, you got the hair and shit. Holy shit, bro. I'm about to raise you up a bit. But
oh well, that's unexpected.
But like a peripheral, it actually feels, I guess, good to be here because like finally I could talk about everything else, but I really wanted to actually talk about regards to wrestling because there's a whole lot of shit going on.
Yeah, right.
There's a whole lot of good matches going on, and I have a few opinion pieces that I really want to put out there, and there's some WWE shit I do want to talk about regarding like a lot of shit like the bloodline, all that kind of the other stuff, and there's basically a whole lot of shit I could actually get my chest out there and basically literally say that professional wrestling is a great and shitty place to be in.
Yeah, the yin and the yang, the balance that will never be fully on equal level, but yet you
perfectly
find
balance,
one works better
as
for you.
Everything should be.
Well, again, if there was balance in the world, chaos would not be a thing that's constantly brewing. But
can we also talk about your favorite wrestling promotion ever, XPW?
Maybe if we have
Syringes and Tessa Blanchard.
Because I have seen, let me tell you something, right?
Go for it.
So when me, Kuzan, Mike, and Nikos was doing Meltzer Mondays, we found a never before seen episode of XPW. The very first pilot. We found it.
Oh.
And holy shit. I see why they never aired that bitch, bro. Because
some stuff that can't even make airways, even in the darkest places of the internet. You thought the ET game was buried. Apparently, that pilot episode wasn't buried deep enough if you found that.
Yes, but before I continue, are we monetized? If not, I'm going to say some wild shit, okay?
We are not monetized.
Yeah, so get ready to have some
It's time for some nigga shit, baby.
All right, first off, tranquilo for a moment. We haven't even gotten to our first segment because we haven't introduced the man that leads, of course, the other half. Why I might lead the ATW view, and Eric is sure to cause chaos here too. You will be the other half of that chaos, I'm sure, for Owen, as you represent the Wrestling Rundown. Speaking of Wrestling Rundown, he is the man himself. He is the host of it. It is, of course, Bergman, Owen Finch. Owen, how you feeling? Good to see you.
Feeling good. I'm happy that we can finally get the Wrestling Rundown back on the board again and kind of have the Wrestling Rundown be the vision that James and I have always wanted to be, where we just kind of shoot the breeze on wrestling. It's not necessarily a review show like AEW Spark and WWE Aftershock is, but I'm happy we could just kind of shoot the breeze on wrestling and kind of focus on all things wrestling as your show is. I'm happy to know that a lot of people like to talk about wrestling. Like all these companies, I mean, that I don't even get to really talk about, that Zero doesn't get to talk about, that Eric doesn't get to talk about. You do, Noah, because you do you watch all things wrestling. So
yes, I do.
I'm excited to talk about this stuff. Unfortunately, I couldn't watch all this stuff just because of time and everything like that, but I did my research on highlights and things like that. So I was able to kind of catch myself up and see how things went and everything like that.
All right, good deal. With that being said, folks, yes, again, this is, for those that are tuning in for the first time, this is the Wrestling Rundown ATW crossover impromptu special, where we look at all things wrestling and give our own objective opinions to the state of the industry thereof, in and out of each of these individual companies. And I'm sure there'll be other side segments too. This thumbnail, though, gives you some of the idea of what we at least touch on, if not heavily discuss and dissect into, including not limited to the Owen and the state of AEW, the Forbidden Door that recently culminated, Ring of Honor and the state of that company and their pay-per-view coming up too right now of one match, Impact and the reset of the landscape at Summerversary, NJPW and their strong brand build along with their women's division, and so much more too. So without further ado, we got a bunch of stuff to definitely touch on. Let's get right into it and start with some simple discussion pieces, primarily on AEW. As we know, in the last, well, honestly, during the summer, we've seen a lot of development for AEW. Collision has arrived, become the newest thing on the scene now as our weekly standard. 5 episodes in, and we've already had pay-per-view level candidate matches, especially 3 falls. We just finished the Forbidden Door, which this year really focused on AEW's NJPW, as it should, by the marquee. And there was some interesting, I would say, moments during that show and some things to think about for next year, maybe even where they could be. And also, as the next pay-per-view for Ring of Honor in their cycle, their second pay-per-view this year coming up this Friday, Supercard of Honor, 1 match. I do wonder if Tony Khan is stretching himself too thin. So that's just a bit of a simple.
Of course he is.
Well, thank you, Eric, for suspension disbelief. But that being said, Hassan, good to see you too, my friend. And folks, as you see what's being discussed on the ticker and what's brought up here, let your own opinions, questions, and thoughts be known. I'll put them up on the screen as well.
Holy shit, it's Hassan. What the fuck are you doing here, bro?
The multiverse knows where we are, at least me, again. But anyway, so that's basically what we're going to talk about here in this first segment at heart. So let's go ahead and dissect a little bit of AEW, NJPW's relationship, and Ring of Honor, considering Ring of Honor Worlds Collide used to be a thing with NJPW. Let's go ahead and start with you, Zero, since you're a pro wrestler. What has been your thoughts so far, primarily about Collision, Forbidden Door, and Ring of Honor's development, or lack thereof?
So I got some stats that's pretty fucking interesting. Fuck you, stat boy. Sound bad, bro. Stat boy, eat your heart out. I got some real stats right here.
Go check out the sports bar with Joey Lou, folks.
Yeah, man. It's another handsome fuck. But so apparently somebody took their time out of their nice, lovely day to decide to the amount of wrestling, like time throughout the whole shows, the amount of wrestling on each show. I don't know who decided to smoke weed and decided to actually do this shit, but so this is funny to me. So Collision, right?
Yes. 5 episodes
this week.
So far.
Yes. But like this is for this week. Collision had 90 minutes of wrestling, which is 75% of the show. Rampage had 33 minutes of wrestling, which is 55 minutes. Well, no, which is 55% of the show. Dynamite had 55 minutes of wrestling, which is 46% of the show. Raw had 51 minutes of wrestling, which is 28% of the show. And SmackDown had 34 minutes, which is 28% of the show. 85 minutes and 5 hours of WWE TV and 178 minutes of 5 hours of AEW TV. Whoever did this deserves a fucking head because holy shit, you took the time to actually like do all this freaking statistics, bro. You are on some serious drugs.
Well,
So
there's gotta be somebody to take a statistic on anything, I suppose.
yeah, so for AEW in general, it's pretty like they are just doing them because it's like because at this point they kind of know and don't know what they want to do, especially with Ring of Honor because Ring of Honor just there. Because if you remember, there was one Ring of Honor episode. There's one Ring of Honor episode that had 20 matches on the fucking card.
Right.
Was this fucking Dark?
I mean, Dark never had that much.
Dark
constantly.
had like around 10 or some fucking matches on one card once. That shit was
I remember there was some pandemic dogs that were like
Bro.
a lot that many matches.
I guess during the pandemic, they were like, we just gotta continue to feed as much wrestling as possible, give a chance to the industry. So that I could
That's
give them during the pandemic. Now, post-pandemic, I could see where you could find that a bit excessive, considering people have more time and more freedom.
Like I said, like I'll give AEW respect and Tony Khan for like saying, okay, a lot of promotions have to close down for a little bit, or some have to go out of business. We might as well do an open platform for Dark and Dark Elevation to make sure wrestlers who are free agents come in and get paid.
Yeah, and I respect that. That was during the pandemic. Now this is fucking ridiculous. This is ridiculous. But the thing is, Ring of Honor is on life support right now. Because if I'm being honest, bro, like I'm happy Ring of Honor is not dead, but at the same time, I don't like where it's heading. Why the fuck did it have to be taped post AEW show in the same venue when fans is gonna dip right after the AEW shit? If it's not like I remember there was taping a Ring of Honor in what's it called? Universal Studios.
Yes.
Great place to tape Ring of Honor, especially if it's going to deal with, a fed that is mostly known for intimate crowds, which I like in my honesty, I'd rather have small arenas than just big ass arenas for these type of shows. Nah, man.
Ring of Honor was always that type of setting, in my opinion. It worked in smaller venues. It was like the Black and Gold NXT house show tours that took smaller venues, like the Agora Theater versus the Quicken Loans Arena right here in Ohio, in Cleveland. A lot of people compare Ring of Honor to the old days of NXT, back when it used to be just on the network at its highest degree. So again, to give the audience a wider platform, or the Ring of Honor talent a wider platform to perform with a burnout crowd versus a more dedicated, enclosed crowd with smaller number, you honestly wonder if that's more beneficial, not just to the wrestlers, but the Ring of Honor product as well, or hindering.
Yeah. And now we're going to speak about AEW. Holy shit. What the fuck are they going to do now?
Well, now they got 2 extra hours of live television this week. And again, at this point, are people deciding between Collision and Dynamite?
What is the difference between them two shows, motherfucker? What is the difference? Okay, yes, Dynamite has more of the main stories, and like Collision has more of the
sports-oriented wrestling.
Ding.
Pro wrestling. But the thing is, it's the fact that you don't have to pick one or the other. This is not the 2000s. We have Raw or SmackDown. Which one do you want?
Well, to be fair, Zero. To be fair, this is what I wanted to bring up. I was why are we comparing Dynamite Collision to Raw and SmackDown? Because Tony Khan's not going to do what Vince did, where he's like, okay, all of you can go ahead and compete. You got to be the best. But Raw favoring you, SmackDown stop being good.
It's like, okay, once the A show versus the B show back then, Eric, you don't see that necessarily same thing here with Collision and Dynamite.
No, Collision more AEW basically looked at Collision as like, okay, we have this talent, we don't have enough time. Rampage can't suffice, especially since we can't make it live because time constraints or something. And we have we now get a 2-hour programming that may or may not have gotten us $50 million. But we have all this talent and many are demanding more exposure. So we'll just throw them all on this show. Oh, and, let Bryan Danielson go all out with his storytelling ideas.
Well, he's supposed to be like a producer, I believe, on Collision.
Yeah.
I believe him, and Jimmy Jacobs, and of course Tony Khan. I think even CM Punk has his hand in the cookie jar as far as the way Collision sometimes is produced, particularly for him, FTR. It was probably if FTR also has a mainstay in creative too, Dax Harbour particularly, considering he was heavily involved with the Owen last year. Now the Owen has ended. We'll talk more about that later. I do think that, Owen, there is a difference in presentation between Dynamite and Collision. I think a lot more is able to breathe and literally show in Collision than Dynamite. Dynamite's like 0 to 100, while Collision kind of coasts a lot of times at 50. Now, whether or not it's more beneficial or more time-consuming, you tell me. Because, again, how long can you garner attention from the audience? Again, we just saw the last episode of Collision, their first match with a damn hour on TV.
Which is what I expected, because I want you to think about, they had their match last week, and they already took 30 minutes. It's a 2 out of 3 false match. But what do you expect?
Exactly, yeah.
Yeah, but on TV, nonetheless, you don't get that type of stuff for free. I was like, what the hell?
Yeah.
Well, to be fair, I was going to say this. I was like, okay, considering how much they're owing up to the Hart Foundation, I was half expecting them to go overtime, and then they would say, we're on overtime, McGinnis. Referencing Shawn Michaels and Bret Hart's hour-long Iron Man match.
Definitely.
Yeah, the Calgary Stampede. Eric Cabana, I'm surprised he didn't reference that, but he referenced all the other things related to, Stu Hart. And, of course, we all know about Calgary. And I will say one thing. Owen Hart was truly honored. The Hart Foundation, to be perfectly honest, was definitely on with the last episode of Collision. But I got to say, Owen, since we haven't heard much from you, these first 5 episodes of this new platform, what's been your take on it so far?
I've enjoyed the first 5 episodes of Collision. I like the presentation of it. I like the set of Collision. I do got to say, I think I talk about this every time I've done Spoke and everything like that. It's really weird not to hear Excalibur do commentary for an AEW show, just because he's been such an AEW, like a voice of AEW. It's just kind of weird, but I don't mind the change. Obviously, I enjoy Kevin Kelly and Nigel. Obviously, we're not going to see Kevin Kelly because the G1's going on right now. And, I enjoy Ian.
I hear him anyways.
Fair enough, but I really like the presentation of Collision. I think they change it up. I like that it is a bit more of a sports-centric show. I do want to start to see some storylines develop. I will give it a pass because it is only 5 episodes, and most of those episodes, they were also building the Forbidden Door. Because it also debuted while they were building up another pay-per-view that was already building up anyways during Dynamite. So I could kind of understand that, because most of the people, I think, on Collision, except Hiroshi Tanahashi, didn't appear on Forbidden Door anyways, I think, ahead of time. And also, they've been doing the Owen, and you always when you have a tournament, you already have a well-built story there. But
yeah,
I've enjoyed Collision so far. I like the wrestlers that I see on it. We've gotten to see the reemergence of Miro, Andrade El Idolo, House of Black. Malachi Black has talked about in interviews now that he's going to be, at least House of Black anyway, is going to mainly be on Collision, it looks like. It looks like the TNT title now is going to mainly be exclusive to Collision, because now we've only seen that on Collision. So I've enjoyed Collision so far. I really like the presentation. Obviously, we know the reasons why Collision has to be a show, but it is what it is. Well, also the other reasons, because of egos and stuff like that, but it is that is what it is.
But I mean, that's a whole nother conversation in itself that kind of goes towards this when it comes to the state of Collision versus the state of Dynamite. Like, does one have a more organized locker room environment, more stable, or is it still heavily political? I mean, Eric, we talked about all the time when it came to, egos or inmates running the asylum. Again, some people question Tony Khan when it comes to his directive in authority. Again, he is the head honcho, but I do feel like the wrestlers have kind of overpowered him more than once here. Do you think with the idea that the collision has been so founded, particularly with these individuals, that Tony Khan more so is catering to their agenda versus his own? And is that the way to approach this?
Eric?
The man picking. That's the first time.
Well, okay, here's the best way to describe it. When I heard this was the plan, like basically we divide the locker room a little bit. Like there's still be like it's not a full on brand split. That's what they came out. They said there are going to be certain exclusive stars, but it's very fluid. One can go to the other or stay on their one brand. But when I heard all this, I was thinking to myself, okay, so you're basically saying, okay, and the Elite and CM Punk, like, let's be real. Everyone here wants to see them just shut up and get along again, or at the very least just like coexist and then do a match, and then they will never have to speak to each other again. Just go on with our lives.
Right.
Okay. And, okay, we're getting a special guest.
We are.
BRB. Continue.
Yeah. But when I was hearing all this, I was on the opinion that, okay, they're trying to de-escalate the tension in the locker room when it all went out of control during the what I'm calling the Dance of the Elite issue era of AEW, where AEW was in this internal strife.
Right.
I don't think he's catering to them per se, because if he was catering to them, then Andrade would have been fired, because clearly he picked Sammy Guevara over him. And especially with Chris Jericho's good word. The Elite and Punk would still be gone until Collision started. I get the feeling he's more like Tony Khan's like, until we can actually get everyone to come together, I'm just going to put a Band-Aid over this bleeding scar.
Yeah. I feel like, too, if he was catering to one side or the other, we wouldn't see one side back. Like, for example, if he was catering to the Elite, we wouldn't see CM Punk back, and the other way around. And I am sick of the fans saying that, because the fans, there's obviously some fans that are particularly fans of CM Punk at the moment, mainly because all the shows at the moment have been taking place in Canada and stuff. And, that's where Kenny Omega's from. But I talked about this on Spoke. It's not fair to not bring one side back and leave the other at home. It has to be fair here. I think they should have addressed something when it came to CM Punk, obviously. They should have said, yes, he's coming back, because I feel like a lot of people forget CM Punk also didn't come back for a while because he was also injured while this stuff was going on also. So, but yeah, I enjoyed the presentation of Collision. I really liked the difference of it. And yeah, it's just been really enjoyable. And as for everything that you guys have said about ROH, because I know we're going to be talking about that, I really can't give my opinions on that, obviously, because I don't have ROH, what's it called, Honor Club. I don't have Honor Club, so I really can't say anything about it. The only thing I could say is it does kind of suck that you only do have one match announced for your pay-per-view. Isn't the pay-per-view? I mean, it's coming up soon, right? That's been announced for a while. It's 2 weeks, correct?
It's literally this coming Friday, and they have one match. They originally had two, but Claudio Castagnoli's opponent, Mark Briscoe, Get Well Soon Boy, is out with a serious injury and could be out for the duration of the rest of the year.
Okay.
Wait, what happened?
Mark Briscoe got hurt.
Big time.
So
and Claudio has essentially dropped out.
But apparently, what I read, Tony Khan's supposed to have some sort of resolution as early as tomorrow. But yeah, at this point, to go off what I think Zero said, is Ring of Honor kind of like on life support at this point? But how do you resuscitate? I mean, the strongest figure right now in Ring of Honor has been Athena, and she just ate her first loss. That sounds like they're just going to run back a match they've done on television. While Ring of Honor had a strong start to the idea of what Ring of Honor was founded on, it does feel like it still has a lack of direction, even with this selected board of directors being Stokely Halfway and Jerry Lynn. Yes, you're showcasing talent, including RLG vets, but what is going on for them beyond the Ring of Honor platform, in my opinion? Yes, these pay-per-views are great and pulled together, but literally, this pay-per-view is less than 6 days away. Forbidden Door had at least have a card built up before their go-home week. This has one match, and you have one Ring of Honor taping left. Kind of a throwaway.
Yeah, not even that though. Like at least the card they were putting together, there was months of storyline behind the matches that they were putting together on Forbidden Door. Like Bryan Danielson and Okada, that didn't need a story because that was a dream match. Obviously, Kenny Omega and Ospreay was a dream match. Hiroshi Tanahashi at MJF had a storyline behind it because of obviously MJF can just cut a promo and that's your storyline right there. He can make a story come out from thin air.
Yes, he's brilliant.
I wouldn't necessarily say that though. ROH is on life support though, just because now at least it has the financial backing of Tony Khan and all that type of stuff, and I feel like at least now that it has that, because before it really was on life support before Tony Khan bought it out and all that type of stuff. So at least I would say at least it has like a millionaire that can at least give it the financial backing, and at least it's not going to completely die. Because if WWE bought it, I feel like ROH would have just gone into the tape lobby. We wouldn't even hear about ROH anymore. So I wouldn't necessarily say it's on life support, at least in my opinion, anyways. Because at least they're always going to have the financial backing to keep it running and all that type of stuff. But I do respect Tony Khan for getting in there and buying it, but I just don't think he's had the vision yet of what ROH could be, like we talked about. The show's rule and all that type of stuff. But I just think we need to find out, like, what are we doing with ROH type of thing. Because the thing that sucks about ROH is you don't see some of the talent. Like, for example, like, because I can't get on a club, I didn't even know that Stu Grayson had joined the Righteous and all that type of stuff. And Samoa Joe, everyone that wants to see him, obviously up until Collision showing up, he basically disappeared. I feel like they should do something like where, like, they should do the network thing, where if you get the network, or for example, if you get on a club, you get the first 30 days free. So that way at least people can, like, be in tune and all that type of stuff, what's going on in ROH, because that is also kind of weird about ROH too, because when you go to ROH on a club, you basically, I don't want to say your career dies or anything like that, but, like, I want to see some of these wrestlers, and then you don't get to see, and then, you don't get to see them because they're on a club type of thing. So.
Hold on, guys. I'll be right back real quick. I gotta do something. But I do have an idea what they could do to, really gain traction. I'll be right back.
All right, cool. I'll be looking forward to that idea. So, Zero, based on that diatribe there by Owen, and again, Claudio Castagnoli, Ring of Honor World Champion, Katsushi Bar, Ring of Honor Pure Champion, Athena, Ring of Honor Women's World Champion, Samoa Joe, Ring of Honor Television Champion. I will say that their champions have been strongly showcased and preserved. But again, they do feel isolated, like Owen said, to a degree. I know a lot of people have also even talked about maybe Rampage could be used more so like that platform to expand Ring of Honor. But we've heard rumblings that Rampage, which still kind of doesn't have really a direction in its own right, is going to turn into that talent development site. Now that the tournament's not being catered to, neither tournament that we're going to, of course, talk about here, I do wonder if Ring of Honor will be pushed more towards that identity. Do you think maybe that could help Ring of Honor? And at this point, what do you do with this Ring of Honor pay-per-view? Because, again, can you make a pay-per-view worth something in less than a week?
I don't know, Pax Tony Khan, because he's been doing that shit for the past, like, 4 fucking years.
I don't know if he's made pay-per-views literally in just a week, but I kind of understand where you're coming from. Because at least there was always one main story going into the pay-per-view ahead of a lot of the rest of the card being made. I think we all can agree to that, all right? This one has no main story right now going into it. They just announced one match the internet. It's Katsura Shibata versus Daniel Garcia for a championship, and it was a Twitter exclusive.
I'm gonna be real, bro. They fucked up, bro. I'm gonna be real. They fucked up with it. They fucked up Ring of Honor. Not from the get-go, because I feel like before they even tried it with put the TV deal. Hey, Poppy, how you doing? But like,
wow.
Anyway, continue, Zero. Then we'll let Eric close out the Ring of Honor discussion here.
Okay, so before Ring of Honor had their little TV shit, they was just doing like straight pay-per-views. I kind of feel like this is hindsight speaking to me now, but I kind of feel like them just doing pay-per-views was one of the best things they could ever do. And the reason why I said that, yes, you don't get no build all that shit that well, but the build is outside. the whole thing. Like they building up their matches. Like they're basically doing it how they did boxing events and all this type of shit. Can I feel like with what's going on now with the TV shit with the Ring of Honor Honor Club, they kind of fucking that shit up, bro. I know there's probably some good shit during those like shows. I believe there's some good shit, but the worst reason why it's like that is because people don't fucking care no more.
Or there's just way too much to keep up with.
Yeah, you gotta watch Dynamite, Rampage, Collision. Oh shit! Oh shit! Ring of Honor's on.
Yeah.
Whatever, bro.
And then you gotta remember, there's WWE shows, there's Impact, there's New Japan, there's let's see,
NWA for those people that like that.
Bro,
yeah, there's just so much wrestling going on.
I feel like it's not even just the. Go ahead, Zero.
Plus, who the fuck watch main event?
I still can't believe that exists.
Put your hand down.
He covers it, to be fair. There are those that watch the stuff because they do cover it, even for a living.
I have heard there have been some awesome matches that many people complained, why is it not on the bigger TV presentation?
Yeah. But here's the thing, though. There's some good ass pair. But the thing, though, one of the reasons why that they fucking this big with main event, Ring of Honor, and etc. Here's the biggest reason why that shit kind of fails, because nobody fucking cares, which is sad. Because like not a lot of people will willingly donate money to Ring of Honor just to watch Honor Club, like, which is sad because of Ring of Honor, because Honor Club does have a good library.
Yeah,
that shit was crazy, but. The thing is,
Generico, AJ Styles, Jay Briscoe,
the fucking ladder war. What a great
Age of the Fallen.
Age of the Fallen. We could keep going on and on.
Yeah, and the thing is, nobody will want to pay for the fucking thing because we already got a few subscriptions over here. Plus, people just probably stopped caring about Ring of Honor, which is sad. Besides the hardcore fans, they want Ring of Honor to succeed. But
right. Well, I think that goes
what's
for
going on now.
Yeah, I think that goes for any company. But again, I don't think you could literally just rely on that as your own term of revenue. And to go with your point, I do think more people probably do purchase the pay-per-views versus watch the Honor Club service, because the pay-per-view is just a one-time thing, and he's only done like 3 pay-per-views so far since Ring of Honor's launch each year.
It's a fucked up piece of pair now. But
it's not even just the fact about all these wrestling services. Think about it too. People have all these other services that people too, like Netflix and Hulu and ESPN Plus. Like that. Do people really want to?
OnlyFans,
Disney Plus, Amazon, you name
Pornhub
it.
Premium.
All right, let's go there. Let's try and keep it wrestling.
Do people really want to give up, more money to pay for another service, for another month and all that type of stuff?
You might as well be paying a cable and satellite bill when you look at how much your subscription services add up to.
Yeah.
This actually ties into what they should do for Ring of Honor in order for it to truly survive and prosper.
And what would that be?
Okay, as we already know, Tony Khan is in negotiations with Warner Bros. Discovery, and they're doing pretty damn well.
They're gonna put on. Let me guess. You're gonna put that on Warner Brothers?
No. We go bigger than that. We go crazier. Ring of Honor has been around. It has history. It has premium stuff in their lineage. We put it on HBO.
Yeah.
I already got HBO Max. So
no. It's called Max now. David Zaslav says anyone who says HBO Max is a bad person, essentially.
HBO Max. I'm a bad person. Fuck that shit.
I feel like that could work because a lot of people have Xfinity anyways. They could use that. They wouldn't necessarily have to get HBO
Plus,
Max.
They can't really use we can't put Ring of Honor on our program because Briscoes are on there because it took a person dying for that to happen.
Unfortunate circumstances, but yes, and HBO Max, HBO Max. I'm just gonna call it it is. It's semantics. Like I got good real W names versus the shit W names now. There, I said it. Anyway, as far as HBO Max being used for the Ring of Honor service, with the other additional content on there, including AEW All Access and your basic HBO stuff like Billions and all those movie stuff.
Well,
Actually, that
I
would be a
don't
good
necessarily
service,
say
but
the
how do you
streaming
merge?
platform itself.
I guess I just wonder how would you merge Honor Club into that though? That'd almost be like what they did with Peacock and when the WWE Network went bye, and people have been regretting that ever since.
Yeah, well, here's the thing. I don't really mean like we put Ring of Honor on the streaming platform or HBO Max. I mean like we put the Ring of Honor TV show on HBO, the network.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
Well,
I'd be for that.
as long as it's not a bizarre time, because when it was under Sinclair, I used to remember Ring of Honor, especially over here, it used to be on like freaking 1 a.m. on some weird bizarre channel. It was like you never could find the actual TV show. You had to go watch
that was
it
one of the reasons it fell apart.
Yeah.
The other was the lack of
don't get me started
caring.
there.
They could basically do what MLW doing now with what's that shit called again? I forgot the
Aztec Underground, is that what it's called?
Fusion.
No.
I think they stopped calling it Aztec Underground. I think it's just back to Fusion.
No. So so MLW is on a TV station now. I forgot what it's called. They basically do Underground. That's basically what they call it. MLW Underground.
No, I'm pretty sure the other company is going to be pissed about that name robbery.
What?
Raw Underground.
I think that was
cares about Raw Underground, bro. Fuck this.
I think that was before.
Died a long time ago. I don't even think people
They
watch
brought
that
it back for NXT. Noah, remember that?
Yeah, they bought. Yeah, they bought it back at NXT. That's why you get a retro for it.
Hold on, time out. First off, not my NXT.
Yes, it is, boy. It's your NXT. It has the name NXT.
No, my NXT was not white and gold. My NXT was black and gold. It was the pinnacle of building professional wrestlers into potential superstars that could be mainstays in your television. Not
but how can they do that when Vince McMahon's calling the shots?
Well, I said not corrupted by McMahon.
What the fuck?
Anyway, go ahead, sir. I'm sorry.
Okay, wait, hold on.
That's a very fair take because I am a member of Honor Club. I do watch it on a weekly basis. There have been some great matches. And to go back to what I said about my NXT, the network era of NXT, the greatest era of the Black and Gold brand, to those 3 letters. Wrestling, storytelling, the competitors, the product, it was allowed to breathe because there was no restrictions with time constraints and advertising. You could just literally streamline matches, which definitely helped. Now, again, I do believe in the idea of quantity versus quality, which we've talked about a lot when it comes to Tony Khan's booking. So far, pay-per-views, 9.5 out of 10, he hasn't effed that up. As far as Ring of Honor goes, there are those matches. Sometimes I'm like, why am I watching Serpentico take on Willie Mack? I'm just saying.
I also have to say too.
Why not?
I feel like I haven't watched an episode, but is it 2 hours now? Like I feel like it should have been an hour. Like that.
On average, I think they go about 90 minutes, if that. But I've seen some episodes go less than that. I think one of the shortest ones was literally this past week. It was only 7 matches. So I think it comes down to circumstances. But they've done Fight Without Honors. They've done championship matches on Ring of Honor that were main event that lasted a good 50 to 10 minutes. And they've actually done more than one simply obligated women's match that went longer than 5 minutes. People like Sky Blue, Diamante, Miranda Lees have been able to thrive on this Ring of Honor platform. And that's just to name a couple, not to mention Athena, who's been unstoppable.
I also wonder if they should take the NXT method where they kind of use it as like a because I know they don't want a developmental blend, but they kind of use it as a little bit of a developmental blend.
Get on this call, King, if you want to. By the way, if your device doesn't crap out on you, shout out to the King. Continue.
That's a fucked up match, Big Bill versus some Pentacle.
But I feel like
David versus Goliath gone wrong.
I feel like they could use ROH as like a developmental brand a little bit, kind of, like NXT Black and Gold was. It doesn't have to be complete developmental brand. You could put your mainstays like the Samoa Joes on there to kind of, help groom that next generation type of thing too, because that might help ROH also too.
Do you think Rampage should be used though in a similar fashion, and how does that separate itself from Ring of Honor?
Yeah, that's just going to be like my bad, but there's a simple answer to that. Rampage is basically just main event. Just put whatever the fuck you want on that show.
I would say
there's been good matches on Rampage though. Let's not crap on that crowd.
I'm not crapping on Rampage. I'm just saying that like it's like Rampage is basically just a show where they just gonna put whoever's not necessarily booked, just throw them on there. Here, do like 5 minutes or like 10 minutes. Just grind some XP.
I don't know.
Rampage 100, the most thrown together card I've ever seen.
I don't know. I kind of live in that world though, where like sometimes I think I've talked about this with Noah and other people. Sometimes it's okay just to sit down and just watch wrestling and enjoy it type of thing. That's kind of what I like about Rampage.
Yeah, it's super easy. You turn on the TV, bro. Listen to me, bro. This is how you think differently versus this generation, bro. You turn on the TV, you look at the product, you grab some food, you grab a drink, and you just sit back on the couch with your feet up, and you see this little guy. You push this button called a power button, and you just simply watch a product. Crazy idea, right?
I know. I've never heard of that before. Great Vince Russo impression, Noah.
Anyway, all right. Well, either way,
Vince Russo, there has to be a Jimmy Cornette somewhere.
Well, I don't have a tennis racket, and also my blood pressure is normal, and also I actually care about individuals when it comes to their own well-being. So,
to be fair, Noah, did you hear what happened at Triple Mania last night?
Don Callis getting attacked? Is that what you're talking about?
Got attacked.
Yeah, he got attacked by a deranged fan who clearly thought it was too real, and he had to go to the hospital.
Okay, so there's another story that I heard about that. Like, there's another side saying that it was a cameraman because, like, he thought Don Callis was like a random fan or some shit. I don't know what happened, but that's just still, but that's just still kind of funny though. What the fuck?
I don't know what goes on down there in Mexico. I sometimes wonder, do I ever want to go down there and watch wrestling?
These motherfuckers crazy down there, and I respect that.
That's fair enough. JD Ultra, good to see you. Shout out to the ATW family. King also in the chat. King, the link was sent to you, so if you want to join in, man, you know what to do. Hola, everybody in the house. I hope your neck is back to normal, and we're having a good time, and I hope you're having a good night.
I'm in a lot of pain.
Take it easy, man.
Jesus.
That's all I gotta say. Icy hot and just relax the muscles. Hopefully, your neck heals itself up too.
Throw some dirt on it. You'll be fine.
Yeah, well, there you go. Okay, guys. Well, before we go into our first ad break, let's close this last little segment out with our own last thoughts on the last big pay-per-view so far of AEW, and that was Forbidden Door. Did it meet or exceed expectations? Would you change or add anything up? And we've had some time now to really breathe and set since it's passed, and we've seen a lot of the aftermath from it too. So, Eric, I know you heavily talked about on your Wrestler special. Go check that out, folks. About the Kenny Omega Will Ospreay match, particularly the Tiger Driver 91, which I do think is the most talked about point of that entire show for all the wrong reasons, considering what people's take are. But is there any last thoughts you have regarding this year's Forbidden Door in general, as far as presentation or just anything that you would have probably modified?
Now, let me just make this clear. There were also the comment where people were saying this is a 2 or 3 match show, which, okay, fine. I can understand your points on that. There are some things you can criticize about Forbidden Door. And those 3 matches, I meant the 10-man tag team match, the Bryan Danielson Okada match, Final Countdown's Resurrection. Oh, look who's here.
Oh my God, it's A-Train.
A-Train.
Let's hope his device actually cooperates. We'll definitely get his part. Anyway, continue, Eric.
And then there's the legendary Okada Ospreay versus Kenny Omega. And I know people talk about the Tiger Driver suplex thing. I was like, okay, I get why people don't want to see that happen a lot. But I think people also seem to also forget the whole One Wing Angel kick out at one moment, which was awesome and legendary.
Context. And this is also where people, I think, fall out because, let's be honest, Forbidden Door, I feel like, catered to a hardcore fan base. People had no idea why Kenny Omega kicked out of
Forbidden Door's existence.
Well, exactly. People don't have an idea why did Kenny Omega kick out at 1, because when you think about someone kicking out at 1, what does that mean for a wrestler's move as far as it being used going forward? Is it believable? And what does that mean as far as, okay, kayfabe be dead, the guy's superhuman, etc. Well, Kenny Omega might be that. People don't recognize the whole Golden Lover thing, Kota Ibushi. They might not be aware of that because they didn't talk about that in a video package. They didn't talk about it in advance. I don't think they even talked about that on commentary particularly. So I think there's a disconnection there with fans sometimes when it comes to what is executed, particularly in All Elite Wrestling. But
there is another thing I wanted to bring up that someone brought up in Twitter. I can't remember what the comment was about, or was a YouTube comment, but I recalled hearing this and I was like, yeah, if they did this right correctly, then I could totally get it. At the end of the day, people always like to say wrestling, especially back when WWE was in the 80s, they say that wrestling was like a big, massive comic book stuff, right?
Yeah.
And they always treat these wrestlers as larger than life. What's larger than life than kicking out of someone mocking someone's own finisher and then having the sun burst of energy coming out of them? And people are like, what's the problem? It's like you said you want these wrestlers to be like superheroes and larger than life. What's larger than life than that?
I mean, we saw Hulk Hogan Hulk up right after Undertaker tombstone him at Survivor Series back in '91. So
yes, except Hulk Hogan was a piece of you know what, and not Kenny Omega.
That is facts.
That's a whole different abstract to that concept as far as the individual versus the storytelling goes. But I do get what you're saying. But yeah. Here we go.
Every talk, it's like his camera's like, okay, King talk. We gotta disconnect. Disconnect.
Bro,
well, this is gonna be fun.
I want to say this though. When I first saw King, right, I thought he was the nigga version of Jay White for a quick moment, bro. I thought he was Black Jay White for a quick moment. I was like, what the fuck?
Well, as somebody who's all elite at Bullet Club for life, sweet me, my friend. King, it's good to have you on here. If your device decides, get off here, bro. Anyway, King, before your device craps out again, how you been after this crazy weekend particularly? And you see what we've been discussing. So what's been your brief thoughts so far of Collision's inception to the wrestling industry?
Basically, Collision is meant to be separated from Dynamite. As you can tell, Wednesdays is basically what they usually do, formulaic Dynamite, which of course I have no problem with. Saturdays is more of pro wrestling. Let's just get straight to it. And it's meant to, be that way, in my opinion. Like, you can totally feel the different vibe between Wednesday and Saturdays. Like, you can totally see it.
Yeah, again, Saturdays are all right for fighting. Love Ellen John, by the way. And I do think Saturdays hit differently than Wednesday. And speaking of hitting differently, you and I, we've done the honorable Zooms. We've kept the Ring of Honor to a degree. Now, I'm sure you and I are both people that still talk about price for passions. Have you kept up with every episode of Ring of Honor? What's been your take so far of the product, considering this pay-per-view has one match official and we're less than 6 days away?
Thank you, Kyle, for being a nice motherfucker.
Appreciate you, Kyle.
Thank you, Kyle.
But this build to Death Before Dishonor has, let's just call it what it is. Let's just call a spade a spade. It's lackluster. It really is. It really is lackluster. Because
it's garbage, just to be, honest.
Nah, I want to, but man, I watch Ring. I've kept every single day the Ring of Honor, but I just want to say lackluster, just to be nice, because of it.
You don't have to be nice, bro.
I mean,
just call it what it is.
And plus, on top of that, Mark Briscoe got injured, and it's like,
my fucking day.
And now we're back to having only one match announced. It's not even for a Ring of Honor World Television title. It's going to be Shibata and Diego Garcia, Death Before Dishonor.
Which has been teased since Forbidden Door. Let's just put it out there.
Yeah,
this is a train wreck.
I mean, if you were going to do this,
to that really quickly.
Yeah.
Look, it's not as bad as Snowpiercer. All right, let's give it a chance.
I'm you know what? They had their final season ready to go, and then David Zaslav cut it out for tax write-off and won't even let people see it because
I rest my case, Your Honor.
Bro. Ring of Honor. I'm just gonna bring this up.
Go ahead.
Poor Ring of Honor right now, bro.
Yeah.
You cannot catch a break. They just got back alive. We have hope. And then it just drops like that, bro. Like, what the fuck? Like, god damn. This is sad. It's crazy because I was so excited for Mark Briscoe versus Claudio, and then Mark got hurt. And they saw what happened. I just dipped after the fuck. I just dipped out the call right after.
He was gone, man. He gone.
A teddy bear took his place.
I was mad as shit, bro.
It wasn't. I'm surprised it doesn't have Daryl like Hiromu Takahashi, but anyway. Either way, again, okay, King. Like I said, we'll see what happens with Honor and how they build this pay-per-view because I imagine you're gonna have all your titles defended. I feel nothing else they're gonna book Willow versus Athena. We gotta bring our pure title, Samoa Joe.
Yeah, but that I don't mean to cut you off, but we got that Ring of Honor World Title announcement on Blood and Guts too on Wednesday. So we'll find out who Claudia. We're going to find out who Claudia going to face on Friday at Death Before Dishonor on Dynamite.
Do you have
Daddy Briscoe?
Daddy King Crash.
Daddy Briscoe has to be the challenger. No. I want Papa Briscoe to challenge.
Ooh, that'd be
Papa Briscoe.
Yes.
Okay, you tripping, bro? You tripping?
That'd be scary though. That would be scary.
That match would have lasted 5 seconds.
What he gonna do? Well, he gonna do 2 clotheslines and that's it. He's best known for his clothesline at this rate.
He did a body slam.
Here's what's gonna happen. The match gonna last 30 seconds. All right. Here's the spot. Here's the whole match.
That's your opener.
The bell ring. The bell rings. Papa Briscoe. He pressed triangle for the comeback, right? There's a comeback. Lariat.
Clearly, someone's been playing Fight Forever.
Come
Some
on.
women playing WWE 2K. You can't get comeback sequences of Fight Forever.
Nah, bro. He's playing 2K19, bro.
Lord.
Triangle comeback. Power slam. Hawks up. Points at him. Runs after him. Then after that, uppercut. 1, 2, 3. Match over.
Yeah, I think that'd be it.
Just like he knocked Commander out of it. Just like he freaking knocked Commander out and one via ref. Stop
TKO. Mark Briscoe.
TKO.
No. Claude's going to TKO him, right? Mark Briscoe is going to come out with the crutch, running and shit, try to save his father.
All I'm going to say in this madness is this. Mark Briscoe, destiny will still await you when you return, boy. Keep your spirit up because you are that spirit we need in this industry to remind us why we love and support Ring of Honor Wrestling. All right. Before we conclude, King, do you have any last thoughts regarding Forbidden Door, by the way? Like, was there any, critiques that you have or any expectations maybe you want for next year? Like, do you think they should continue with the fat of this being traditional, international, go all over the world, different places? Or, any last thoughts you have with Forbidden Door now that we're kind of removed from that and see how everything has kind of settled?
Go to the Tokyo Dome. That's where, if you want to have another Forbidden Door, go to the Tokyo Dome.
That's what everyone's saying.
You got Wrestle Kingdom and all that. That's cool. And I'm glad it's back to one night, but have Forbidden Door too at the Tokyo Dome as well.
I mean, heck, they did Pro Wrestling Noah's last love show for Keiji Muto, and that actually got more people going there than Wrestle Kingdom. It's freaking Keiji Muto, though, to be fair.
Yeah.
So,
all right. Also, no, remember, I told you this on the last ATW. You're gonna have a busy week that first week of January.
Don't worry. I got more than enough PTO saved up. I ain't working at all that week, and my voice will probably be gone by that Saturday. Trust me, I'm well aware, Eric. But thank you.
You better get that adrenaline boost though, because you're gonna be up all night, motherfucker.
When it's sleep.
But I'm gonna say this though, I don't think the Forbidden Door should be in the Tokyo Dome. Here's the reason why: it's not gonna sell out. Let's be honest. It's not going to sell out, and it's not going to have a lot of good audience attendance. So let's save that for a later time. Let's put that show either in the Budokan or Sumo Hall, just because I said so.
To be fair, AEW made a miracle happen with Wembley Stadium and All In.
And there's still
and we still counting.
Announced.
And we're still counting tickets.
Here's why that got a good sale, because the UK has been craving for wrestling, bro.
Yeah,
I've been saying it every week.
Yes,
but Forbidden Door could sell out though if they loaded the card. If they got Bryan Danielson, CM Punk, and stuff on the card, and Stin. Maybe not Stin, obviously, because they've seen him wrestle in Japan recently. But Bryan Danielson and CM Punk have not wrestled in Japan probably for Daniel Bryan, probably the last time he wrestled in Japan was when he was in WWE, and for CM Punk, it was probably maybe before WWE. I don't even know if he's ever wrestled in Japan while he was in WWE. Maybe he did a house show or something, but
I think it was a house show that he did.
Yeah,
probably was a house show if nothing else. But Bryan Danielson ain't gonna be wrestling for a while because broken up. And there he goes again. He's
trying.
I love it. Thank you, Eric, by the way, for keeping count. It's a fun game of the night, folks.
I think that's 5. I think that's like 6.
Yeah, because keep popping in and out.
All right. Well, while he keeps playing his best John Cena impression, this has been some great opening discussion with AEW and Ring of Honor. Again, I do think Honor's real, but it's alive and well. Let's see what Different with Honor becomes and what's to follow afterwards. And as far as Collision goes, a strong start. I would say Saturdays have definitely been all right. With that being said, folks, we're going to take a brief commercial break.
Yeah. We haven't given it. Zero and I didn't give our thoughts on Forbidden Door.
Forbidden Door. I find everybody like engaged and stuff like that. All right, let's go ahead to you, Zero. What's your last thoughts with Forbidden Door?
The Jungle Boy match should have lasted 10 seconds, bro. Like get the fuck, like for real. That match.
How many names do we put in Jungle Boy's place? I forget, by the way.
You can have fucking. Hold on, let me look up the damn roster real quick, bro. Why am I on Rainbow Dash's joint? Anyways, all right.
Anyway,
so but like, there's a lot of people you could put in that some bitch. You could put my boy Brian Pillman Jr., which unfortunate news for him.
Yeah, he's no longer there.
He's gone.
He might be. I might be covering him soon. Weekly.
Well, there has been an update on Brian Pillman Jr. The idea
we're done, Kyle.
Well, he is the door is open for him to come back to AEW down the road, but he has been reportedly spotted at the Performance Center of WWE.
Everybody scouts that place at least once. Let's just put that out there. Freaking Dutch and Vincent were there, and look at where they are. Ring of Honor.
That's
true. Like, I would say this though. So the Jungle Boy match should have been like, fucking 10 seconds and shit. Go ahead, JJ. But
what's up, brother?
But what else? This wasn't. To be fair, this kind of was actually a 3-match show, which is not bad because at least in each matches we got a break in between because that's something we need. You can't I swear, card structure is very important to a fucking show.
Absolutely.
If you bringing in bangers after bangers back to back, the crowd's gonna be burnt out from the first banger and will be dead on the second one. Card structure is important for any promotion, even if it's a E-Fed. Card structure is important. But what else? The Tiger Driver spot was crazy because I thought that was a Gonzo bomb. No,
that was not a Gonzo bomb, bro.
I thought that was a Gonzo bomb, but I had to look back. Oh shit, that's a Tiger Driver. What's up? Coming on this message
he's
these
just kind
days.
of echoing what we have been talking about.
Yeah.
Of course, we have covered the ticker. Yeah, I know.
Yeah,
and JJ again, suspension of disbelief. We'll see what they can create literally in less than 5 days. Continue.
Yeah, but like, the Okada joint, that was a good match. It was basically just like a wrestling match. Meanwhile, the fucking Ken Omega match was more of a storytelling match because a lot of shit going on with that. For the spot with kicking out of one from the One-Winged Angel
and Kamigoye.
And Kamigoye, what do you expect? He made the fucking move, bro.
Yeah.
Yeah. Plus, the Kamigoye is a move that's protected by Ken Omega because that's his lover. Why would you?
For those that want to know the history of the Golden Lovers, go check out Open Mic Night last night when I gave you the rundown of the history of the Golden Lovers. Anyway, continue.
Man, I'm can't wait for Wednesday. But yeah, like what do you expect? He made the move. Plus, homeboy hit the fucking to Kamigoye. So what do you expect, bro? Plus, if you're mad about that, there's a lot of stuff. Y'all should be mad at. One is you not having a life, but yeah.
Damn, just call those people out.
No, like
But no, you're not wrong.
Just to be honest
he's
with
out of
everybody,
line, but he's not wrong, as JJ and Jeff would say.
just to be honest, I don't like people at all. I'm like Brock Lesnar. I don't like people, but but yeah, The Walking Dead is on. Everybody wanted me to play.
My son's waiting for his answer about Collation. WWE pay-per-views on the same Collision botch, and WWE pay-per-views on the same night, Saturday night. Well, we haven't run into that so far, so I'm sure
it's
We'll
hilarious.
see what that's about.
In my opinion. But, So basically, the show was good. It was good. There was a great ass matches, great filler. And if they want to go, and I want them to use the Forbidden Door name how it's supposed to be, because we just opened one. There's many more to open against.
Oh yes,
one of them is probably never going to happen because two big egos, and two big egos who's running two different promotions. But yeah, so yeah. There should be another Forbidden Door, maybe in the UK, maybe in Japan, hell, maybe in Antarctica. I don't care. But
Antarctica.
But
they're from the Penguins.
If you play Wrestling Empire, that's a place you could go and do a show at. It's crazy.
Just have Glacier hosted with a Sub-Zero cosplay.
Yeah, but yeah, so
promote Mortal Kombat 1, the reset of the Mortal Kombat universe.
For some reason. But yeah, so yeah, and I just got news that Umaga's son, Zilla Part 2, has made his debut.
Nice. The Na'Vi family, man. As long as they exist, WWE will truly be forever. And we'll definitely talk more about that later when it comes to that bloodline, particularly. But good stuff, Zero.
But,
yes? Yeah, one
Rikishi needs to stop. He is pounding his wife's pussy so much. He's getting endless kids, bro.
Like, you gotta keep the bloodline going, I guess. I don't know.
He is tearing her up.
He's not even hit. To be fair,
0-0. It could be worse.
Oh no.
Yeah. To be fair, it's not that bad because at least the Usos and Solo are half brothers, so it's not the same woman he's been having kids with all this time.
But he's tearing them up, bro.
Yeah, he is.
Zero. It could be. I know how it could be worse.
Oh god.
He has 100 kids.
How could it be worse?
They say they could do House Targaryen.
House Targaryen?
What are you talking about?
What is that?
Okay, if I told you, you'll probably freak out, and I'm not going to bring that up on YouTube.
Look, man.
Basically, here's the best way to describe it. In House of the Dragon, the first season, the cousin and the uncle have kids.
Oh, yeah.
Sweet home Alabama.
Believe it or not, I've had to,
weirdness going on in this world. I'll tell you
swear,
that much.
Rikishi about to turn to Nick Cannon, just popping like babies out of like thin air.
All right, first off, that ain't no Mariah Carey. Secondly, moving on. Owen, your closing thoughts on Forbidden Door before we go to our first ad break.
I really enjoyed Forbidden Door. Out of all the wrestling shows I've watched this year, at least currently, anyways. I think from top to bottom as a wrestling card, it was my favorite card all year. I really enjoyed it. Obviously, I feel like I really can't say any more about Kenny Omega and Will Ospreay. That was probably like one of the best matches I've seen this year. Okada, Bryan Danielson, I still thought was awesome, even though Bryan Danielson got hurt. I still thought it would. I liked Jungle Boy versus Sonata, and I really liked how it built to Jungle Boy's heel turn. The 10-man tag on the regular show was awesome. I loved all the storylines that they had in there and everything like that. I was probably the few people that enjoyed MJF versus Hiroshi Tanahashi just because of the story that was in it, where MJF was just trying to do whatever he could to get out of there and like not have to be a part of this anymore. I enjoyed that.
Saying that indie fed, this the indie junkie. I don't need to waste my time with him.
I thought it was wrestled logically and everything like that. I also, enjoyed the fact that MJF scheduled a tweet to come out because he thought the match was going to be over like that. I didn't even know up until that happened that you could schedule tweets to go out. I thought that was awesome.
Eat your heart out, Elon Musk.
The buy-in matches I thought were great. I liked, the United Empire versus La Faction and Blagambles, the Shingo Takagi's faction. I always forget their names every time.
Los
Tengo
Gobernables de Japón.
Yeah.
Damn.
I enjoyed. I think the only thing I really didn't enjoy was obviously the finish to maybe Jericho's match. Obviously, just because it was very rushed. Obviously, because they were trying to go home and all that type of stuff, which is fair enough. But I thought Forbidden Door was just an excellent code. I felt like it went off without a hitch this year. I think this year was better than last year's just because, no one could really be there. I feel like we didn't really talk about this too. That 4-way match for the international title was the sleeper match of the whole show.
Bar none. Three champions from 3 different companies and Daniel Garcia. But Daniel Garcia trying to prove that, hey, be a sports entertainer. Stop doing that! I can thrive against these professional wrestlers. I still say the Woo is stupid, and I stand by that, and I will not say it differently until he proves to me that he can actually beat Katsuyori Shibata under pure rules. Truth be told, he's a former Ring of Honor Pure champion. He ain't gonna woo his way to beat Katsuyori Shibata, who hasn't used a single rope break yet during his run. I'll tell you that right now.
It's gonna happen.
We can all agree on one thing, though.
What?
Kenny Omega and Will Ospreay. I know there's 7 more years left. It's the current reigning match of the decade.
Again, we're only in 2023, bro. You're setting a high standard.
I mean, that's how do you really rate this decade, though? Because I know we don't talk about it because most of this decade so far we haven't had a crowd, so that doesn't really help.
Well,
so.
to be fair, well, here's the thing: we're talking about in terms of match quality. If we were going on for crowd participation, then we would just call this a shot.
Yeah.
I ain't doing that shit. I ain't doing that shit.
But yeah, I enjoyed Forbidden Door for the most part. I thought it was just an excellent wrestling show. I feel like too we should talk about. I liked CM Punk versus
Satoshi Kojima.
Kojima. So that was awesome too.
I think the show just had really great pace and a good balance of storytelling and just great in-ring action. It was one of those things that definitely set people's expectations and also surpassed them with the 2 particular matches. You had the Dream match that was a technical classic, and you had a moment where freaking Kazuchika Okada literally was submitted.
Yeah,
it happened since 2015 against Nakamura. That's his 2nd ever submission loss in Okada's career. Put that in perspective. And then, of course, you had Will Ospreay and Omega, 2 of the greatest this entire generation that literally went for broke plus at the expense of their own necks.
I think the only shame out of this show is obviously health is more important. That we didn't get that the Adam Cole Tom Lawler match couldn't happen, but how Adam Cole's health is way
there
more
was another
important
injury that was supposed to be set for Forbidden Door. We will never know what Mercedes Moné was going to do that day.
Yeah. I feel like
there's still that suspension of disbelief where what we didn't get at Forbidden Door could still happen. Again, this industry truly is never say never, especially what we have seen. I'm just saying.
I feel like Adam Cole, when it comes to Forbidden Door, is cursed because he got injured last year at Forbidden Door and he got sick at Forbidden Door this year. Like, I don't know.
Then he got his girlfriend Britt Baker sick, so that happened.
Yeah, so I feel like Forbidden Door is just cursed to Adam Cole. I feel like he just needs to take a vacation when that pay-per-view comes around.
Yeah, away from it, apparently. I don't know where. Anyway, just take Britt to a McDonald's and call it a day, I guess. She loves a Big Mac. I've never had a Big Mac, by the way, so I can't say anything about it. Anyway.
They're pretty decent.
Yeah. I'm not a big fast food burger guy. Not to go on a sub tangent. Anyway, Forbidden Door, phenomenal pay-per-view. Definitely one of my.
There's been an update for before Dishonor.
What's up?
Shit! What is it?
Athena will defend the women's championship against Willow Nightingale.
I knew it.
Okay.
I knew it. They're calling back the match from February. Does lightning strike twice or does Willow continue to make history? It's one of those things, though, where I look at Athena. She has been virtually unstoppable. So, I mean, again, I don't want to call this a throwaway, but it might be.
Yeah, but ever since Mercedes Moné's injury, Willow Nightingale has been the most to benefit from it.
Yeah.
That's true, ironically enough. So, again, I guess we'll wait and see. But, hey, 2 matches. 6 more to go. All right. Well, as we talk about Willow Nightingale and the history she's made in and out of USA and Japan, after we come back from this brief commercial break, y'all can grab a drink, grab a snack, get your last thoughts in and some other questions in at the chat. We're going to take a commercial break to show you some stuff coming across the productions and affiliates and more. And we'll be back here in about 5 minutes to go across the pond and the world talking about New Japan Pro Wrestling, G1 Climax, and probably some Pro Wrestling Noah Stardom, other stuff too. It's the Prolific segment. So stay tuned. We'll see you on the other side of this ad break in 3.
The following announcement has been paid for by the Indie Force Podcast. This is podcasting like you've never seen it before. In 2019, Michael X won the Wrestling Rundown Predictions Championship, taking the wrestling world by storm. When the virus attacked, these 4 individuals would create a podcast to talk about the nerdiest shit on the internet, filmed in the Massachusetts Underground. They talk about everything from professional wrestling, YouTube, mixed martial arts, movies, comic books, tabletop, video games, anime, social media, content creation, and everything in between. Watch the Indie Force on the J. Hebert Studios channel now and subscribe today. The following announcement has been paid for by the Indie Force Podcast.
A table from hell with the Psycho Asylum. An Iron Man match of factorial proportions. Man.
In this fight, I will melt you down to slag.
Versus Machine.
I calculate a 0.85% chance that you will win in your current condition.
Full Metal Mayhem. Colleen Horizon.
When you throw me into the wolves, I will return leading the pack.
Vera McGarden.
I'll do anything to be the warrior on top.
For the Athena title. Best friends turn bitter rivals. Johnny Star.
Don't get in the way of the star or you'll get burned.
James, the Archangel.
I'm the real star of this brand.
For the international title. The Outsider, Mark Young. The Executioner, Michael X. For the WYW World Heavyweight title. 2 out of 3 fall.
Inside.
In a hell in a cell. WYW Immortal. Now available on YouTube.
The people that know more about me know this. I am just a simple man and a lifelong fan of professional wrestling. Damn it! Whether it's the Noti Q Galaxy, the Jeff Feature Network, the ATW crew, Indie Force, or anything related to For the Win Productions, the gears of wrestling keep on turning, and we are here to give our thoughts, previews, and predictions.
Whenever there's a pay-per-view, Noah Foster's there to host.
Simply predicting.
Hosting pay-per-view prediction panels since 2017.
I'm still doing my cheeseburger.
Lordy, have mercy.
Yeah, so we just have to walk.
Alright, we are back. Now tuning in to the Wrestling Rundown ATW Impromptu crossover, where we look at all things wrestling and so much more. We are now going to move on to our next segment, from AEW to ROH to New Japan Pro Wrestling and so much more, as we look at Pro Wrestling and the biggest pro wrestling tournament of the summer, the G1 Climax. So let's get right into it. As we know, the NWW Strong brand has really built itself under Obari, of course, who has been one of the new leaders to really help with the cross-global promotion of New Japan Pro Wrestling. And we saw the NWW Strong brand finally have its Japanese debut during our holiday weekend, and what they called Independence Day. We saw new Strong champions crowned in the War Dogs, Gabriel Kidd and Alex Coughlin, as well as Driller Maloney and, those names. Clark Connors. The entire LA Dojo, part of Bullet Club now, basically. We saw Julia make history for Donald DeMondo's Stardom faction, beating Willow Nightingale for the WWE Strong Women's Championship, not having a ticket to go anywhere to defend that all over the world. And of course, this show emanated 2 nights from the ever so famous, and in my opinion, probably the most famous building in Japan for professional wrestling, Corrigan Hall. I will say this. I don't know if y'all even looked at highlights or read some articles or even talked a little bit about it, but let's just focus a little about the WWE Strong brand. It's kind of just been there, built out of Los Angeles. It's had its moments. It really picked up during Resurgence when the first women's champion was crowned. And then, of course, during Independence Day, when we were all doing barbecue and fireworks, there are those over at Corrigan Hall that witnessed what this brand was all about. Hungry, young, talent, and fighting spirit. And then you had John Moxley and the other throughout literally screw each other to death. What the fuck? So, Zero, let's start with you on this. Did you take a look at all the NJPW Independence Day pay-per-view?
No, not at all. Well, I've seen some clips. The only thing I know from that show is basically just fucking Moxley going crazy.
As he does.
Always. I'm surprised he hasn't. I kind of want to see Mox wrestle in Freedoms. I think that'd be kind of fun.
They are Death Promotion. They were there. I mean, to be fair, so that's fair.
They're there because of fucking Jun Kasai, but you know,
well, Jun Kasai's fucking crazy. He literally cleavered both Homicide and freaking John Moxley. Just saying, he's crazy monkey.
Seen his shit, bro. This man.
Of course, I have. That's why I was still a little bit wincing. But again, that's what you get when you
wince. You a bitch.
The forks, dude. The forks on the board implanted in Eldest Rao's back. I've never seen that.
You know
that's
what's
crazy.
worse? The gusset plates.
Thank God they didn't.
Bro, have you seen Jun Kasai took a gusset plate in the face?
No, I have not seen that.
It was lovely, but
well, you know, death matches, chef's kiss, and Japanese death matches, men and women are a different level of insanity. As Sumi Sakai, of course, of Stardom, that's been working out of the Promise promotion. Anyway, continue.
Yeah. But one thing I did saw that I mostly wanted more interested in.
The most important moment, I think, to everybody here on the Western Front that recognize this man and his journey. And his
Eddie Kingston, bro. I was so happy when he won the title, bro. I was so happy. Man, he finally did something he always wanted to do. Go to Japan.
My one sadness is that I wish it was the AEW World title.
Doesn't mean it can't happen at some point. I see that man in a storyline for the title, if nothing else. I want to see him and MJF in the storyline, if I'm perfectly honest with you.
You know what'd be great?
Yeah. That'd be magic.
If they would have given me the fucking book, I would have done this. MJF will retain the title until the following year. And that year, one major storyline is going to happen. Eddie Kingston and MJF. And MJF's going to belittle him so bad to the point that the next promo, Eddie Kingston comes back firing straight up fucking slugs. And then they have a match and Eddie won. Finally complete his story. But that's too much to handle for a Tony Khan. It's too much work. So
honestly, here's the thing: when I look at A. Kingston and MJF feuding down the road, it's basically this. It would be a modern reimagining of Dusty Rhodes and Ted DiBiase, the working class versus the one percenter.
I feel like too a lot of things MJF could add to the promos, like MJF could talk about how he's going to be the biggest free agent when he is done with AEW and his contract's up, and everyone's going to be bidding for him for his to sign with them and everything like that. Well, he could bring up how the fact that WWE, when they offered Eddie Kingston a job, it wasn't even to wrestle; it was just to be a trainer at the PC type of thing. Like there's so much there you can do with an MJF and Eddie Kingston feud.
Yes,
MJF has expanded WWE superstars past to his own advantage in and out of promos. Adam Cole was about to be a manager, just saying. Like that.
Basically, yeah. So, like, I have a little. I kind of want to talk about Strong a bit. Strong is I'm just there, but I kind of see Strong as just. I don't know. because I kind of have I kind of have mixed feelings about Strong at times because it's like I keep forgetting that Strong's still there to be like, because like it's I know years ago they wanted to branch out into the United States, and I was all up, and I was all in for it because like what better way?
So the IWGP United States Championship was the launching pad to that, in my opinion, and that was 2018 in the Cow Palace.
Yeah, and the thing is that what better way to branch your promotion out there than to have your own like little NXT branch like shit. So Strong was a good idea. My only issue with Strong is it's just there. Like the thing is that you have the Strong Openweight Championship. Now here's my one problem with that. I thought that the IWGP United States belt was going to be the main belt for Strong. Nope. I feel like if they would have did that, it'll make things a bit more meaningful.
Like just really make this
Strong
more of a regional thing, and that be its top title.
Yeah, because like the fucking US belt is basically the European belt back in the WWE.
Right.
So which sucks because the belt is good. I do love the US belt. It looks so fucking good. But it's just the fact that it's just Strong is just there. Yes, you got the Strong, open weight title, the tag team titles,
and now the women's titles. They built the women's division. Yeah,
but it doesn't feel like they are meaningful at times, which sucks because I feel like Strong could do so much better. It's like limbo right now.
Considering that some of the people that have developed on Strong are involved in the G1 Climax, I kind of can understand what you're saying. And Fred Rosser now is the coach and a leader of basically grooming talent that, of course, are going to go through the NJPW Strong Academy, male and female. Trisha Dora being one of them. She's a Ring of Honor OG. Mad respect to her, by the way. Also a former veteran that served. Respect. But yeah, for me, I feel that Strong has gotten a stronger presence since the development of the women's title. I think Resurgence was probably the biggest platform that the NWA Strong brand had. And it was headlined primarily by the women. You had, Momo Kogo from Star, you had Willow Nightingale, you had Mercedes Monet, you had CMLL, of course, great longtime partner of New Japan Pro Wrestling, and Stephanie Bakure. You had TMDK. So a lot of this younger generation being groomed through the Japanese dojo system, particularly the LA dojo. It does feel like it's there, but I do feel like they are trying to do something, even though Strong has kind of gone on demand. And I do think Eddie Kingston and Julia can definitely take the Strong brand to higher places because Eddie Kingston is well recognized, and Julia, she is one of those personalities that I feel has that international blend that can bring more eyes to this title. She wants to even go after Willow one-on-one again. Imagine if they booked Julia versus Willow for this title at All In. It'd be a bit random, but it'd probably be a big deal for this title that wasn't even involved after being in the first place being defended, but the champion was there and she lost going after the AEW Women's World Championship. All right. Eric or Owen, do you have anything regarding the NWA Strong brand, its development, and where it's at in the just wrestling ecosystem, or Eddie Kingston's moment, particularly, or Julia from Stardom?
Well, for me, when New Japan Strong, I think they did have a whole bunch of big plans for it, and then the pandemic happened and everything got derailed. And then there was the hostage situation with the U.S. title with Moxley since he couldn't defend it.
Trisha Dora and
Tommy Hayashita, the Queen of Roses of Queen Quest and Stardom on her U.S. tour, currently undefeated.
That's cool.
Yes.
But continue.
And Eddie Kingston's moment, awesome moment. It was an awesome moment. We can all agree to that. He was crying and having a moment.
Homicide him literally broke down in tears.
Yeah. And but like the G1 climax, Eddie Kingston defeated Shingo Takagi, so that was great.
I think that's been my G1 climax highlight so far after these 2 days.
Well, he also said afterwards, get him on AEW.
Yes, I need this. Yes, please. Yes. Anyway, continue.
Well, Tony Khan tends to be the man of the locker room, so he'll probably give him what he wants soon after G1's over.
He also respects, Japanese wrestling and just wrestling legacy. Let's just put it out there. He is a fan. There is no denying that. But
yes. But I kind of would like to see Eddie Kingston win just for something different because I don't really want to see Okada get round 5 or 4 or whatever he's at.
He would get round 5 matching Masahiro Chono, but also he would be the first guy, I believe, in G1 Climax history to win it 3 consecutive years in a row.
Yeah,
if that happens.
I'm going to be
I'm just like, can we just not have Okada win this time? Like, how many times are we going to have Okada be the guy? Like, they keep over relying on him too much to a point.
I agree, yeah.
I'm about to lose my fucking mind if Okada wins this shit, bro.
Let's calm down. Let's
lose my mind. That man wins, bro.
Brave, tranquilo. We got 7 matches in each block. We've only done 1 match so far in each block. We've already seen many debuts surprise us with a win over previous G1 Climax participants that people are like, oh, they're going to win this easily. So, again, I don't think Okada is going to be unstoppable, but it is going to be difficult. Great Khan certainly tried. Anyway, continue.
And here's the thing. If Okada wins, if Okada wins again, it's like, what else does Okada have left to do in wrestling? Like, I know he just wants to make New Japan great and all that, but like, I was like, dude, the moment you were told you, a professional wrestler of Japan, are going to do the Olympic torch before the pandemic happened, that was the moment I said, okay, what's left for him to do? Like, what's left? Once he did that, once he was given that offer and he accepted it, that was it. It was, for me, it was like, do you see that there's nowhere else to go? And Alexander wept, for there were no more worlds to conquer.
Apparently, he still feels like he needs to remind these young punks, pun intended, exactly who he is. And I feel like that's his mission statement this year.
If that is the case, here's the thing. Why not just channel the Okada that we saw months prior, where he actually got a personality and got all heelish and violent and was ready to raise as much hell as humanly possible?
I think that can come out here, but I think they put him in the bleed block for a reason, because you look at this field, he knows everybody involved in this field. He doesn't have to. It was the A block, though, it'll be a whole different story.
Yeah, but exactly, I'm like if Okada's going to stick around longer post New Japan for another few years, can he turn heel and do something different for his character? And like, he hasn't been, what's that word, interesting since he lost the world title to Omega all those years back, and he was kind of wacky.
Yes, the best Okada ever, bro.
Balloon Okada, remix Okada, red hair Okada.
Yeah, but like this new Okada should be like
crisis.
Like, trying to basically be more violent and crazier with how he acted in that Wrestle Kingdom tag team match, and then actually goes heel and attacks another promotion's top star.
That was crazy.
Yeah,
that was fucking crazy.
He invaded their turf and dropped Kato Kiyomiya after defending the GS Heavyweight Championship, and then took that boy to school at his own realm at Keiji Muto's Last Love show. Kato Kiyomiya wants that match. He's not going to rest till he beats the Rainmaker.
I'm just like, man, you have a foundation to work with a heel Okada now. Why not do it?
I think ever since because I started seeing that ever since Inoki died, Okada started going fucking berserk with everybody. Because like, if you know how like Inoki was, he was a menace.
Inoki was no joke, folks. It was
so I think he's inheriting Inoki into himself, and that's why he's going fucking strike force on everybody.
It's insane. But the one thing I would say, I'm all in for a heel Okada because I think now if you basically Okada is their John Cena now because they keep relying on him for like the titles and the tops joints and everything because now it's like we starting to see this shit happening over and over and over again.
He's been the constant since Wrestle Kingdom 8.
He's in the main event.
Years marked January 4th.
This motherfucker's in the main event for the world title. He beat you. He might drop the title, maybe. That's a coin flip. Then he gets the fucking title back. And then you go to another reign, lose the title, get the title back. It's just like, what the fuck?
It's a never-ending story. You remember that?
It's a never-ending cycle. It's like it's basically a snake eating its own tail. It just keeps going and going.
I think the best way to say this is, who's the top heel in New Japan currently since Jay White left?
Who?
Will Ospreay, maybe?
No.
I want to say Will Ospreay a little bit, but he's more about focusing on Kenny Omega and all that. Like, he's not like he is in the G1 Climax and all that, but I was like, but everyone loves Will Ospreay.
He's been a baby face lately.
And to be fair, he's gone back. He's gone back to that Arrow Assassin persona. He even comes out to Elevated now, so he's more so a comfortable, supported guy. So as far as top heel goes, I don't think
they have one.
I hate to say it, they don't have one.
To have Evil be the spotlight heel?
Fuck that guy.
I'm gonna be real with you, bro.
Waste of damn time in live professional wrestling. Waste of a damn block. That's right. Anyway,
Evil had potential.
Yeah.
It's just the fact that he had to drop the title to Naito months later. Not even, which sucks because he's not a transitional champion because he beat Hiromu to retain his belt. So he wasn't really a transitional champion.
But like you said, shortly after, outside stadium, he lost it. And King
which sucks.
That's exactly.
Fuck you.
Yeah.
What the hell? Come on, bro.
He's really terrible.
Oh, come on.
The whole group sucks.
Bro, the group is basically just an American stable. They just
Look,
interfere.
If they want to be a cosplay from My Chemical Romance, then go see the Black Parade at your local karaoke drop. I don't get the fuck off my screen.
They're basically Hot Topic if you really think about it, bro.
Yeah, that's true.
But the thing is this, right? There's no top heel. I don't count David Finlay because he's not the top. He's not
the top yet. No,
he's legit the never with a champion because he would never win the fucking world title. But there is no top heel, bro. There's Jesus Christ.
Yeah, you look at the blog.
I'm just looking at this field, and I mean,
I don't see one.
Point, though,
the only guy I'll probably.
What if the G1 turns Okada into the heel of the company?
I mean, not even just the G1. That match with Bryan Danielson, the fact that he tapped out for the first time in years, that could be the catalyst that starts it.
He's going to want that run back. He's going to want that rematch. He's going to want to run it back.
Yeah.
It broke his pride shattered when he tapped out.
Well, you think about you think about all these young punks that called him out. Renya Rita, Shota Umino, Katsuki Omega. He's beating all their asses. Bryan Danielson's no young punk. He's one of the best wrestlers of this generation. And Bryan Danielson forced the man to tap out.
Yeah, he's like, chill the fuck out, bro. I was like, chill the fuck out.
A big piece of humble pie, if we're being perfectly honest. Again, I'm still holding out, though, for Naito because he hasn't done the one thing yet in his career, and I think after that he'll retire. And that's the LIJ roll call at the Tokyo Dome. But I'm ambitious.
Bro, I'm going to cry.
I'm ambitious to Ospreay making it to the finals again because he did it last year. If not, Tama Tonga. I just want to see somebody win that's not named Okada. If I'm just being honest with you.
Honestly, here's what I'm just gonna say. Some might say this is a hot take, but I'll probably be correct on this. I really had wished Jeff Cobb won undefeated in his first G1.
He ran his block, and then he met the Rainmaker.
Yeah.
He runs everybody's fade, bro.
To give my thoughts though on how New Japan's doing everything with all these topics. I like Strawn. I definitely agree that sometimes it is just there, but I don't watch it all the time. So when I do watch episodes, I think I watched weekly late 2022. I think the first episode I actually watched was the episode where Moxley fought Kenta for the belt, because obviously they had hyped it up on AEW and everything like that, and I wanted to see that match.
U.S. title match in front of nobody at the LA Dojo and WWE Strong Arena. Yep.
But yeah, I enjoyed the Strawn product. I think it provides good wrestlers. It's something different for New Japan to do. I like the fact that they're expanding. Again, like Eric said, I think right when they were going to start to get the foundations of this going, the pandemic hit, so that kind of screwed them over, and basically it just kind of became, people are trapped in America, so whoever's in America is going to wrestle on Strawn, whoever's in Japan is going to wrestle in New Japan, pretty much. So that's kind of what happened. And I feel like it is kind of weird how they integrate Strawn and the actual New Japan product sometimes, because sometimes you'll see a belt that's only defended in Japan on Strawn or vice versa. I feel like that gets kind of confusing sometimes. And then you'll see somebody like they did a Hiroshi Tanahashi versus Ospreay at the recent Resurgence, which was an awesome match, but it's also a match I don't think you would have really seen on Strawn. But I think the biggest that I've liked about Strawn is it's re-energized a lot of these careers you don't really get to see, like Fred Wasser, got to become probably a great professional wrestler because of it. I don't really think a lot of people thought a lot of him. I got to see how
underrated.
Yeah, I got to see how talented Kratos was. I say that because they wasted him in the NWA, and he's awesome in the New Japan. And a lot of people may not say this, but the one wrestler that impressed me the most that I've seen on New Japan Strawn was Jordan Clearwater. He's actually a really good wrestler. You just don't really see that a lot because he's just booked such a goof on NWA and all that type of stuff. I think he had a show-stealing match. I think he teamed up with and also another person I got to see break out was Royce Isaacs. If you remember, he was in Strictly
West Coast Wrecking Crew.
Yeah, he was in Strictly Business with Tom Latimer and Nick Otis, and he was kind of the brunt of the joke in that group. Look how big he is now. They should have taken him seriously in NWA.
I mean, Team Philby is the mainstay of NWA Strong. Tom Lawler was the inaugural Strong champion. He held that title for over a year. Honestly, Tom Lawler even said he wants to wrestle for New Japan, and he wanted to be part of Japanese pro wrestling. He's been saying that since being out of MMA and MLW, for that matter. He and Siri, the former World of Stardom champion, have a very similar background when it comes to their inception into the Japanese pro wrestling landscape, and they're both mainstays.
And then as for Independence Day, I did see some clips. I loved it when Eddie Kingston won the belt. As you know, I wanted it to happen. The only thing that sucks about it, obviously, is I think Kenta should have stayed the champion until that moment. I don't think he should have lost the belt if he was just going to win it back. Just because that was just kind of weird. He was mainly
the whole Hikuleo thing. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, he was kind of a flip-flop champion type of thing. And then I was really confused when Miller Nightingale lost the belt. I don't necessarily mind her losing the belt, but it was just confusing because she just won it not that long ago. I thought they would have given her some defenses under her belt because that was her first title defense. Right. I don't love the new Bullet Club, obviously. I know a lot of people don't, but I don't hate it as much as a lot of people do because you got to think about it. A lot of people that were in Bullet Club who founded that club in other companies now, they have to rebuild everything from the ground up now, pretty much. And I actually kind of like the way they're building up. We're seeing a new Bullet Club War Dogs type of thing. And I think there's potential with it. It just, everybody in the club just needs to kind of, we find themselves in the wrestling business at the moment. And I think they're doing a good job of that so far.
Fair take.
And then, I was disappointed though when TJP and his partner lost the junior heavyweight tag titles because they had only just won them. And I'm really into United Empire, as you know. That's my faction in New Japan. They're one of my favorites. And I was just kind of disappointed they won them because they just won them so soon. I thought they kind of did the match a bit too early. I didn't really understand why they had Bishamon fight was it Clark Connors and No, it wasn't Clark Connors. It was Alex Coughlin, and who was the other guy that he fought? It was
Alex Coughlin and Gabriel Kidd. There it is.
Yeah, we were gonna get there eventually.
Two main names.
Yeah. But yeah, I was kind of confused why they did both. They're basically the same tag match on the same night, on both different nights. I don't know. I understand why they did that, but I get it.
I think honestly they just wanted to split the strong titles away from the actual IWGP titles because again, I think they're trying to get strong its own identity.
Yeah, and again, I'll give it a pass too because not Mark Coffey. What's the guy's name that teams up in Aussie Open? The guy that just got injured recently.
Mark Davis.
Mark Davis. I got the wrong Mark. But Mark Davis got injured, so I think it screwed up their plans. I think they were going to do something different, but yeah, I enjoyed the strong product. Obviously, the G1 Climax, I can't give thoughts on. The only reason I put it in the topic is because I didn't realize it was going to launch today. And I thought we were meant to be doing this Saturday, but schedules kept getting changed. So
either way, you would have been after day one. So let me go ahead and give everybody the rundown because each day so far has given their initial score and block action. So here's your initial score. Sorry that I have time to update the graphic. The first day culminated with A block and B block in round robin block action, and the results are as follows. Yoshihashi BELP. So Yoshihashi scored 2 points. By the way, each one of these matches. Yeah, just wait till I finish, Zero. By the way, each one of these matches, folks, had a 20-minute time limit, not 30 minutes like previous years. I'll keep that in mind. Chase Owens beat Gabriel Kidd, so Chase Owens got 2 points. Tonga Loa beat Kenta, and even at the expense of how much Kenta worked over his knee. So Tonga Loa got 2 points. In the battle of two of the three musketeers of this generation, New Japan Pro Wrestling, the We Are on Nights. Apologies if I screwed up saying that. Ren Arena, Shota Umino, damn, run that back. You want to talk about these people that got potential and got a real chip on their shoulder to prove a point. Shota Umino, Ren Arena went to a 20-minute draw. Each one got 1 point. Kazuchika Okada got Greto Khan. Aw, hell. He beat him at the 18-minute mark, so Okada kicks off his G1 with 2 points. Kaito Kiyomiya and Yota Tsuji met for the first time ever, while Yota Tsuji started off like a bat of hell in the early going. Kaito Kiyomiya was able to put him down with the Shining Wizard, and Puroresu Noah kicks things off with 2 points, the former GHC Heavyweight Champion. So well done by him. The Holy Emperor Taiji in his hometown of Sapporo was able to beat the Commonwealth Kingpin, the Air Assassin, Will Ospreay, after a kick that rocked his equilibrium. I think his shin bone caught Will Ospreay in the ear to the point you thought Will Ospreay was concussed, yet he still kept going. Bat Mephisto and Taiji got 2 points, Taiji 2, Will Ospreay 0. And the current IWGP Heavyweight Champion, Sonata, he was able to beat Hikuleo in 10 minutes after getting chokeslam into oblivion and still survive. Sonata kicks things off with 2 points. As day 2 was the C block and D block in action, respectfully. And the results were as follows. And my predictions, by the way, they sucked hard. In the opening contest, David Finlay, Tomoshi, I love the man of a few words and all action. I'm just going to beat the crap out of everybody, as you should, damn it, you freaking gaijin. Tomoshi fell short, though, unfortunately. David Finlay caught him with the Into Oblivion. David Finlay kicked things off with 2 points. My anxiety was at an all-time high, but Hiroki Goto was able to beat freaking Yano, thank Christ. So Goto got 2 points. In his G1 Climax debut of TMDK, Mad Mikey Nichols beat Hanare, who decided to go back to his ancestors with his brand new look. He even looks more like a threat. But Mikey Nichols was able to put him down and being busted wide open. Mikey Nichols kicks things off with 2 points, and his tag partner matched, as Shane Haste was able to outlast Alex Coughlin and get 2 points in his block, respectfully. And, of course, the match that everybody's talking about, Eddie Kingston. This man belongs in this, bar none. Eddie Kingston was able to fight and put down Shinya Takagi with the Northern Lights bomb. Eddie Kingston kicks off his G1 with 2 points, being a former IWGP World Heavyweight Champion. Zack Sabre Jr., Roshi Tanahashi with a new look and adopting to a more Tekker style. But Zack Sabre Jr. was able to outmatch his game because, again, that's Zack Sabre Jr.'s strength. Caught him with a trap pin, and Zack Sabre Jr. scored his first 2 points. TMDK went 3-for-3 in their G1 Climax openers. They are the group to watch out for. Fuck Evil. Tama Tonga lost. Evil shouldn't be involved in this thing. Exile him. Drop at the bottom of the ocean. And Jeff Cobb with, again, you hope that he could run his block. Jeff Cobb beat Tetsuya Naito for the first time ever and got 2 points. Tranquilo with the United Empire roll call. And that is your opening results so far for G1 Climax across the board.
What the fuck?
Yeah, to kind of give my thoughts too and bounce off what Eric and Zero was saying. As for what I would like to see win this, I would like to see them do something different and have the champion Sonata win it, because I think that'd be kind of cool to wonder for months who he's going to pick to face at Wrestle Kingdom. That would be kind of a cool storyline. Obviously, Eddie Kingston, I'm a big Eddie Kingston mark. It'd be cool if he won it. He probably won't win it, obviously, just because of, I think he would be able to do, Wrestle Kingdom, because we've seen Tony Khan let people do it before, but would he be able to? That'd be the big question. I would obviously like to see Will Ospreay, because I'm a big Will Ospreay fan. And again, Okada is probably the person I don't want to win it the absolute most, just because I want to see something different. I did rant about this last year, I think, when I was doing Spark, my solo and all that type of stuff. I think I got hate for it because everyone loved Okada, and I just think it's just you can't keep going back to the same people all the time. I think that's one critique I always have in New Japan. It's fine to go back with what you know, but sometimes I don't like the fact that they don't like to do new things. Sometimes I feel like they should take chances sometimes. Not obviously big chances like WCW type of chances, but take chances because which is why I'm happy they've been going with like Will Ospreay and all that type of stuff lately. I think he should go heel. If he's not going heel, then I think the guy needs a change of scenery, whether that's signing with a new company or that's maybe he just needs to go away for a little bit. You know how they say absence makes the heart go fonder. Maybe if he went away for a little bit and he came back a little bit later on, because you do see a lot of the same storylines with Okada. He'll lose the championship, like Zero said, and then he wins it back. I think it's always Wrestle Kingdom he wins it back. I want to see something different for New Japan. But
I mean, like, to be fair, I'm like, this is what I was criticizing about Jay White's run in New Japan at the near end of it, because it was like, okay, he's fought Hiroshi Tanahashi, beat him, he beat Okada, he beat Naito, he's beaten Ibushi, and I was like, okay, what's next? I'm like, he could probably work with some of the undercard. No, he has to be main event talent.
Yeah.
Do we have anyone left?
Dot.
And then he goes all elite, and now he's wrestling a variety of talent every single week.
And I think on his way out, he tried to put over Hikuleo for what it was worth.
Yeah, I feel like though, at least the difference with Jay White though is at least he just wasn't wrestling mainly in New Japan. He was also wrestling at Impact and AEW before he actually signed with AEW, and he at least did Strong for a little bit, so he was able to kind of do stuff. He was able to work with different opponents and add elements to his character before he actually left New Japan, type of thing too.
And
but when he got into but then he had that stagnation period and then won the title and it was fighting Okada again, and it was like, oh god.
I feel like they missed the boat.
We all knew once Jay White had the title, Okada was getting it back. All right.
I feel like they missed the boat, and this is kind of a bit of a detriment to New Japan. They should have given who's the GOD member? Tama Tonga, they should have given him it didn't have to be a long one, but they should have had him win the belt from Jay White at least once, and he could have just dropped the belt really quickly. Because sometimes I think New Japan, you don't necessarily have to do those title changes, but I think that was a title change that needed to happen. Was Tama Tonga getting his at least a little bit of revenge on Jay White, and then because Wrestle Kingdom was still a ways away, he could have Jay White could have easily won the title back before then. So
yeah, it's one of those things where I do think during the fall season, particularly, they don't do the Kia Pro Wrestling show anymore, which I think is stupid because the KOPW title exists. You all know what that stands for at this point. It's one of those things where thank you. It's one of those things where I do feel like they kind of get lost in the fall season. So after G1, it's like, okay, what do we do for the next 4 months besides showcase the tag team division and the junior heavyweight tag team division? Because that's basically what November and October are. And then December is just a road to Tokyo Dome, which is just hyping up everybody that's going to be involved on the card in tag team encounters, road shows, basically. It's just on the road promotion. So it's like, okay, what do you do after G1 Climax? I certainly do hope they go a different direction in developing this card, though, even further beyond the G1 to a degree. And I do hope in some capacity it's not Okada in the World Championship picture again, because he really doesn't need to be.
Yeah.
So there were 3 things I wanted to mention. So we were talking about Bullet Club and all that and Evil and all that. Okay. Here's what I wanted to say. One, is there going to be any plot development with Bullet Club Gold and Bullet Club War Dogs? Because I'm like,
I don't know at this
It's
point,
like
honestly.
NWO Hollywood and NWO Wolfpack, and
You
they
know what's funny?
fight.
Yeah, I don't know if I
Yeah.
want to see that either, just because
You've
you
been
know
But
seeing
let's be real. They probably won't do it as crazy as NWO Hollywood and Wolfpack, where they just bought every single person in the wrestling industry.
you know, there was a thing that happened in the G1, right? That Chase Owens was like, "What the fuck, bro?" When Gabriel Kidd
Just
came out,
assaulted him.
just assaulted him.
Yeah.
But there's one thing. Well, I said this in a whole nother server. All right, so this Bullet Club, right? This Bullet Club War Dogs,
Right.
is a daycare center. All right, because like
Savages.
yes, there are savages in elementary school, but if you look at who's in the War Dogs or whatever, it's just dojo talent.
It really is.
Clark Connors, Alexander Cowan, basically everybody else, Gabriel Kidd. They're from the dojo / New Japan Strong. So if David Finley is making this like group, right? He's somehow taken over Bullet Club. I don't know fucking why, but he somehow took over Bullet Club and brought them in like this is a daycare center. So one of my thoughts was like this: okay, why Bullet Club? Why can't you start your own faction of just them, just these little savages? Call them misfits or something. Basically,
how about the outsiders or outcasts?
Yeah, can't do Outcast, non-copyright.
I
Yeah.
know.
but
I
yeah,
know.
like basically just them. Like they are literally. He's David Finley is basically getting uppercomers to join a group to just be savages. Just make your own group. But like Bullet Club doesn't have to be in the name because we all know Bullet Club. Yes, it is marketing, but it's not how it is before, bro.
Yeah, I
Until
feel
that's
like
Gato, you gotta remember Gato's the booker. Why these guys were underneath Katsura Shiba's learning tree. Gato's the guy that's grooming the talent for the future, and he's using Bullet Club IP for that. With David Finley as the most experienced as leader, it's one of those things. You look at Bullet Club right now is a mentorship program for young, hungry, but in David Finley's words, savage talent. I just don't know necessarily if Gato's going about this the right way. But I will say this. Why the 4 people part of Bullet Club Raw Dogs have been extremely immature in their capacity. David Finley might not fit the mold as a Bullet Club leader, but I will give David Finley some credit when it comes to what he does in that ring. He is brutal, he is savage, but he's not in an immature facet. And the opening contest with Yi, it was clean 1, 2, 3 in the middle of the ring. He just bludgeoned the man over his knee. Eventually, I gotta give credit where credit's due. Because what David Finley approach in Bullet Club is weird. His in-ring execution is normal.
Yeah. But here's the thing that has bugged me since when Evil, betrayed Los Ingobles and joined Bullet Club. I was like, that made no sense. And not because, his name is Evil, curse your son, but another betrayal and all that.
Name convention.
But I was like, but wait, the last few months of that year, I was like, wait, wouldn't it make more sense if Sonata betrayed the group since he was always on the losing stick of everything?
Yeah,
that's true. Sonata to do something. He finally did something
because he's a loser.
Well, yeah, and apparently Taiji was the one to be like, do something. Fight me. Boy, you're going to do something? He always called himself the New Hope, but how can you be a New Hope if you don't give us something to believe in? You fell short against Zack Sabre Jr. at Wrestle Kingdom for the British Heavyweight Championship. You fell short against your rival Okada in and out of the G1 for the damn IWGP Heavyweight Championship at the time, version 4, greatest title of all time. There, I said it. And then he finally grows a spine. I don't know what it took. Maybe it was the fact Keiji Muto retired and he was under his learning tree in some capacity. And Taiji and him, they've always been those two unique Black Saints of New Japan Pro Wrestling why Sonata came in as part of LIJ. Taiji wasn't born in New Japan Pro Wrestling. He's always tried, though, to get that respect and that recognition, though, from not just the fans, but the people within New Japan that are, mainstays, like Tanahashi and Okada, for example. It's one of those things I look at this year. The people that have most improved this year in New Japan, it is Sonata and Taiji.
But this is what I'm trying to say. What if New Japan actually had thought this through and put Sonata as the leader of Bullet Club instead of Evil?
I don't think Evil was leader to begin with, bro.
I don't think
Evil's leader of anything. Evil is just there to cause.
Evil was temporarily the leader because Jay White was trapped in Europe or America at the time during the pandemic.
Okay, so they did go with that because of that. You're right, because Jay White did come back. You're right about that. They did what they had to do, but I guess they thought Sonata, he didn't have that persona to carry Bullet Club's name. I don't know.
I think because House of Torture is like a subgroup of Bullet Club, so I think Evil's like the leader of that group. I think he's the leader of House of Torture. But
what a waste of talent.
Yeah.
But speaking of stuff, when we were talking about all the titles New Japan's been introducing, I actually had to look this up, and I was like, you're giving us flashbacks to that, aren't we? We're gonna have to call a crisis management on that.
What are you talking about?
Okay, how many titles do WWE have?
Oh yes, let me count. Let me go a cage match real quick.
So WWE Championship. Universal. Do you have the Universal title anymore? Because that's kind of
Here's the thing. Even though they made an undisputed belt, they're still recognizing the WWE and Universal title as separate belts. History.
So that's 3 because WWE's stupid. Continue.
World Heavyweight Championship, Intercontinental Championship, United States Championship, WWE Tag Team titles. What about that? Are the Raw and SmackDown titles 2 different belts?
They're still undisputed WWE Tag Team Champions. I would count them as 1.
All right, so here's the number.
Go for
15.
God.
Okay, so and I was also counting the NXT titles as well, so that made it all up as well.
Yeah.
I had to look this up, and I was like,
the Heritage Cup counts? What the hell?
No, to me, the Heritage Cup is not a belt, so I don't count that.
A belt is a belt. A cup is a cup. Come on now. Don't get me started on that.
For my head canon, I'm not counting that.
Please.
But here's what I found out.
All right.
New Japan has 13 titles.
Yeah.
Oh, Lord.
They have their iconic IWGP belts. They have the New Japan Strong belts. They have the Never Championship belts. And they have unofficially the King of Pro Wrestling trophy.
That's a belt, though. It's a belt now. It's a belt now.
Yeah, it's a belt now.
Oh, and they have the television title. And I'm like, why are you trying? Okay, this is the joke I've always made where WWE should just do a storyline called Crisis of Infinite Championships because everyone was at that point looking like they were having a belt when you had the 24/7 belt running around.
Ugh.
Yeah, I mean,
should New Japan start considering? Hey, do we think we have too many belts here? Like we have trio titles, we have like 3 different tag team belts.
I mean, it's not as bad as the NWA. I will say that.
No.
Zero. I got a question. Did you hear what they're doing for their 75th anniversary show?
Not yet, but we'll talk more about that in a little bit when we get into our next segment. But Zero, what you got to say, bro?
You think that's worse?
What?
CMLL, right?
Yeah.
You forgot about them with all the crisis fucking belts.
How many belts do they have?
Well, first, let me pack check for
too many belts
for AAA. Okay, so AAA got 9. Okay,
yeah.
So this is right. CMLL is on crisis mode because they got 29 active belts.
Oh my gosh!
God. That's messed up.
How many do they have?
Look, they even got a belt for the micros.
What is that? Oh, I know what that
is. The midgets.
Well,
I will
say this: when it comes to the G1 Climax, they definitely are showcasing their champions. Their champions.
Bro, they are showcasing champions with the apostrophe S.
I mean, when it comes to belts and stuff, I really don't have an issue with. I get the critique. Like with WWE, I don't have an issue with them having many belts because at least they're supposed to, anyways, have a brand split. So at least the belts are exclusive to all 3. I did say supposed to. So
I know.
Yeah.
But with New Japan, at least they have Shawn. So that's at least kind of like a little bit of a brand split. AEW, I don't think is that bad. I feel like because now that ROH is its own thing, that we don't see the ROH belts now. I don't think there's anything. Right. And now that we have 2 TV shows, so that's not as bad. 29 belts though, that's a problem.
That's
In fact, here's the thing.
Active.
I just looked it up, and apparently the current longest champion in CMLL is the World Mini Whatever Championship at over 2,324 days.
Roman Reigns. Wow, Roman Reigns is gonna have. Well, he ain't beating that record.
No, he's not. You can acknowledge that.
Bro, they got the CMLL, the freaking Mexican National, the NWA, the freaking what the hell you pronounce this shit? The old.
Yeah, they also have they also have this thing called CMLL. It starts with a G. I can't pronounce it, so I'm not even gonna try.
I don't know.
In fact, that's not even counting all the dead and active championships they turned off. Like they had several region-based belts, a Japan tag team belt, a Japan women's belt. They even had and I'm not kidding. This is from 97, from 95 to 96. This was called the IWC World Heavyweight Championship.
That's hilarious. That's all.
And Stardom has way less than that.
Yeah.
So it's like
that's out of pocket, bro.
I don't know. I guess it's tough because it's like, what do you do with all this talent? I guess if you don't have these belts, because
I don't think personally a talent should be in this industry just to have a belt, though that should be an accomplishment. It's not necessarily a needed endorsement. That's my take. I mean, again, I look at this bright young
and they have 13
talent.
different active tournaments.
I mean, you look at freaking Matt Cardona. You look at freaking what's her name? The Viva Van. You look at Billy Starks. I mean, this super young talent that has a different title, but each company. It's not like you deck somebody as a belt collector underneath one umbrella. And even then, those are independent promotions that don't have even double-digit title counts. Not everybody needs a championship to matter in this industry. Nor do you need to have 25 different championships just to be recognized in some capacity.
Jake the Snake Roberts would like to speak to you when it comes to not having a belt. He never won a championship.
No, and it's a damn crime, in my opinion, when it comes to some people that should be champions versus others that have been literally given the proverbial silver spoon.
Yeah, so like we should just declare this wrestling's version of the Crisis of Infinite Championships.
Well, while I like to acknowledge that, I will say this: G1 Climax. Give me someone new, born in the ring to BG1, that is not Kazuchika Okada.
We could do Yano.
Who do you personally want to see it win, Noah? I know you're, because I know you're.
He wants Yano to win, no doubt.
I know, right? He really wants
I'm being genuine. Who do you actually want to win it?
All right, so look, there's going to be 2 seasons each block. I watched the press conference, by the way, with Starlight Kid, Great Khan, and those other couple of other people. I look at each block and I look at it like this. I think Sonata, because he's the damn champion, and while we talked about against there, it hasn't happened since 2000, I want to see if Sonata can accomplish it. I want to see if Sonata can run his block and make it all the way to the finals. So out of this block, I'm actually going with Sonata and Shota Umino to be the 2 here. As far as the B block goes, it's hard to fucking bet against Okada. So I think they are going to run back Okada versus Ospreay, and that's going to be the decider for this block. The C block, my heart kind of goes out to Eddie Kingston, especially in Shingo. He's a semi favorite of mine. I'm literally looking at Eddie Kingston and Tama Tonga, if I'm being perfectly honest with you.
I'd like to see, Eddie Kingston and Ishii already faced off, right? They can't face off again?
They have not faced off yet, but Ishii has never made it to the finals. He has played spoiler, though, and that could be the spoiler for Kingston now that I think about it. As far as the D block, it's first off, Naito has to be 1 because he still has that goal, in my opinion. As far as the other, it's pretty interchangeable for me between Zack Sabre Jr. and Jeff Cobb. So those are kind of the 8 to 9 names I'm rolling with. But as far as what I want to see win it, thinking about Wrestle Kingdom, the future of New Japan Pro Wrestling, and what it could mean for things going forward, I look at the storytelling. Sonata used to be an LIJ. Sonata beat the former leader of LIJ. The leader of LIJ still has one thing to accomplish. I'm not going with Okada. I don't think he needs to be Master of Chono. My holdout right now is Tetsuya Naito.
Yeah, I can see that.
So before we continue, okay, Zero, do you want to know? Okay, King. Anyway, Zero,
you're raising your ire, Eric.
You want to know what they're going to do for the anniversary show for the NWA, the 75th anniversary? Zero?
Well, I think we have an NWA section. You can bring that up.
Okay.
Yeah, we do. But now that we've acknowledged Japanese pro wrestling, Japan pro wrestling, by the way, again, Julia, can't wait to see who you face off against. And Mayu Iwatani's getting a bit too big for her stardom icon identity, undermining the NWW Strong Women's Champion. What the fuck?
And,
all right.
Hey, Noah.
Yes.
Did you see the match yet?
Oh, Miyahara and Nakajima?
Yeah.
I haven't had a chance to because right now my Wrestling Universe subscription is paused, man. You and I got to talk about that very soon. But again, I don't get paid until Thursday. I know I need to see it. It's one of those matches I want to see. Speaking of matches we're going to talk about soon enough that we will see, Will Ospreay does get his wish. He finally gets to face Marufuji this fall.
Here we go.
If
I'll tune into that.
If you all have not checked out Wrestling Universe and you're a fan of pro wrestling, you need to. That's all I gotta say. All right, well, that was a good talk for New Japan Pro Wrestling. Again, New Japan, give me something different. We're gonna go to another commercial break, and when we return, get ready to acknowledge Roman Reigns, the Bloodline, and Money in the Bank. We'll be back to talk about the WWE in quiet capacity shortly after this next commercial break, too. Stay tuned.
Online entertainment.
NoDQ.com. NoDQ.com.
NoDQ.com.
NoDQ.com.
NoDQ.com.
NoDQ.com.
NoDQ.com.
NoDQ.com.
Do you think you have what it takes to cut the greatest promo in professional wrestling history? Step through the ropes, pick a gimmick, and know your role. The Ring Scoops Wrestling card game is the ultimate pro wrestling fan party game. Draw cards at random, use your creativity, and cut a promo on your opponent while the audience cheers. The Ring Scoops card game. Available now.
Okay, we're going to go a long commercial. Go
to commercial. Go to commercial. Damn it, not this commercial.
You guys know what you're doing in November, Noah. Come on now.
Damn it. I swear I don't believe in magic. I hear that theme and I just want to go blah. But anyway, welcome back, folks, to the ATW /Wrestling Rundown crossover special. We're looking at all things wrestling and more. We've dived into AEW. We looked at Ring of Honor. We have been basically critiquing New Japan Pro Wrestling. Now we're going to get into some real fun talk. And finally, my voice will get to rest a little bit as I hand the reins over to Birdman Talkinator Owen Finch. It's time to discuss the world of sport entertainment as we look at the Bloodline, Money in the Bank, and NXT becoming a third brand. Owen, take it away. The floor is yours.
Excuse me. I just need to say something. I just got a report.
Yeah, Bailey's injured.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Damn.
Yeah.
That guy
Okay.
can't catch a break. One of the hardest working men ever around the fly. Anyway, get well soon, man. Again, the nature of the beast that is the wrestling industry, anything could happen to you or your opponent.
Oh, that's all about Bailey?
Yeah. People like Bailey, yes.
Oh, yeah.
One of the hardest working men this year next to Masha Slamovitz because he's crazy. God bless him. All right, but anyway, back to the thing on topic here. Owen, the floor is yours. Go ahead and lead this thing, man. Let's do this.
So, yeah, I've been excited to talk about this. I don't know how it's going to go, obviously, just because I think everybody likes WWE, obviously, but obviously, you know, they like to watch other companies, but I like to watch WWE and stuff. So, you know, I enjoy talking about it, but yeah, let's just get right into it. So Money in the Bank just happened recently. It was the first of the big five that has taken place outside of the United States. Well, at least in the UK anyways. I think since SummerSlam 1992. And correct. Yeah, you know, I'm just gonna kind of go around the horn. I know I talked about it on WWE Aftershock. Noah talked about it on ATW View. We'll start with Zero. Brief thoughts on Money in the. I know you have a mouthful of food, and I'm just throwing it right to you. But what did you think of Money in the Bank? Just brief thoughts on it.
All right. So before, okay, so Money in the Bank was a show. Like the only main thing I actually cared about was the two Money in Banks and the main event. I don't care about the fucking Cody Dominic shit. That was basically predictable, and you could see right through it. Doesn't even matter. So where to begin? The men's Money in Bank was good. Damian Priest won. I wanted to cry my eyes out.
Yeah, it should have been LA Knight.
Yeah.
I think what happened is you know, I'll let you talk though, but this is just what I think happened. It hasn't been reported or anything. I'm just guessing here. There were reports all day long. I think not all day, but all week that we're going to talk about this. Vince wanted Logan Paul to win, and Triple H wanted LA Knight to win. So I think Damian Priest was kind of like a middle ground. Like they both like Damian Priest, and I think it's kind of like, you know, let's just give it to Damian Priest. I think that's the one they could agree on. I don't know for sure if that's what happened. It hasn't been reported otherwise, but that's just what I think happened personally.
It sounds realistic because like Logan Paul he does draw, but he doesn't draw the core wrestling audience. He basically draws the internet fans of him and kids too. But if they wanted to do it with Logan Paul, you might as well take fucking 2 shotgun shells and just put me out my misery. But
I'll take one of those from you.
Yeah. But the thing is that this is just I'm not mad at Damian Priest winning. Like I see why they picked him, but I wanted LA Knight to actually finally get his moment because if you hear the pops, it's unreal.
Right?
No matter what segment he's in, even if it's a YouTube exclusive segment, he draws.
A YouTube exclusive of LA Knight got like I think more views than like most episodes of SmackDown on occasions. Like,
yeah, which is fucking hilarious.
Yeah. I mean, SmackDown does draw well though too, so it's like, but still, that's insane. Like,
well, it's the lack of content, the actual engagement and investment that you have in the overall product versus the individual megastar that needs to be a damn champion. Continue.
Yeah. And as for the fucking women's, it was a blur to me. But the one spot I did like was when EO handcuffed both Becky and Bailey. That was actually that was 200 IQ. 200 IQ. That was fucking awesome.
That was genius. Pun
Yes.
intended. Genius.
And as for the main event, it was cinema. It was straight cinema.
Michael Cole said it. They just the bloodline like storyline. Someone did those that win an Emmy in there because it's just been cinema. It's been pure gold.
It was.
And Paul Heyman deserves the damn award.
Yes.
I don't know. Jey Uso could be winning it too, though.
Yeah, but Paul Heyman's been the more consistent actor this entire thing. Jey Uso, he's had his moments, but Jey Uso definitely now is coming into his own. Pun intended. Continue.
The thing is, everybody thinks the main character of this bloodline story is Roman Reigns, Sami Zayn, or Cody. No. The main character is Jay. Because if if you've seen this shit back in the pandemic era,
where it first began,
where all started, he was the main character of the whole thing. They just adding more characters to it. They're adding side quests, side missions. They're adding freaking sub stories, which is the challengers, which is the drama. Then it comes full circle now. And I swear the Bloodline story has to be one of the best professional wrestling storylines throughout this fucking time period. From stating from when it first began to current day. Jesus Christ. Like this story, like it makes you feel some type of way.
I think Eric said it best earlier when we talked about how we saw the best wrestling match of the decade. I think right now we could call the Bloodline storyline the best storyline of the decade.
It is the best storyline because that shit. The thing is, it's like family drama, but it does it so fucking differently. Because one, you feel like that there's different outcomes of what's going on now. Like from, oh my god, maybe this might turn into some sort of bullshit or something like that. But this is like the mafia, bro. Because like Roman Reigns, he's the leader of the bloodline, and he's the tribal chief.
Yeah,
but he acts like a mob boss. Like him, Solo is just there. Solo is literally just there because he's Roman's enforcer. You know how he is. He doesn't talk much. But what's crazy about this? I feel like Solo's going to betray Roman, not because of his brothers. It's because I feel like when Rikishi comes out, try to stop this shit, then Roman hurts Rikishi, the father, then Solo's gonna turn on them.
Oh, well, hell's gonna break loose then.
Because the thing is, you gotta understand Solo. Solo, he's the baby. He's a child. He's listening to orders from the ones who is higher up than him. He is trained. He's literally trained to follow the orders of the tribal chief, whoever is higher. That's what he's doing. Yes, Jimmy and Jay are his older brothers, but you also got to understand, siblings may not like other siblings and probably don't want to get along with them. Yeah. So that's understandable. But now Solo is with Roman in his tag match against his brothers. The ending of the match was so poetic. It was so fucking poetic because if you remember years ago when it was the Shield versus everybody, who pinned Roman?
Yeah, I've seen this online. It was Jey Uso.
It was Jey Uso.
JJ Williams literally did a callback and had me call that very moment in time in that match.
Yeah.
And don't forget how it happened too. It was a callback to also the Clash of Champions match when Roman Reigns low blow Jay. The same thing happened to Roman Reigns in this.
Yeah.
So
basically, you see why Jay's the main character, because all this shit is just basically all this was building up. So I'm gonna make a bold prediction. Well,
okay.
we got two bold ones. The first bold, at SummerSlam, Roman wins
Damn.
over
All
some
right.
bullshit. But if they don't want to do that, they could give Jay the title. Jay wins. Excuse me. There has been a slight change because his foot was on the ropes or something.
I think someone pitched.
So start the match. Spare
Yeah.
1, 2, 3. Get the fuck.
Yeah.
A bigger WTF moment than WrestleMania, where the freaking crowd was polarized to a T, half and half, when you were there live or watching it or calling it on screen.
I'll say this too, because we're talking about. I think we're predicting Roman to win now too, because I don't think Jay needs to now dethrone Roman Reigns, because he has that distinction now where he was the first one to pin Roman Reigns in 3.5 years. That's all he needed for his story. I think his storyline is kind of been complete now at this point. I think now you need to get to the moment where Solo turns on him, and then you can run it back at WrestleMania 40 next year. Cody versus Roman. Now Roman's not going to have anybody. He's not going to have Solo. He's not going to have the Usos, and he's not going to possibly have Paul Heyman if you want to go that far. And he's got to go do it by himself. And I like the fact we're at that storyline where we're seeing that Roman Reigns is vulnerable now without the Usos. We're seeing that storyline really play out. So good takes on. Money in the Bank. Noah, we'll go to you next because I'm going to go by the order on my screen. What did you think of Money in the Bank overall? I know you called it and everything like that. So
I've called now 27 different shows, I think, this year, if I'm tracking myself correctly. God help my voice, but that's how much I love this stuff. You know what? I live for this punishment, but I also live for this greatness. And honestly, when I look at the PLEs this year for WWE, some of them are forgetful. Some of them have just a moment. Some of them are more worthwhile for part of it. WrestleMania Night 1. This, though, Money in the Bank, was probably my favorite WWE PLE this year. And I'll tell you why. For one thing, both Money in the Bank winners, I can respect the Judgment Day saga that has been the mainstay of Monday Night Raw, particularly, though I do think it's being overkill at this point. The direction of Finn Balor, the rise of Damian Priest's star power, especially after what he and Bad Bunny did at Backlash. You knew bigger fans were for him, apparently, because the higher us rate, higher him fall in that. Why LA Knight, he is a megastar. He is a champion waiting to happen. I do think it's one of those things where if you were to pigeonhole him with Money in the Bank, you could hurt him based on that identity of what we've seen in past winners. Money in the Bank, to me, had to be proceeded with caution because the last few winners fucking sucked. This time they got it right, all right? We got first two-time winners. We got potential winners that are promising in their cash-in.
And we have worst-case scenario on Logan Paul.
Well, and yeah, the viral disease didn't get the case. The only problem is he didn't get his jaw broken on the table. Ricochet, you should have aimed better. Anyway,
I wouldn't say too. By the way, Noah, that the winners themselves have sucked. It's just what they've done with the winners have sucked. I think for the most part.
It's been a touchy balance. More so, I feel with the men's side, with the women's side having such a young history and being 100% winning rate. Again, I thought Baker was going to win because I thought she could be the first babyface to fail. But Io Sky's potential to continue that run of 100%. And Io, again, the way she won, honestly, this is one of the better women's Money in the Bank ladder matches I've seen since the match's inception, if I'm being perfectly honest. And Trish Stratus, why it was weird to see her in this first time ever, she proved she could take a bump. Mad respect to her. She is one of the greatest of all time. There's no denying that. As far as the Dominic and Cody Rhodes thing, absolute filler. Let's be honest. The only reason that happened, he just wanted to hear a ton of people in the O2 Arena go, the whoa, because Brock Lesnar's not traveling internationally. That's why he did the angle the following night. Okay? But hey, a battle of second generational talent for what it's worth. Dominic, big moment. Great try, kid. Literally, you're a kid. I do still find it annoying that didn't have either women's titles defended, but that's just a minor detail. And again, the pop for the John Cena thing, that was unexpected. That was a lot of fun. I could definitely see a WrestleMania some point in UK because I do think they deserve it. Now, whether or not Triple H executes it, that's a whole different story. But the idea of what Money in the Bank ended in what was a moment of a cinematic masterpiece in emotional storytelling, the Bloodline Civil War. There's a reason why that graphic stood out above all the rest on this PLE. It is the biggest thing in WWE. Overkill or not, call Roman Reigns, reign, whatever you want to call it, it is what it is. The fact that they finally decided to pull the trigger over 3 years later and have blood in Roman was very surprising to me because I didn't think they were going to pull the trigger here. I know there's been suspension of disbelief, especially after Night Champions, which forgetful, honestly. But it's one of those things where right now, I look at Money in the Bank, what did it do? It pushed the Bloodline saga in a way I didn't expect, but it also makes me believe that this is finally the time we see the Empire crumble. And as far as the winners go for Money in the Bank, I respect and appreciate both. This developing saga of Judgment Day and the fallout to come between potentially Finn Balor, Damian Priest at Seth freaking Rollins' behest of that freaking championship that Seth even came out called a consolation prize, folks. Think about that. I really think that this Money in the Bank PLE did what it needed to do and more. But definitely for me, it was more than a moment. It was a good show overall. I just wish they did more with Cody Rhodes, but it is what it is. But yeah, definitely one of the better shows this year for WWE. We're just talking about Money in the Bank particularly.
All right, good stuff. Eric, what do you think of Money in the Bank?
Okay, here's the thing. I was working that day, so I never watched it.
Oh, that's okay. You know, that
But
happens.
I did see the results. I heard about it, and I saw some highlights because I was never going to watch a match of Logan Paul involvement because I despise the guy. And I'm still waiting for that sting operation to come true so he can get arrested for crypto fraud.
Damn, fair enough.
But here's the thing. When I heard that Damian Priest won, I was like, I want LA Knight to win, but he was the second. He was the right alternative at the very least.
Yes.
So I agreed with that. I didn't care who would win the women's Money in the Bank match because it was like, do I even care about any of these women in terms of their characters currently? Probably not. But like,
Io had the most momentum going for her in WWE, so she was the good pick.
Yeah. And then when John Cena did the whole teasing of WrestleMania in UK and more specifically London, I was like, okay, let's see. I give it about a day or so until we get a report that says WWE doesn't want to do that. Oh, whoa. I was right. WWE doesn't want to do that unless the UK government pays them hundreds of millions.
Well, yeah, I mean, they got to get their money's worth because then they're going to be talking about the almighty dollar.
The thing that bugs me. Like, here's the thing that bugged me about that. I was like, okay, so John Cena, because he is their ambassador for the most part, he had to have known WWE was never going to commit to it unless they get paid by either the government or a tourist company. I was like, is WWE secretly trying to get a mob mentality going for the UK people to go and riot to the UK government and say it's their fault that they're not doing it?
Yeah, I don't know what's going on. Yeah, that is.
Yeah,
weird,
and then the UK government responded back, say, "Oh, we would love to do a show here. We just need WWE to do it." And I was like, so you're doing reverse psychology. Got it. So you're trying to turn the mob mentality against WWE, which I'm all for at this point.
Yeah.
But the main event, the Bloodline Civil War, there's actually a video I saw a few days prior covering Roman Reigns' ascension and power and his overall career about being the most hated guy in wrestling when he was a face to becoming the most loved heel in wrestling, juxtaposition and all that. There's a quote here that Super Eye Patch Wolf said, "A king driven mad by his kingdom."
Yep. That's what it is.
That's very fitting. I mean, we've heard comparisons to Mafia, Godfather, Julius Caesar. I'm just waiting for Brutus to stick the proverbial sword in Roman Reigns' back, and at this point, it feels like it's going to be Solo, or Paul Heyman's going to be in the boat with Roman Reigns while fishing like Godfathers, pull the gun out of his jacket and put it against his head and pull the trigger. And think about the moments we saw during this match. The face-off. No words. Roman Reigns dictating Solo. Do this. Do this. Roman Reigns thought he was going to stack them, smash them, exile them. Wasn't enough. Roman Reigns, for the first time truly in his entire reign, pun intended, at a suspension of disbelief to the point that even the wise man had nothing for the tribal chief. What did Roman do, though? He didn't act on his own behalf. Solo encouraged him and commanded him, get the fuck off your back and continue this.
Yeah, here's the thing about that. When Roman Reigns was crying, realizing, oh God, nothing I'm doing is working, and Solo was looking at him, I was like, wait, is Solo looking at him like he's going to kill him, but then he goes after the Usos? It's like there was that moment where you're thinking Solo's smelling the blood in the water forming, and now he's like, no, not yet. Not yet.
But the suspension of
The weakness
disbelief,
must build.
Eric, suspension of disbelief, especially what happened at MSG when he had those beads. Little brother, no more, he tweeted.
Yeah,
I get the feeling he's going to basically go off on his own at this point. That's something I actually predicted months back, where it's like I had this idea where the Usos would break up. Jimmy would stay loyal to Roman, Jay would go on his own, or vice versa, and Solo would be like, F all y'all, I'm out here, Heyman, let's go, and goes on a solo run, while Roman Reigns continues to grab as much remaining power and get desperate to maintain his throne.
I mean, Cody literally said it before WrestleMania, guys. Do you remember what he said to Roman? Solo leaves you. Jimmy and Jay, they leave you. Paul Heyman leaves you. You are a tribal chief without a tribe. Foreshadowing. I honestly do wonder, again, the decision is what it is at WrestleMania, and I still hold that against him, if I'm being perfectly honest with you. But that promo, you do wonder how far in advance this was maybe actually either planned or suggested, especially when Paul Heyman said, oh, we're only in the third inning after WrestleMania. We got a whole year of bloodline storyline stuff planned. But to go with your point, Zero, about Cody Rhodes, WrestleMania 40, I get it. Gatekeeper. The gatekeeper to the main event. Brock Lesnar. Okay, Cody Rhodes overcomes that at SummerSlam because this is the third one. It has to be the end of the trilogy, right? What the fuck do you do with Cody, though? Him being on Raw, Roman being on SmackDown. I know Brent's been LL, but I'm trying to give them suspension of disbelief. I know I'm being bold here. Just go with me, people. What do you do with Cody to get him back there, though, to the Tribal Chief by WrestleMania and keep this thing fresh, ongoing with that narrative still underlined, with Roman right now dealing with the fact that he literally has to overcome his own blood? I mean, JJ even suggested it at Survivor Series. We don't know if we're going to get Survivor Series War Games this year. What if Survivor Series comes down to Money in the Bank being who are the ones? Survivor Series, who is the one? Only one survives. What if they do exercise the fatal four-way elimination match for the WWE Undisputed Universal Championship among the entire bloodline itself?
There is an update. I did hear this about Survivor Series. One of the things I heard about Survivor Series is that after God knows what reasons, beyond pandemic reasoning, until they decided to say, no, we don't like them still, NXT is being considered coming back to do another three-way war zone.
That'd be so random this day and age, though, because there's nothing going into it right now. Well, I guess the judge.
Well, there's Braun Breaker, but like.
Yeah, we'll see.
But like, here's the thing. I was like, but when I saw that moment where Solo was looking like he's now seeing the weakness of the tribal chief, and he's waiting for the blood to spread out more for him to take over. I was like, okay, that's actually pretty damn good. And then when Jay got the victory, I was like, yeah, that was the right decision. I'm like, it could have went either way, honestly. Well, the one thing I kind of wish they did with this match is that they made this a straight up tornado tag team match instead of just a normal tag team match.
Yeah, I do think that kind of caused it to be maybe a little bit more slower than people expected, because honestly in this match you were waiting for the moment, and I do wonder if that's what people sometimes fall out on. They're tired of waiting for the moment. They're taking too long to get to the moment.
Like I can't believe
that match takes too long to get
how
to
the
that
Bloodline
moment.
Civil War was built up and everything. I was like, oh, they're clearly going to make this a tornado tag team match. Maybe add no DQ stipulations. Nope,
And
they
Paul
do that.
Heyman's
A standard tag team ruling, and I'm like, okay. I'm not down their abilities. They're great at their wrestling abilities, but like, wouldn't have this made more sense to be a violent tornado match?
I mean, after what Paul Heyman said, suggesting again, Paul Heyman, God bless him, with Caleb Braxton before the show, how this is not going to be PG. Roman Reigns is going to do something that many people are going to regret seeing. It didn't really feel like that visually. Emotionally, maybe. Visually, not so much.
Yeah, they could have done like a tornado tag match or something.
Yeah, and okay, and the whole topic about Cody Rhodes is for prophecy talk. Okay, here's what I'm gonna say. Cody, I think, is kind of in on a joke that someone brought up a few years back. Remember the infamous QT Marshall betraying him?
Yeah.
Here's the thing. A year prior to that turn, remember how Cody kept calling QT his best friend and all that?
Yes.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Do you remember what Jake the Snake Roberts kept calling Cody?
A bitch.
Hail mighty
Caesar.
And I was like, okay, I know they didn't plan that, but I do love the continuity respect where they just basically made Jake the Snake Roberts a soothsayer, where he's foreseeing Cody Caesar being deposed by his best friend S2 QT. I get the feeling they're doing that. I think Cody's kind of doing the same thing where they didn't plan the bloodline split the way it went, but the way it's going, it looks like it's being Cody's prophecy being inadvertently fulfilled by sheer happenstance.
Yeah, I can see that.
Like I don't because here's the thing, WWE. I admit, AEW clearly did not have that plan. They did not have that whole thing planned in advance where QT
Oh,
was
no, you kidding me? No way.
No, it was just great timing and continuity sake to bring up.
Right. Continuity.
And do you really expect anyone here to believe WWE would have the happenstance to plan that months in ahead?
I mean, they've said the Yes Movement and Yes will make
Yeah, that's a lie.
Yeah, that was a lie. I can believe this.
I'm just saying.
I can believe this because this bloodline storyline has been carefully thought out and laid out, even by Vince before he had to retire when he started the storyline. He's been very careful and planned out the storyline.
Well, yes, in some areas, but reportedly heading into Money in the Bank, they didn't know who was going to win the match. Like, do we want Roman to win or do we want the Usos to win? They didn't know who to win. They wanted to win.
I mean, again, at what point do you make Roman Reigns look vulnerable? And what does that mean when it comes to particularly Cody facing him for the title? People still believe that Cody should have been the one to first pin Roman and take the title off him. People think Solo should have ate that fall like he did at Night of Champions. Because again, this is the second time ever Roman Reigns and Solo Sikoa tag teamed together for a match. It was Solo who ate the fall at Night of Champions. As far as I'm concerned, Kevin Owens and Sami Zayn, they finished that story. They're done. So they're no longer a factor in this bloodline saga at all, and I don't think they need to be.
Well,
so
there is one kind of thing they still need to involve is how do the Usos and KO and Sammy kind of talk to each other like an epilogue of sorts.
Well, I mean, again, brand split, LOL. Maybe they somehow figure out a way to reach that Survivor Series. Maybe Jey Uso goes to Sami Zayn and says, "You are right. You were right." I mean,
don't forget. Anyways, though, when we say brand split, LOL, the tag titles can go to both shows because that's been happening a lot lately. So.
And there's one thing I did that I kind of hope happens at Survivor Series. Tries to mix it up a bit. To get the sour taste of Damian Priest winning the Money in the Bank briefcase out of people who want LA Knight to win.
Yeah,
I would honestly want LA Knight to dethrone Seth Rollins, and then Damian Priest screws LA Knight and takes the title from him.
That would be a pretty cool moment. That'd be giving him some great heat too.
It'd be a fresh start for the main event scene of Raw, especially since how many times are we going to keep having Seth Rollins main event Raw on all occasions?
As long as USA Network wants a freaking title in their main event show on their network, I don't see that stopping anything.
Yeah. Soon. Also, this something I just wanted to mention. Has anyone noticed Seth Rollins has become unhinged, so to speak, in interviews?
This man drip is crazy, but
I'm talking about like how he seems more and more disrespectful towards WWE in some ways.
He even said that this is the consolation at this point. So I think, it's like...
Yeah, like, and this just reminded me years back. Remember when he was the flag waver of WWE?
Yeah, I remember that.
And saying everything Vince does is perfect, and you're all jealous haters of me and Rebecca, and you all suck, and Mick Foley and Undertaker definitely would have thought twice back in '98 for Hell in a Cell, and this and this, and I'm going to be a kiss ass for Vince and whatnot. And I'm like,
all right, so let me say this.
All right, Zero, let's go ahead and get some words from you. What's on your mind?
Car bitch. But here's the thing. I have this all planned out. All right.
You got the Bloodline saga planned out?
While I was munching on my delicious popcorn.
Nice. Well, I mean, again, you got SummerSlam, you got Payback, you got Fastlane, you got Survivor Series, nothing in December. So
here's what you're gonna do. If you want to go for the Cody rematch, here's what you do for Cody. Since he can't, have no connections to the Crips, also known as the SmackDown. He's straight Bloods, but so you have him challenge. Not Judgment Day, maybe Judgment Day guys, or you could do like this, depending on who's on the roster. Because I completely forgot who's on each roster. Have him run the gauntlet with previous opponents to Roman Reigns to build up to the final joint, which is the Royal Rumble. If you want him to win the Royal Rumble again. If you don't want to, fuck that. Have him win the Chamber. That is a hidden spot because one of our previous guys slipped on a damn banana peel and tear his neck up.
But wouldn't that be too predictable at this point? Like everyone's just like, oh, they're just gonna press Cody. And do you actually exercise that? And will people still buy into that though? Again, would
people
that make
still
it stale?
But his name. People still buy into Cody winning the Rumble.
Fair.
I think, it's gonna be tough. Yeah. But yeah, I could see definitely some of that stuff happening. I think the Rumble is probably the only way Cody can challenge Roman Reigns if they still want to stick with the brand split because but I think this time he's gonna do it at the number 1 position, be the Iron Man, just because he did it at number 30 this year. So that's definitely interesting to say. But before we move on from Money in the Bank, let me give on my thoughts on Money in the Bank real quick.
Oh yeah, one more thing. Oh, and I almost forgot. Thank you, Shayna.
Yeah.
No one here talked about it because who cared?
Yeah, but
unfortunately, Shayna's been put under the bus so many damn times. It's almost become an afterthought. And again, she should have been champion back at freaking WrestleMania.
Actually, Shayna talked about this in the interview. Her wrestling gear was actually hinting at the betrayal.
Yeah, she did.
Talking about Warhammer 40K, and I was like,
yeah,
clever. But I'm about to say, I mean, it's not like they were both out of Dragon Ball Z while freaking Ronda Rousey was chanting her own Majin Vegeta. Anyway, sorry, Owen, go ahead.
So I'll make it quick since I covered it on WWE Aftershock. So yeah, I liked the ladder matches. I was pissed originally when LA Knight didn't win, but when I saw it playing out later in the night, I'm like, I can understand it. Plus, when you see what's happened with LA Knight recently, it doesn't make sense for your Money in the Bank contract holder to be a babyface. It usually makes sense for him to be a heel. So since he is a babyface now, it does make a little bit more sense. I enjoyed the tag title match. I actually liked the Shayna turn, obviously, just because I thought it was cool. It was really unexpected. And I really wasn't into the team of Shayna Baszler and Ronda Rousey anyways. And the sooner we get Ronda Rousey out of WWE at this point, the better. So that's good. No one's talked about it. The IC title match was a banger. Matt Riddle versus, and I'm going to say here, Walter. Just I hope that's okay because that's what I call him. So
I respect that for the match is sacred, but honestly, I looked at the previous 2 matches. This one was the most underwhelming.
That's fair. Yeah. But yeah, this was I thought it was a banger. I liked obviously Drew's return. I thought that was really unexpected. I didn't expect him to return because it wasn't reported or anything like that. And I'm looking forward to that match. I'll tell you a funny story about the John Cena return. As you know, I do WWE Aftershock with Chris Dodd, and I was watching. He was having his 4th party at the same day we were watching Money in the Bank, and his cousins were asking about John Cena. His cousins, I think, are like 8, and his cousin, he's watched wrestling, and his cousin was asking about John Cena. Chris was like, "Well, John Cena, doesn't wrestle as much anymore. He's pretty much semi-retiring." Right after he says that, John Cena comes out. We're like, I guess not. Like, it was so insane that John Cena came out. And we talked about how great it was for the WrestleMania thing. What a great showcase for Grayson Waller to get to do a promo segment like that with John Cena. I like that a lot. That was awesome.
Out of nowhere.
And then obviously, I already talked about the women's Money in the Bank. I liked Cody and Dom was what it was. And then the world title match I liked. I liked the dissension, the teasing with Judgment Day. And I basically call your settlements on the Bloodline thing. I really liked that. Now, you watch a lot of wrestling. Correct me if I'm wrong. In the history of wrestling, have you ever seen anybody kicked out of a stacked pin? Because I had never seen that before in my life. It was like the first time I've ever seen that happen.
Not that I can recall, if I'm being perfectly honest with you. No, I mean, as far as stat, maybe Braun Strowman Elimination Chamber.
I was thinking.
Yeah, that's true.
But as far as like outside a gimmick match, no.
Yeah, so it was insane because usually when that happens, it's the end of the match. So I like that.
Point elimination.
Yeah. So overall, I really enjoyed Money in the Bank. I think it helps when you watch it, with the environment, when you're just sitting down watching with fans. It helps your enjoyment of the shows and all that type of stuff. So I thought Money in the Bank was a hell of a show. Now that we've talked about Money in the Bank, let's move on to our next thing. We're gonna talk about, I feel like we kind of talked about the Bloodline storyline enough as it was. I don't really think we need to really say anything more about it.
We saw what happened at MSG, and now Jey Uso rolls solo, pun intended. It almost is the point of no turning back for Jey Uso, who was first developed as main event Jey, the right-hand man. Now he's main event Jey once again. Let's just call it as we see it, folks. We're getting Jey Uso versus Roman Reigns at the fucking main event at SummerSlam for the title.
Yeah.
There's one thing I do think it's going to happen at SummerSlam besides Roman retaining. If he is cleared in time, I definitely think Bray Wyatt's going to come back and attack Roman, because how it all started for Roman. He attacks Wyatt, and Wyatt wants vengeance.
Yeah.
And they've been and the certain reports have been saying that WWE wants him to be the Fiend again. If you have a time to bring the Fiend back, it's definitely against Roman.
And at Payback, again, like you said, it's synergy. We talk about the synergy of this storytelling, okay? But I also say this. If somebody outside WWE to come back can't beat Roman, why not Blood? But if Blood can't beat Roman, even though he's at his most vulnerable point, again, what does that do for Roman Reigns when he finally loses the title? How strong does that actually make the other person look? I do think they need to tread cautiously, because at Money in the Bank, I don't necessarily if that was the right time for this. And then you reintroduce Bray Wyatt, the Fiend, into this. Bray Wyatt coming back and taking the title from Roman. I understand 3 years later at Payback, but it just feels like to me that Bray Wyatt would just be a guy that's like, I've been haunting you, whether you realize it or not. I am your nightmare. And then Roman's going to wake up from that nightmare still as champion. It's almost like, okay, Bray Wyatt, was wasted moment. I do think they need to approach SummerSlam with caution. But I think at this point, you literally just need to keep this saga Bloodline inclusive only and keep Cody out of the way if you're going to try and introduce him until the Road to WrestleMania next year.
Yeah. I mean, there's obviously other stuff you can do with them. Like, you can have Roman Reigns have an out-of-nowhere title defense against somebody, too.
AJ Styles.
Yeah, because that there's a lot of storyline that goes into that.
Yeah, he's still dealing with freaking Karrion Kross and what they've been doing with those two.
Yeah.
There is.
But I'm interested to see what happens with the Bloodline angle.
Owen, I think Zero has an angle idea, actually.
So,
what's your angle idea?
All right. So, for those who don't know, I'm a massive Bray Wyatt fan. I love that motherfucker to death. But if y'all want to do the Bray Wyatt joint, here's one way to do it. It doesn't have to be for the title, because one thing you got to understand is that Bray Wyatt, he wins because of your mental. Because he is a master at mind games. So basically what he could do is, if he wants to do a feud, he needs to get underneath of Roman's skin. And this one way to do it is to basically make him feel a little bit more insecure. Basically like how
They
He
did.
exploited his daughter and the empty rocking chair thing.
Not just
Hell in
that.
a cell match.
Not just that, but also exploit what's been going on for the past 3 years, showing that no matter what, the only thing that kept you still relevant and still more powerful is your family. Those guys you just betrayed, they're not there no more. It's just you.
So instead of anyone but you, it's only you.
Yeah. And basically you could have Roman win by going fucking ballistic. And that's what Bray wants.
Mental breakdown and Paul Heyman's like, oh my god.
Yes.
And wonders if he could cool down his tribal chief.
Mm-hmm. He could probably do the Royal Rumble joint with Seth Rollins, or you could have how do I explain it? Basically, Bray making him DQ himself or something.
Right. Roman just goes freaking savage. Truly.
Yeah,
savage.
I would be. I'd be okay with that. The only thing I caution is if you put in the Fiend back, you want to be careful not making the Fiend look weak because that's a gimmick everybody wants back, and you can't really have him immediately get his ass kicked by.
That's the thing.
Roman
We're not going to use the Fiend. We're not going to use the Fiend.
Just going to be Bray. Is it going to be Bray Rogers or classic Bray Wyatt or something different?
Just like Bray.
Classic Bray, where it all began.
Just like the thing with the Fiend, you save him for something major important. This is just a stepping stone.
Yeah, that could happen.
I actually have an idea what they could do with bringing back the Fiend.
What's up?
Okay, so your idea of Cody running a gauntlet of sorts with all the past opponents of Roman, I would say, okay, Cody wins that, but we save Bray Wyatt for the show between WrestleMania and Rumble, where Bray Wyatt's feuding with Cody because, you know, Cody was Husky Harris's mentor and all that history and past and the continuity and all that. And Bray Wyatt goes after him for a little bit and, you know, beats him surprisingly. And then Cody can move on from that potentially.
Bray
because
Wyatt
I know people will say, but wait, Cody would look weak heading into WrestleMania. It's like, did everyone forget Stone Cold lost to Triple H before WrestleMania? And look how awesome that was.
Yeah.
That's a fair point. That's a very fair point.
And Ray lost to Randy going into WrestleMania. So
yeah, except we don't talk about that because that was terrible.
Yeah, it was.
Let's not talk about that WrestleMania 37 match where some people got $100.
I think I know what Bray Wyatt could do to really get to Roman's mind, show him how he's truly how he's the king driven mad by his kingdom.
The weak tribal chief.
Yeah. Well, here's the thing. What did Bray Wyatt? What if they did segments during it, like Bray Wyatt's like watching something, but it's something odd going on, like Bray Wyatt's watching an alternate reality where Roman loses to Seth Rollins at the Rumble, Roman loses to Cody Rhodes at Mania for the titles, Roman loses to Drew McIntyre, and Bray Wyatt starts bringing up all these realities had the same thing. Roman rejected his family, his bloodline.
I could see that.
Yeah, that'd be awesome.
They're like just burning down in front of him or crumbling down.
Brings up that had Roman done this earlier, the reign would have ended.
There's a lot of cinematic potential for this from a psychological warfare heading into the season of horror and thriller. How about that hot shit? That they literally could do if they enact Bray Wyatt into this story somehow. So I do like that a lot. But as far as, you know, the Bloodline storyline since then, we know the short-term plan right now is currently just Jey Uso. And whether or not Jimmy Uso comes back into play from the local medical facility and attacks Solo, and then Jimmy and Jay, they basically get manipulated somehow. They both got the title. Paul Heyman forces the Bloodline against everybody. It's one of those things where I still feel like they are going to exercise at some point a Bloodline fatal four-way.
Here's my opinion. The Bloodline storyline, considering how great everyone's praised it, as like the only way you can really make it great is if you have a forever consequence. Like Cody Rhodes couldn't challenge for the world title anymore. There used to be some cost given to the Bloodline. And I have one idea. It's probably not going to be a popular one, but it's an idea.
Go for it.
Go for it.
The Usos permanently break up.
Okay.
I mean, to be fair, again, they are one, if not the longest reigning modern era undisputed WWE.
And they've pretty much done it all as a tag team. It's like, what else can they do afterwards?
I think they've been trying to build, particularly Jay, as a singles main eventer, and here we are going into SummerSlam. James even said Roman Reigns is the least selfish guy right now in this industry. He's not wrong.
I've said that. I told him that too. So, yeah.
Anyway,
so I think that's.
Owen, back to you.
I think that's kind of everything we can say about the Bloodline. Let's move on to the next thing, and that is WWE again is making NXT a third brand. It looks like we've seen obviously. We've seen everything.
That worked out so well last time.
Yeah, we've seen everything come of this so far. Lately, we've been seeing main roster stars go over NXT like Baron Corbin, Mustafa Ali, Los Lotharios. They had Seth Rollins go defend the World Heavyweight Championship against Braun Breaker. They advertised it for like 3 weeks. And then Judgment Day now has shown up on NXT. And we're seeing a lot of main roster stars. There's talks that NXT is going to be part of Survivor Series, like Eric said. And, obviously Nick Khan's been talking about it in media calls and all this type of stuff. Obviously, I'm all for NXT being a third brand. It's nice to have that third brand option.
Okay.
I don't know if I want this version of NXT being a third brand, obviously, just because it's not the NXT that, like Noah says, I hate to see a catchphrase here, but it's not my NXT.
No,
so
go ahead.
That's the thing that irritates me. It's like everyone knew NXT was the third brand when Triple H was running everything. Then like Vince McMahon's coming here and saying, no, it can't be the third brand because it's better than my stuff, and I can't have that. That's my world.
Yeah.
And Vince basically orders its execution. We get the Nickelodeon slimed NXT for a little bit, and everyone just wants it to be put out to pasture or cancel outright. And then Triple H had to come out and publicly disown NXT as a third brand by saying they AEW beat our developmental. Good for them. And I was like, I see. Yeah. So what about the interview from 2019, right before the pandemic? You said NXT was the third brand. Can you just admit it that you're just being held at gunpoint?
I would say I also don't think this version of NXT. A lot of people think this is unpopular, but this version of NXT, I think, actually is worse than 2.0. If you watch the show every week, it's really bad. It is nice to have that third brand out there, though. It's just how long is this going to happen? We've kept hearing about this, like you said, Eric, that they continuously do this. I think this is just a thing that happens, that WWE just wants to make NXT a third brand, and then they'll just kind of abandon it for a little bit. I think the best way you can make it a third brand is, they're involved in the draft. That's the thing that never happens. They just basically treat it as such. Make it involved in the draft. Make, Royal Rumble spots open to the NXT superstars. Not like a thing where they're surprised returns. They're actually announced.
The draft should only be dedicated to NXT. They were only draft pick that fucking matters.
Yeah, and then, if you not just have the NXT guys, but have the main roster guys get drafted to NXT also, that would make it a third brand also.
Yeah. Also, there are two things I want to mention. One, Baron Corbin has thrown away all his past gimmicks and is returning back to the Lone Wolf. Hooray, there was much rejoicing. Now grow your hair out.
Yeah, I like that.
And two, this is a thing I want to always bring up. I actually said this on Twitter. What we got with NXT, this is actually NXT 5.0.
It is.
Because here's the thing. When number one was the talent show, the 3-season game show. Yep. Number two was the web exclusive brand they had when FCW was still around. Yeah. Number 3 was Triple H and Dusty Rhodes' NXT. Then we got Nickelodeon NXT, and now we have this whatever NXT.
White and gold.
But you're also missing another in the version when it was in the Capitol Wrestling Center.
Oh yeah, truly
the
NXT Underground.
Look. Yes.
Yeah, I guess I would say that was the other version. I would say
that was a crazy time to be alive, right?
Kyle O'Reilly and Adam Cole, baby.
Yeah, but Yeah, I will kind of wait to see how it goes when it comes to NXT being a third brand. It could be something special, but we'll just have to wait and see. What do you think, Noah? I mean, I think Eric's kind of said everything he's going to say, but what do you think of NXT possibly becoming
Look,
a third brand?
you guys know me by now. This is not my
No, they don't.
NXT. There's a reason why I updated the banner. Don't worry, Zero, not yelling. I'm just going to say this eloquently. Me and JJ had a polite, equal-sided discussion for what may be recognized by this new younger generation of viewers and participants. This is not the NXT that was the mainstay for me as a fan to engage in WWE, if you will, along with the Black and Red as a tag team partner. I don't think this has potential to be a third brand. I don't. I think it's just going to be assimilated into the WWE system to the point it might become Raw soft before it went 3 hours, but with way less wrestling content and undermined entertaining exploits like Chase U and a friggin' prison story. Because all I've been hearing about this NXT is underwhelming matches per se, except for maybe once the blue moon. I guess someone told me, no, go watch either Dragunov versus Braun Breaker. I'll take your word for it. It's one of those things where I just don't think there's potential after 2019 when they tried it and it just didn't work. Because when NXT went to network, that was basically playing the violin to your grave. Because as soon as NXT left the network, it lost its identity, it lost its shine, it became something similar to what you see Monday and Fridays on TV that people are maybe content with, and others are like, fuck this shit. So at this point, no, I don't think NXT has the potential to become a third brand. If nothing else, it's just another brand for overloaded advertisements and undermined wrestling with a lame brain exposure to sports entertainment. I don't think it's just there. The fact that you bring back Judgment Day, Baron Corbin, Mustafa Ali, okay, that's some names. Now, what the hell are they doing? Baron Corbin's going to ground zero. Let's see if he actually becomes something. Mustafa Ali has gone for more gimmick changes than I think LEDs on his mask when he came out of Fastlane.
Look, no, it can't be as worse as than Damien Sandow when he was in Purgatory.
Yeah, that's fair enough. And Aaron Stevens is doing more in NWA for whatever that's worth. And then as far as, the WWE Fia Rocha Consolation Prize World Heavyweight Championship that Seth freaking Rollins came down with being the first NXT champion, trying to make that more so a focal point to be just there to encourage the NXT talent, I think undermines their. Is the NXT Championship still rainbow? Can somebody confirm that?
It is, yeah. I don't know why it is, but they haven't changed it yet.
Inside, yeah.
I rest my case. I just don't think there's potential for WWE to even have a third brand at this point. They just got another stage to say, we have WWE content every day of the damn week. WWE is their breeding ground to build new talent from freaking local athletes and big mainstream names. The only difference is if you're a mainstream name in media, you'll show up on a Monday Night Raw or a PLE and sign a contract. If you're a great athlete with a great background in potential in marketing for nil at a high school or college, then NXT will use you to agree and see what happens. The fact that Utami Hayashita was at an NXT taping scares me. But we'll see what happens. I don't think NXT has the potential to be a third brand.
Also,
until NXT can take over a weekend and really show me what they're capable of and outshine the main roster under Triple H and Vince Scherer, because Vince is in the freaking driver's seat, even if he's in the passenger seat. That's call what it is, folks. NXT will not be a third brand for me. It's just there.
I want to bring something up. Swerve Show agrees.
Good to see you.
Look, let's be real. NXT for many lost any chance. NXT lost their chance to be more than what it was when they decided to be the metaphor.
Damn it, Eric.
Seriously, I was like, Sean. Like, I have to wonder what was going on in that meeting when Sean pitched this. I was like, they were like, okay, we got these 4 guys. We got nothing really to do with them. Let's make a faction out of them. Okay,
you got TikTok rejects, the piece of coal from the diamond mine, and the guy that was only known by WWE main roster for saying Alicia Fox.
Yeah, but I'm pretty sure Shawn Michaels pitched Metaphor as the name because he's trying to think he's deep and intellectual and all that. And the writers are looking at him like, do you have a better name? No,
Yeah.
you see, you don't get it. It's a metaphor for the word metaphor.
Yeah, it's just
You lost me there.
I've
Good,
gone on
you don't need to
tangents on.
know.
I've gone on
Oh,
tangent on WWE
God.
Aftershock about Shawn Michaels booking when it comes to NXT. I don't need to do that yet. Like, just go watch WWE Aftershock for that.
But
Zio,
to play devil's advocate, to not tirade, blast, roast, or belittle this NXT that some people do care about, and there is some promise to some of the talents, not just from the UK. I will say this, and I can't believe this is still accurate for me. Even as minimum, as in-ring action you get, I cannot believe how much they have in that NXT for women's division and their women's segments. I will give Shawn Michaels that much credit.
yeah, I'll give him credit for that.
I'm pretty sure it got better when Bruce Pritchard left.
Well, we all
And
know
when
it got
Vince
better.
got fired
We all know
for
it got
a
better
year.
when Bruce Pritchard and were no longer involved. But anyway.
Yeah. But Zio, you've been quiet for this. What do you think about NXT potentially becoming a third brand?
Yo. All right. All right. So let me tell you something. All right.
Go ahead, man.
Absolutely fucking not, bro. Absolutely not. Like absolutely not. NXT is going to be the third brand. The only time I could probably see it is if they decided to change how they're gonna view it. There's supposed to be develop a middle brand, but they're trying to treat it as a third brand. I think you're on it, like you get yourself into a corner. It's just so freaking like you literally can't decide. Do we want to develop or do we want to make this a competition for Raw and SmackDown, which is definitely going to be a massive loss because half of the talent down there probably can't fucking work that well, especially when it comes down to try to have the same match quality as a AJ Styles or a John Cena or something like that.
Or Seth freaking Rollins, for that matter,
Yeah.
was built out of NXT. And to be fair, some of that talent does recognize that. Tiffany Stratton particularly says that she knows she's not ready. She wants to continue fine-tuning herself. Again, there is promise and there is actual, I would say, motivation for, I would say, at least some of the people down there in this NXT that want to move on to bigger and better things, but realize they're not there yet.
Okay,
Yeah.
I just remembered something. There was this moment where what do you all think of Cora Jade?
So Cora Jade, the former Atlanta Black, I will say this. I think she has great potential, but the whole idea of her turning into a mean girl, it almost feels like WWE is just trying to make more mean girls because they're running out of cookie cutter Barbie doll ideas. I mean, she came in as a young skater girl. Now she's freaking punk emo. So it's like, and I know she's with Braun Breaker. Good for her. All right. But that shouldn't distinct anything as far as here. It's one of those things where, again, in this NXT, the first thing you need to do is find your identity. And I do think a lot of people here are struggling with that, including her.
Well, Cora Jade's going to have more pressure on her very soon because WWE's already picked out an identity for her.
Uh-oh.
What is it?
Cora Jade, you're clearly going to be the next Sasha Banks.
No, I don't think so.
And I was like, oh my God.
All right.
Like WWE reportedly sees Cora Jade as their replace Sasha Banks mentality. And when I heard this, I was like, okay, one, why? Two, God damn it. And three, this actually is a follow-up to a report I heard last year when Sasha first left with Naomi and left WWE, where Vince McMahon was still running things, and they reportedly were saying, we could just clone a Sasha Banks. We can make another. We could just make a clone of her. And I'm like...
The problem with WWE, they don't know how to build anything original, it seems. They try and retcon an idea, and it doesn't work. I mean, the fact that L.A. Knight Yeah, it's getting comparisons to The Rock. Just go to his star power, but he's
Okay,
not
that
The
was
Rock.
Kevin Nash's fault more than anything.
Well, some people have their own hindsight that hasn't left them since the late 1990s and early 2000s.
But here's this conversation WWE is basically telling Cord J. This is what they basically said, and I made this on Twitter. Hey, Cord J, Sasha Banks was a mainstream wrestling star for us, main event Mania, stole the show frequently, and even got a role in Star Wars as the Mandalorian. Think you can duplicate that while being forever loyal to us? No pressure or anything. Can I just be Cord Jade? No.
WWE, as long as Vince has last say, before we go into a process and talk more about that, WWE does not let you be yourself. They create you.
Yeah.
Man, that's why
But yeah, Zero, continue with your thoughts on NXT being a third brand, and then
we'll move on to our last commercial break on Owens.
I hate NXT, bro.
Yeah.
But the thing is that it's just so fucking. When they first introduced a 2.0 and like it was just so bright and colorful, it was just like, bro, what the hell?
If someone just barfed on their screen worse than a Splatoon video game, at least it only uses 2 damn colors.
Yeah. Then like I remember the final segment of the first episode of 2.0, the wedding. I'm not gonna hold you. The wedding between Dexter Lumis and
Indy Hardwell.
Yeah, it was actually pretty funny.
I'll give you that.
I'll give you that.
Yeah, because like when homie showed up, my man opened his coat. It was an axe in his joint. I'm like, yep, that's Soda's fate. But
oh Lord,
but like now, just like seeing what's going on now, they are building new stars. It's just the fact that it doesn't feel right. Like,
no.
I just explained that they're trying to make Cord J the new Sasha Banks, and I'm like, dude, that's
yeah. Oh shit.
That was
random. Like I constantly unplugged my like I didn't know what I was doing. But
you're good, brother. And Eric, to go with your point, some new stars, not all. Just saying. So I mean,
In fact, since we never really mentioned them a lot of the tribalists of WWE.
Oh fuck, here we go.
Well, you need to be brought up. Someone actually said, I support this additional pressure on Cord J. She's definitely the next Sasha Banks. Just like Tiffany Stratton is the next Charlotte Flair.
Oh,
my nigga, what?
No.
And I'm like, oh my God, why does the tribe speak right now?
Bro, I'm gonna say this. I love the fucking tribes, bro, because they just so like they are like they're like wild animals in their own little habitats.
I think what I hate about the tribes, obviously, is when you critique the product, you have to explain. You don't do it to be this or that, and then no one tried to push me like just screw the tribes, believe what you believe type of thing. Yeah. Don't listen to them type of thing. So.
But
like at the end of the day, if you're going to acknowledge idiocracy, then at least do it in a constructive way to the point it doesn't break your mentality.
Or you can make a YouTube channel where you do nothing but comment the tribalists and point out how much.
The problem with freedom of speech and the capability of technology is that people believe that they have the power of CM Punk at their fingertips to say what they want and act like they are the smartest shit when they're dumber than the greenest goose on the planet.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think what I'm going to say. I've been seeing the WWE tribalists freak out at AEW almost on every single occasion and for every single reason that makes no sense. And every time when they bring something up about AEW, I was like, but wait, doesn't WWE do the exact same thing? And they'd be like, no, that gets a pass. And I was like,
I'm telling
you, I think I know where this is going. Because here's the thing. I said this a while back on my podcast. This is what I said. I think these WWE tribalists actually that are hating AEW so much are secretly using AEW as their projection to hide their actual hate for WWE, but they can't admit it because WWE gave me my childhood, damn it.
Yeah,
because of the mere criticisms that people have given AEW is like, but WWE does the same thing. That gets a pass. Why?
Well, you know, again, people's insecurities goes further than people who are afraid or unable to lose their virginity. But anyway.
Go
ahead.
WWE did make my childhood, but then I found TNA, CZW, etc.
Keep going, because you sound like me in 2002. Keep going.
Bro.
I'm just saying.
What else I found? Blowjob wrestling, Big Japan, Freedoms, New Japan, Noah,
there you go.
All Japan.
There you go.
Basically like everything. So
all the wrestling, all things wrestling, as we do here for We Are ATW. All right. Well, Owen, good stuff on the world of sports entertainment. And I will simply conclude with this before we go to our next commercial break. This is not my NXT. On the other side of this commercial break, folks, stay tuned as we dive a bit more into sports entertainment and the grip of one Rich K. McMahon, damn it, along with what just happened most recently this weekend, the Owen and Slammiversary. So stay tuned for our last bit of discussion following this next commercial break. There you go.
But then he ended up joining WCW and the Alliance. Because when people think WCW, they think of the guy that basically helped WWF win the war, Stone Cold Steve Austin.
Eric Bischoff, Uncle Bischoff, doesn't like his nephew Eugene. And we got Coach in Ohio sporting Michigan-colored U. That pissed me off.
Don't even get me started on Tony Storm crying. Oh, she cried. And the glass shatters. He opens the door. And off we go. Brawl ensues. They go all the way towards the Dipping Dots section where Cody dumps his Jericho's head in the Dipping Dots.
Next was Best Friends getting interviewed. And
somewhere Jim Cornette had a conniption fit. I got a ticket! I got a ticket!
Get out of here!
You don't mess
with
me!
Get out of here!
I have a ticket!
And literally, security and the police escort the Nightmare family off the premises.
MJF says, how you looking now, midlife, Chris?
My cause I keep sticking like a metronome, and my thoughts keep telling me to get me home, but my balls keep telling me to let me just let me That clock keeps ticking like a metronome, and my thoughts keep telling me to get me.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, Indie Force fans of all ages. I am Luke Lynch, Commander of the Legion, and if you have not already, check out my adventure vlog series over on my channel. Grant you, it's not the most often updated series. It's definitely far from frequently updated. But when it is updated, it's good times, geeky, nerdy, and fun times all around with cool geeks from all walks of life. For example, YouTubers, content creators, Twitch streamers, you name it, I've got it, all on The Adventures of Luke Lynch, which you can find on my channel. Subscribe, like, comment, watch, share, do the whole thing under the umbrella of For the Win Productions. Future James, take it away with that outro.
Hibiki TMD on YouTube, retro gaming, pro wrestling, podcast, Terry Bollea, Hibiki Honors, Hibiki Quickie, everything in between. Hit that subscribe. Follow me on Twitter at the Hibiki TMD. And hey! Watch out for pedestrians, pal! You on the bike! Slow down! Hit that subscribe down below. Check us out at the Hibiki TMD on Twitter, Hibiki TMD on YouTube. Oh, the goddamn goodness.
Continuation of the Wrestling Rundown. Of course, AEW Impromptu crossover special as we look at all things wrestling. And we now are in our last discussion segment. We're going to look at what has transpired lately with Vince McMahon having the pulse on creative. If you don't know, you know, or you don't know, you should know. We're also going to look a little bit at the NWA Crockett Cup and, of course, what transpired most recently at Impact Wrestling Slammiversary. So, let's go ahead and get right into the discussion points here. I'm going to go ahead and run down real quickly the NWA Crockett Cup here that happened most recently last month, particularly. For those that don't know, it's a multi-team tournament. Yes.
Remember at the beginning of the stream, I was talking about that lost episode of XPW.
Yes, I do remember that.
Yeah, let me talk about it real quick, because this was one of the wildest joints I've ever seen in my fucking life. So,
all right.
On the first episode, the pilot, I should probably call it. The pilot starts off with like some sort of segment, then it transitions to like a just random outtakes of a promo that was supposed to be shoot inside of the limousine.
Jeez.
But here's the thing though, usually shows there will be just like straight one shot, like just no other a shot, no other outtakes.
Right.
Apparently they didn't edit it in. They didn't edit it in because there was taping this segment. But what happened in that limousine was so random. I was so flabbergasted. So here's what happened, right? One of the so for after Homeboy did his first take of the promo, this chick, she was like, she literally said, "So I can't call him a nigger?" I'm like, bro, what?
All right.
Yeah, that one was crazy, bro.
And I'm just gonna say this, people think
XPW. Yeah, but like right after that, they cut away to a match, and this guy was talking mad crazy.
I bet
slurs here and there. I was like, bro, chill out. So like, I see why they never aired it.
There are certain things that the freaking FCC actually are right about enforcing. That's one of them.
So yeah, that was a wild fucking pilot.
I bet. Speaking of wild, if you haven't checked out Ray, folks, go check out Pro Wrestling Noah's Nasuya Kakajima and a Miyahara match. Me and Zero will be talking about that probably on the next bracketology once half of the D1 Climax concludes, and talk further about Pro Wrestling Noah and Stardom. Their 5-star Grand Prix coming up, of course, too. We'll talk more about Utami Hayashita's U.S. tour, the state of Stardom when it comes to the Strong versus IWGP versus World versus Wonder championships. Good luck to everybody out there in Club Venus. Congrats to Mariah May and Mina Shakara winning the tag titles. Just to talk about a few other things. Briefly put, the NWA Crockett Cup, again, it's that traditional tournament going all the way back to Jim Crockett Promotions. I believe there was 24 teams this year. We also had a national championship match, a 8-women hardcore team war as Samantha Starr, Rufy J, Missy Kate, Maddie Wazowski defeated Pretty Empowered, and was the team of Kenzie Page, Ella Envy, Kylie Page, Roxy. A lot of these matches you probably could just go through because most of these teams you probably didn't even recognize. You recognize EC3. Yes, he still off his rocker, but he still won and retained what he had at the time. Spoiler alert, what's ahead. The NWA National Heavyweight Championship. Again, NWA is bizarre as it gets. They went off the freaking rocker a long time ago. I don't care what anyone tells me. Rufy J defeated Kenzie Page via disqualification, so Kenzie Page is still the NWA World Women's Television Championship. By the way, they do World before the actual either name of the title or the name of the gender. I always found that kind of odd, but that's just me. EC3 retained his National Heavyweight Championship against Tom Latimer. Damn it. There was a six-way scramble match won by Colby Carino for the Junior Heavyweight Championship held by Kerry Morton. Most important title and person for me in the NWA. 1X for a reason. Camille, she successfully retained her NWA Women's World Championship against Natalia Markova. But they're going to run that match back at the Chase at NWA 75. So all I got to say is good luck to 1X. We'll see if this is her undoing. And in the Crockett Cup final, Mike Knox and Trevor Murdoch. You heard me right. Mike Knox and Trevor Murdoch won the entire thing. So Trevor Murdoch has now won the NWA World Championship, the National Championship, and now the Crockett Cup. So that's just your brief NWA highlight. Again, NWA is, according to what they say, the way professional wrestling should be. Traditionalists, take that from will. Current, casual, what the F's, people, take that however you wish to conceive. Now, let's get into some serious points here. Let's go ahead and talk about, yes, Eric, what?
Zero, I was trying to tell you this about NWA. Do you know what they're doing for the 75th anniversary show main event?
Oh, that's right. He was also talking about that, too.
What about the do?
The main event of NWA's 75th anniversary, the big milestone,
here we go,
will be Tyrus defending the NWA World Championship against the not at all controversial and clearly out of his mind EC3.
And you made him walk off. Great job, Eric. Great job.
Wouldn't be the first person that's walked off doing a stream, and he won't be the last.
All right, guys, let's go ahead and seriously talk about what's up here. Again, we acknowledge all things wrestling because there are some great people with potential in this industry, in the NWA, mostly the women, but also Tom Lambert, I think he should have already been champion. They've already missed the boat with the Pope, but I digress. Let's go ahead and get into the actual point of what you put here, Owen. So, Impact Wrestling Slammiversary, it is their celebration. It is, excuse me, it is their milestone. It is where moments are made. It is where legacy is honored. It is where tradition is acknowledged. Boy, oh boy, was Slammiversary the reset button for this company. Let me talk to you. We first kicked off, of course, with the countdown of Slammiversary, as we had six-way action here between the Death Dogs and Jody Fred. They were able to overcome Savannah Evans and her, they were able to overcome the Shell Shot Watch and her Chataraj, Savannah Evans and Jay Vidal, with Jody Fred getting the pin on Jay Vidal. In the Digital Media Championship match, Joe Hendry got fucking screwed, by Sheldon Jean and Kenny King. Kenny King now holds the DMC. I think Joe Hendry will be motivated, though, to get that back most definitely and quickly, and that's really all I got to say about that. In Ultimate X, we also found the new number one contender to the X Division Championship as Kushida won and claimed the X, outlasting Kevin Knight, Angels, John Forget People in My Belly, and the returning Jake Something. It's nice to see him back. That was quite a surprise to the least. Now known as MK Ultra, and my favorite Knockouts tag team I've ever seen. Masha Slavis and Killer Kelly dethrone the Coven and have new Knockouts World Tag Team Champions as they beat Taylor Wilde and Kylan King. And what was also a pretty fun match, if I do say so myself. In a one-on-one grudge match of locker room leaders of generations, these two veterans, Eddie Edwards was once again able to outsmart Frank Kazarian and Tracy Brooks in his corner, as Eddie Edwards and Alicia Edwards, the ride and die couple, were able to win this match due to shenanigans and a kendo stick. In one of the quickest X Division matches I think I could ever recall seeing, Leo Rush is the new X Division champion. A cheap shot and literally taking out Samon's eye, it seemed. Able to win in quick fashion with two final hour split leg splashes. Leo Rush is dethroned the 9-time X Division champion as the trend continued of all the titles changing hands. Think about that for one moment. For Canada, as Scott D'Amore returned to his hometown and Team Canada was reunited, as the mystery partner was Eric Young. And Scott D'Amore, Eric Young, and even Darren McCarthy, who got involved here as the referee, was not taking any of Bully Ray shit, were able to beat Bully Ray and Dieter, including the use of a what's up and a choke slam through a table. Team Canada wins. What a fun little moment that was. In fatal four-way tag team action for the Impact World Tag Team Championships with an assist by the Rascals, who did warn Team Morella, you're going to regret this. Subculture are the new Impact World Tag Team Champions. Flash Morgan Webster and Mark Andrews outlasted Moose and Myers, Rich Swann, Simi Callahan, and the ABC have been dethroned. It was not too sweet for them. I'm pretty sure they're going to want revenge sooner rather than later. It was probably everyone's most anticipated match of the night when you really think about the pressure is on for both the Virtuosa and the former WWE superstar. You are hearing me right. Trinity, and for the first time ever in both her career and Diana Purrazzo's career, respectfully, Trinity is the new Knockouts World Champion, submitting the Virtuosa Diana Purrazzo. It was a very incredible match by both these athletes. I can't wait to see them run it back. Congratulations to Trinity. The gamble was absolutely worth it. And in our main event for the Impact World Championship, the cornerstone of this company where every title changed hands, Alex Shea was able to break down, outlast, outsmart the National Treasure Nick Aldis and retain the Impact World Championship. But he now, 1 year later, faces a ghost of his past, possibly at Emergence, as the living, breathing heartbeat of Impact Wrestling is back. Josh Alexander is back and wants his Impact World Championship. And that was Slammiversary to a T. That was an incredible pay-per-view and reset the landscape practically entirely for Impact Wrestling. So, gentlemen, I'm pretty sure none of you actually watched it. I'm sure you all had highlights, though, and I'm sure you all can say something about some of the athletes here. So, let's go ahead and go around and get some brief thoughts regarding Slammiversary. Eric, I will start with you. I feel like particularly you might have something to say regarding Trinity. What does this mean for her career? How important was this for her to do? How crazy is it to see this type of thing happen in this company? And what's next for the Virtuosa and anything else you want to discuss, too?
Well, one, I'm going to swerve you and talk about Eric Young's return for a quick sec.
Oh, wow. Go ahead, then.
So, remember when it was looking like Eric Young was still signed to WWE as a backstage worker?
Yes.
Yes.
Well, a report came out explaining why Eric Young left WWE all of a sudden and came back to Impact.
Wow, what does the report say?
Oh, this was the reason. Yeah. I can't wait to come into work, guys. Wait, who's back? Wait, Vince is back?
Yeah.
Oh, well, Vince, you're on your own.
Bossy.
A report from Private Select came out that, he asked for his release on April 2023 and was granted it and finished out his 90-day no-compete clause just last week. And they were told by WWE sources that the request for release was right after the announcement of Endeavor's deal with WWE, and this wasn't a coincidence. Eric Young did not want to work with Vince McMahon after the Endeavor deal was announced, and it was evident Vince was back in the fold in an official capacity. So Eric Young has cited moral, creative, and personal reasons why he didn't want to work for Vince McMahon. So far, he's the only talent we confirmed to ask for his release due to McMahon's return.
Yeah, I completely support this. I obviously understand this, just because, and I think that's going to happen a lot with some of these wrestlers,
It's almost like literally the way you chain these two things together, it literally might be a bit of a cause and effect into 2024, if not sooner.
Yeah, reportedly, I think they were going to have him do something after WrestleMania, but that clearly never happened, and now will never happen.
Yeah, which I think was because I think they were going to put Sanity back together. That's why Nikki Cross went back to the gimmick, the old gimmick.
Well, also Nikki Cross, she's been MIA and also underutilized, but also congratulations to Nikki Cross getting her master's degree from college. Well done. In that respect. Anyway, continue.
So, that happened. Eric Young left because Vince McMahon had returned and was back in the fold. Tragic. Trinity winning the Impact Knockouts Championship. I was like, it really could have went out of the way for me on that one because
it really could, which is why I respect that. Oh, by the way, in case people don't know, I still say it, and I think it's truly fact. Impact Wrestling is the best book respected.
Yeah, I said this on my recent video on NRE The Wrestleverse, which you can check out, about the tag team division of AEW. I was like, when you think of the women's wrestling stuff, Impact has it on lockdown. Tag team wrestling, AEW, lockdown.
Accurate.
WWE, a singles division centered mostly around Roman Reigns. Lockdown.
Accurate. Anyway,
Yeah.
continue.
But yeah, Trinity betting on herself and taking a gamble with her career after the turmoil that was the WWE departure and the multiple slanderous statements and the gaslighting and the constant need to go ahead and point out that the locker room wasn't on her side or Mercedes. Yeah, that's a great way to try and win them back. Just gaslight them to all hell.
Right.
But yeah,
and people
Trinity
say, "Oh,
and
they wouldn't make
Mercedes
it outside WWE." Yeah, fuck you.
Trinity and Mercedes proved after all this time that yes, your life does not end being out of WWE. Your career does not end. In fact, it might actually get better depending on how you're booked and how you negotiate your way to it.
And how you're respected, and how you're actually recognized, and how you're actually heard. Just saying.
Yeah, and Trinity is now the Knockouts champion. And I kind of wish we could see Mercedes Moné in the crowd joining her friend on that show because that would have been an awesome moment.
I think Mercedes Moné could still show up in Impact Wrestling if I'm perfectly honest with you, but I don't think they would do a tag team capacity.
I think she would only show up on Impact Wrestling as a favor to Trinity if Deonna Purrazzo finds a partner.
Yeah, that could happen.
True that. But again, Deonna Purrazzo, she lost the Knockouts World Championship. What's next for her? People do talk about her contract is up in 2024. We've been talking about a lot how 2024 could reshape the wrestling landscape because people could go anywhere and everywhere. A lot of contracts are going to be renewed, not just for wrestlers, but television too. So do you think the Virtuoso is going to get her rematch immediately, like at Emergence? They push the thing out for Bound for Glory. Does Trinity have a long run with this title?
Yeah, I'm curious as to know where they're going to go with Deonna Purrazzo after this, since her contract's not out for another 6 months, and unless they do another Thunder Rosa situation where someone buys out the contract. But I'm going to just say it. If they decide to get the Virtuosa for AEW, and if they can do it before a certain event, then I would definitely love to see Britt Baker at Wembley Stadium and her go at it.
They're best friends, like in real life too, so that would make sense.
Yeah, they really are. I mean, Britt Baker even said on conferences, Fan Fest panels, what's one individual outside AEW you want to face? The very first name Britt says, Deonna Purrazzo.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Oh, speaking of the press conferences, I meant to ask you, Noah, did you receive the Money in the Bank press conference?
I remember watching a little bit about it. Why you bring that up?
Okay, Damian Priest was commenting about his Money in the Bank win, and then some obvious plant of the journalist came out and said, "Do you see you and Bad Bunny reuniting as part of the Judgment Day faction?"
Yeah, I remember that. Yeah.
And then
Steve Paul asked that. Yeah.
And then he says, "But you and Bad Bunny had the match of the year," and I was like, "Okay." Ignoring all the stuff that goes on outside of wrestling, you're going to say Cody versus Roman or the Usos versus Solo Sikoa and Roman. That's not match of the year?
Or the Usos
for WWE? This was.
All right.
That match, but come on.
Look, let's see Paul be who he is, all right? And let's just put the love back on Impact Wrestling. It is what it is with that.
Yeah.
But yeah, great, again, the beauty of Slammiversary for me, I'm not mad at any of the results because Impact Wrestling knows how to flex the roster the most I have seen since 2020, particularly the Knockouts division when the Virtuosa first arrived. But I am very curious, more so, to Deonna Purrazzo's future. What she's done so much in such a little amount of time. And she has been waving the flag of Impact Wrestling her entire career since being there. So, again, I definitely can see this run back. But I just don't know how far they're going to push this out. And with the fact that chances are she's never going to get that win back from Mickie James, I do think Deonna deserves to get the win back from Trinity at some point. And honestly, I wonder if that might be the difference between her renewing her contract or going somewhere else, like you said, maybe AEW.
We'll probably see by Bound for Glory, no doubt.
I might go to that. I haven't decided. Anything else, Eric, you have regarding Slammiversary, regarding the results, or just your overall take?
Let's see. I do not watch Impact much. I was interested. I have checked it out a couple of times. My mostly time watching it was when Kenny Omega showed up, which
That's
was
fair.
yeah. And then Marinello came back, and that was awesome.
I miss that voice.
Me too.
Luckily, he said he's open to coming back again, especially thanks to Kenny.
So that's
Well,
good.
Never say never. Like I said, never say never.
Yeah,
I'd like to
so
see him
take
on
that, JBL
Collision.
and Vince.
Well, I guess he wouldn't be out. Maybe not Collision, since maybe he'd probably do Dynamite because that's what Kenny would be most of the time.
But I don't watch Impact that much. Like I see a couple of times in some matches from time to time, but I have been seeing a rather hostile increase towards Impact by saying no one watches Impact. Impact is dead and whatnot.
It's the redheaded stepchild, but like I said, and I speak for Datilla, I speak for Talk Absolutely Nothing But Impact Wrestling, I speak for anybody that's a fan of Impact Wrestling like me. Hello, Jerry Slaughter. Don't sleep on Impact Wrestling because what Scott D'Amore has cultivated in 5 years, going from booker, coach, executive, president, Scott D'Amore has breathed new life into Impact Wrestling. There's no denying that.
The only thing I just wish Impact got was a big TV deal.
Well, at least they got a network that we actually can recognize and find, for Pete daggum sake.
Yeah, but is that really because of Impact or is it because of New Japan?
Also,
probably joint, because Impact was there first,
right,
and
James.
then New Japan came on later. And again, they acknowledge New Japan Pro Wrestling all the time when it comes to they immediately follow. Speaking of New Japan, Sonata will be coming to Impact Wrestling. He will be at Emergence.
Yes.
Oh, that's interesting.
But
and I've said this, like the one biggest credit I'll give Impact is whereas AEW kind of restored that shared universe, Impact became its epicenter.
I always called Impact Wrestling the point of the shared universe. It's the mecca. It's the beacon. It's not a stepping stone. It truly is something that defines the shared universe of professional wrestling. Has, even in its worst periods, I'll even put it out there. But for the longest time, Impact Wrestling, it's been that stage that made people or reminded people exactly who they are.
I mean, Impact Wrestling, it's just kind of what brought all the style of wrestling you see nowadays to, nationally, pretty much even in the early days of Impact Wrestling. So,
I kind of wish they were given more publicity and a much bigger TV deal. Honestly, that's the one thing that really should solidify their rebirth.
Well, maybe that will happen eventually, but at least now they are getting more exposure. I mean, they went to Australia. They seem to have a very comfortable spot within, the network structure of Anthem. And Scott D'Amore now has literally gone to the highest ranks of the corporate ladder. He's the president of the damn company.
There's a quote that I like from these YouTubers about TNA / Impact. They are the company that lives. They can never die. They like a cockroach. No matter how hard you try to kill it, it won't die. It been through thick and thin. It been through the NWA phase, post NWA, where there was
Jarrett, Jim Cornette,
Vince Russo, the Hulk Hogan and Eric Bischoff regime.
The fact that they survived that, the fact that they survived that era, I think, speaks a lot about Impact.
Yes.
Right? Good.
They were meaning to live for this wrestling, like a universe, bro. They are meant to be here. No matter how much bullshit they get, they won't give up. They won't die. And I like that.
Me too.
It's just like respect, but I swear, TNA / Impact is like one of they're a super indie now.
Yeah,
because like damn near everybody's coming over to Impact. Because one thing
Think
I
about
do
how young some of the talent is too, and who's being pushed right now. Ace Austin, Chris Bay, Killer Kelly, Masha Slamovic. Some of these compares haven't been involved in the game for 10 damn years.
Yeah, it's like I remember when TNA was just that place to go to. where they will literally like it's the one place that a wrestler could actually go to like make a living or a career, and they're doing that
Be
for real.
themselves or find themselves.
Yeah, because like,
Big
because
names.
yeah, because like ever since
Matt Cardona.
ever since AEW started, right, and they got this big ass roster. Not a lot of people gets booked, placed, or anything. Like they're not getting the time to basically not getting their bumps in.
Exposure.
Yeah.
Exposure.
So so here comes Impact being here, and they give like a people a lot of chances. Like they are giving them shots and everything, more exposure and better booking. Even though, even though they're not a major promotion, they will still give you that one shot to just make or break.
Yeah.
Which I fucking love.
I will always support like wrestling companies being around, like Impact. I could say what I want to say about them, about the NWA and all these other companies, because it gives wrestlers a place to work and work their craft. You know, but if it's just WWE and AEW around, they can't sign everybody. So it's good that
we all know what happened when WWE kept signing everybody, and then the 2020s happened.
Yep. So
let's not go down that road again. There's a reason why we don't talk about that year. But it's like I've been saying, the quantity of talent in this day and age of the industry, at the point they're starting, some of these people are even 18 years old. Hello, Nick Wayne.
Yeah.
And the fact there is not enough in capacity for them to grow, to shine, to be showcased, it's an amazing thing, but it's also a rather sad thing too. And Impact Wrestling somehow cultivates their entire roster and still flex away to add more too.
I'll say this too. I mean, I know you said we don't talk about the 2020s and like the pandemic and stuff. The good thing about it though, that's what got Impact kind of back into like good standing because they were able
that's
to.
the one thing I will give them credit for. I think Impact just kind of. I think this is the thing I'll give credit for Impact for is when Impact was like, look, we're a wrestling industry that's more comic book than actual sports. We have insane stuff going on out throughout this industry. We have a cult leader going ahead and having multiple personalities and have a super dimensional power. We have a guy, we have a dead man walking, going ahead and being a motorcyclist. We got a guy who can control fire, who's also a politician now and can somehow still wrestle, even though he's a colossal piece of you know what nowadays. But that's a different subject. And we got Matt Hardy being Broken Matt, teleporting throughout arenas. We are insane. Let's just embrace the madness, which is why I will always love the whole, well, you dodged that trope at the shootout wedding.
There's a reason why you got Courtney Rush and Rosemary's back in the undead realm, and Courtney Rush for the first time in Impact Wrestling. I'm just saying.
Yeah, I think Impact was there's something for Impact for everybody. I think like if you don't like the goofy stuff, you can see some great professional wrestling on Impact. But there's something for everybody. I think at Impact Wrestling. If you're a tag team guy, you can watch the tag teams. If you like the X Division, the flippy stuff, you have the X Division. If you just want to see heavyweights go at it, you have Moose and all that type of stuff. Like there's something for everybody at Impact Wrestling. I think
they cover the entire spectrum. That being said, Owen, do you have any further thoughts regarding the match results of Slammiversary?
I was kind of surprised and happy that Alex Shelley retained. I thought he was just going to be a filler champion just to get the belt on Nick Otis. They didn't want to heel like Steve Macklin losing the belt to Nick Otis. So I was happy to see Alex Shelley retain his title. I was thinking Nick Otis was getting the belt since he was a big sign-in for Impact Wrestling. So I was happy about that.
Oh, and Steve Macklin get well soon, by the way.
Oh, what happened to him?
Injured. He got injured during the Down Under tour, which is why he wasn't involved in this tag team match, and Diener took his place.
Oh, okay. Yeah, because I was thinking, I thought he was supposed to be in it. Obviously, Trinity retaining, well, not retaining, but winning the belt makes sense. She's a big signee that just recently, I think she's going to get more eyeballs because she's probably the most well-known name probably in Impact Wrestling at the moment because of, everything that's happened with her.
Fair.
Deonna Purrazzo, I'm not really sure what's going to happen with her. I think she needs to get out of the title picture for a little bit, just because she's been in there for so long. It doesn't have to be for a while, but like Bound for Glory, I'd be okay with. I wouldn't complain about that. I think if she comes back, I think the perfect first person that Trinity could feud with is Jordan Grace. Since now she could challenge for the belt again, since she lost it to Deonna.
That's true.
I was when I heard the results of the Leo Rush match. I kind of like how they did that. Not every it's something different for the X Division to do, and I like how Leo Rush won cheaply, because it makes sense that he would do that if his 205 Live one days and all that type of stuff. So that was good stuff. I am trying to think. Obviously, the Ultimate X match. I'm going to sit down and watch that, because obviously the Ultimate X sounds good. I was happy to see
this mainstay of this company probably longer than anything else in Impact Wrestling history.
Yeah, Josh Alexander, I'm happy to see him back. And obviously it makes sense to go with Shelley versus Josh Alexander. Obviously, like you said, it's a year ago at the same pay-per-view Emergence when they faced off for the belt, and Josh Alexander beat him. So that's cool. Obviously, Eric Young, I was happy to see him back. Obviously, it had been reported throughout the day and all the stuff that Eric said, so I had known about that stuff. And then I wouldn't really say Deonna Purrazzo is becoming Charlotte Flair, just because at least she doesn't.
Here's the difference: 1, 3-time; 2, not politic; 3, earned, not given.
And she did challenge for she was the Knockouts tag champ for a little bit too. So she hasn't
I guess Charlotte Flair hasn't done that yet, but don't give WWE ideas. Anyway, continue.
But yeah, overall it sounds like a pretty great show. And yeah, I definitely looking forward to sitting down and watching it. And I just enjoy Impact. I think Impact's the sleeper company that people should be watching. I will give some thoughts on NWA, because I did watch that also. I thought that was all right. I feel like because I'm a tag team guy and I like tag team wrestling. I feel like it was tolerable. I like
fair. I mean, it's the tag team mainstay of the NWA. It's been that for a long time. It's one of the first things that got me in the company in the first place during its heyday when it was reborn. Continue.
Yeah, and then obviously the junior heavyweights, I enjoy what they do. I think that's the best division they have going on. I was happy to see Kobe Carino back, but disappointed just because he was gonna go to WWE, I think, and then obviously everything kind of hit the fan and he had to kind of go back to NWA. I just think he could be doing so much better. I think honestly he should be at Impact kicking ass in the X Division. He's really good. I don't think a lot of people know that because they haven't seen his work on a big scale yet. But
they probably think Carino, and they're like, wait, Steve Carino? No, Kobe Carino.
Yeah, he's really good. Not into EC3 in the national title division. I'm just not into that. I hate the Team War concept. It doesn't make sense, and it's just stupid. It's clearly a Billy Corgan idea that didn't work. If they're going to do that stipulation, it should just be a War Games thing. If they're going to do that, I just don't like that. And then obviously I don't like who won the Crockett Cup. It's that example where Billy Corgan pushes the talent that he thinks are good versus the talent that's actually talented. It should have been Kratos and what's the guy's name that teamed up with him? I don't even remember, but it was it's a guy that was supposed to face Nick Aldis before he left the NWA. What was his name?
Oh damn! Not Flip Gordon.
Yeah, he's feuding with Flip Gordon. He sprays that mist on his face and all that type of stuff.
Okay, I can't think of it. I'm blinking. I'm sorry.
Yeah, maybe I'll look it up. But Crockett Cup was okay. I watched night 1. I didn't watch night 2 just because I didn't really feel like it.
I actually watched night 2 because again, the focus of NWA for me is the fact that Camille is still 1X and trying at this point to surpass Jazz. And I think she's going to do it.
Yeah, I didn't. But yeah, overall NWA. But yeah, Impact sounds like a hell of a show. I'm gonna have to sit down and definitely watch that. So there you go. But yeah. Right. Really nothing else to say there.
NWA, like I said, that main event we're gonna get the 75th anniversary. No, but I feel like I'm surprised people still watch it after what Billy Corgan said about us not wanting Tyrus as the world champion. If you don't like him, you're not a wrestling fan. And then he came out lately.
This just goes to show again. It just goes to show that one, NWA is definitely dedicated to the traditional core base fans, even if it's the 3 rows of seats that they have in the tiny CGP studios. And 2, maybe he doesn't acknowledge those people that respond like that. He just is like, this is my thought. Take it for what you will. If
well, guess who disagree with him?
Yeah, I wonder who.
Camille.
Ooh, that's interesting.
Well, Camille did say that, 1, she wants to take her talents to a bigger stage. But I think as long as she's NWA Women's World Champion, that ain't going to happen.
By the way, the talent out, the wrestler we couldn't think of it. Noah, it's Odinson. That's who it was.
Odinson, that's right. The one that James got freaking feared of. That's like, this dude's a freaking force to be reckoned with, a freak.
Yeah.
All right. Well, he is kind of a freak. Not a generic freak. Freaking, they had to play Scott Steiner map during the freaking video package of Slammiversary. My freaking anxiety. Damn it. Anyway, Zero, what's your thoughts on Slammiversary? I know that you talked a lot about Impact itself. And by the way, guys, great perspective on Impact Wrestling as itself. But I don't know if you checked out the pay-per-view or saw any highlights or clips. Now you know the results. So what's your takeaways from Slammiversary?
I didn't see the show because I literally just dozed off. But like one thing I would say about the show is the fact that there was some good moments and the results, the winners, you know, I kind of agree.
5 new champions, by the way. 5 new champions. The only time they didn't change hands was the world title.
Yeah.
This is hilarious. So, like,
by the way, for those that are wondering, that's 6 titles in this company. Continue.
Bro, this is crazy. But there's one match I wish that they bring back now because I think they can finally do it. Lethal Lockdown.
Yep, that'd be cool.
Because one thing I would say about them, they never had a Lethal Lockdown match for a while.
No, like, they haven't actually. I'm trying to think. Honestly, the last time they actually had the cage itself, the Lethal Lockdown that year, I don't think they've actually had it since the pandemic.
They haven't had it.
I think they were gonna put it back because if you remember, they were gonna do like a TNA like classic show, but then the pandemic
they were gonna do a big
reunion.
reunion.
I mean, the fact that, by the way, we talk about the little engine that's still around. They're reaching their 1000th episode in September. I would not be surprised to see Lethal Lockdown. Congrats again, by the way. I would not be surprised to see Lethal Lockdown later this year. But go ahead and continue, Zero.
Like what was the okay, so the last Lethal Lockdown match was in 2016. I think that was with the Dollhouse.
Yep.
Versus Gail Kim. Maria and Velvet Sky. And that was
the beautiful people. Yep. I remember that feud. Yep. I recently got done watching Taryn Terrell versus Gail Kim. That last knockout standing match, the ridiculous bulldog from the elevated stage. Impact Wrestling always has such a different energy with it too, especially with Mike Tenay at the booth.
Yeah, it did. And Don Callis when he was not Don Callis, Don West when he was there.
Oh, Don West.
You
got to be freaking joking. Anyway, go ahead.
Yeah, but like, I wish they bring that back because I feel like it'll be a lot of fun too.
Yeah,
especially with the current day roster.
Oh, most definitely.
Oh yeah.
But yeah,
I think they need a bigger arena though with a higher roof, and I think that's the thing because you look at all the arenas they do, like Atlanta Center Stage and these little buildings, they don't have like that high elevated area. So maybe that's why they haven't done that exactly. I think definitely that they need to bring that back.
I think that's why they don't do a lot of cage matches in general. If you think about it, Impact Wrestling. I can't think of the last
thing you got to a cage was Barbed Wire Massacre, and that just had a wall covered in barbed wire.
Yeah,
like a wall around the ring.
And what else? So Josh Alexander back. I'm happy, but it's crazy because I feel like I'm living. Because like I feel like I'm living in a universe mode because the fact that Alex Shelley won the world title is still mind-boggling.
20 years.
Not even that. Not even just won it. I thought he was just a transitional champion. I don't think he's I don't think you can call him a transitional champion.
After
now.
beating Nick Aldis, he is definitely not a traditional champion because Nick Aldis even said himself, say what you want about Nick Aldis and his ego. Bottom line, you beat Nick Aldis, that cements you. He beat a former TNA whatever champion. He beat a guy that literally was underneath Shelley's learning tree, and many would say surpassed to a degree because of his world title accolades. And Alex Shelley beat him.
Yeah, but first was Chris Sabin, which I was happy that he did upon the world title at the time because he was one of the best. Now it's Alex Shelley. Like, what the hell, bro?
I think about it too.
That just goes to show that Pride of the Moist Machine Guns are the greatest two talents, not the greatest tag team in TNA history that's not named AJ Styles.
Yeah. I think about it too. Alex Shelley, by the way, like 2 years ago, had to be sent away because of the pandemic too. So that's insane that he's back in the Impact Wrestling ring again.
Bro, that's
the fact that both of these men are still going the way that they do, and freaking Chris Sabin is a 9-time X Division champion.
9 times.
The most times, surpassing freaking Zarian, who had 6.
Bro, what the?
And don't forget Chris Sabin, by the way, too. Like the dude wrestles the way he does. The dude had 2. I don't remember what they're called. If it's MCL or ACL tears on both on two different knees.
Alex Shelley literally said last year in that sit-down contract signing with Josh Alexander, when Sabin is finally done, either by choice or body gives out, he's going to need double knee replacement surgery. He's never going to walk the same way again.
Yeah.
Going to become the new Hiroshi Tanahashi at this point.
Okay, at this point, I'm going to put you on the spot, Eric. Who stops first, Hiroshi Tanahashi or Chris Sabin?
Chris Sabin, probably. Hiroshi Tanahashi had every chance to walk away when he did.
You know, you also forgetting Keiji Muto and his fucked up knees.
He wanted to go for the Muda Moon son, and Tom's like, no, don't do that. And now he's officially retired. Thank you, Wrestling Genius. And I think that's a fair take, JJ, because it was the call your shot gauntlet that did allow Moose to take the title after Josh Alexander just won off Christian Cage just 2 years ago.
That's true.
The same night.
Go ahead.
Continue, Sarah.
No, I was done.
Okay.
Wait, was I?
Well, you were mostly talking about Alex Shelley. You talked about Summers you didn't watch. You didn't. Did you talk much about the? You talked most about the X Division title and Ultimate X.
Fucking
you didn't
NWA.
You didn't mostly talk about the knockouts. The knockouts tag and Deon Praza and Trinity. And Eddie
Knockouts are knockouts. And the knockouts are knockouts. And for the NWA. I don't know what's going on over there, bro.
Nobody knows what's going on with the NWA,
bro.
I'm just putting it out there. I don't think half the talent knows what's going on with the NWA.
I don't
to
even
be
know,
perfectly honest,
bro. Like I swear to God, the NWA is just garbage.
That too.
But true, probably.
But the thing is,
it was already in danger enough when Tyrus became champion, in my opinion. But then when they said we're merging with CYN, I was like, well, that's it. It's dead. This is dead. This is just something else. I'm not even counting this as canon.
I'm gonna say this.
When did that happen? No, doing with that.
About last year.
Oh, okay.
But I would say this though, when it was in the studio for the first season of Power.
Pre-pandemic, pretty much.
Yeah, it was pretty much the strongest season. A lot of those people, guess where they're at? AEW.
AEW, TNA.
And one major one, WWE. LA Knight. He was there. Don't forget he was
there.
Yeah. What's worse to you all? NXT 2.0 or NWA now?
NWA.
I'm gonna say
NWA because NXT 2.0's ultimate guilt is that, well, it just is not good for people. Some people just don't like it. There's no like problematic elements unless you count Shawn Michaels in his excellent creative genius
At
of
that
the
point,
metaphor.
it was just child's play, channel surfing with an unbearable vision that hurt people's eyes to light sensitivity. And it doesn't help that you still use a vertical LED audience to make your show look bigger than it actually is.
You know what, though? I will say this. While NWA now sucks, don't forget in 2.0, we still had Johnny Gargano and Tommaso Ciampa there. We still had LA Knight there. Grayson Waller emerged from it. Carmella Hayes emerged from it. It's as bad as 2.0 is. It's like NXT Black and Gold compared to NWA.
Well,
nowadays,
Blank is greater than NWA at this point. Let's just call it as we see it. So, damn it, JJ.
That was a good one.
I don't think he botched. I think that was a joke.
It's a joke. It's a joke. All right. Well, either way, congratulations to all the new champions of Slammiversary. The Virtuosa is still the main event to me. Long may she reign and continue her ways in Impact Wrestling. Very curious what the future holds now that Trinity holds the Glow in the Knockouts World Championship and MK Ultra. I can only imagine who's going to try and step up to them or who they're going to choose to play with.
Are they going to do what they need to suggest and brainwash people?
I don't know about that, but
because that's what MK Ultra was.
Well, again, MK Ultra, I mean, they're the force to be reckoned with, psychologically and physically, two of the most violent individuals of the wrestling industry, and I love it. Congratulations again to Slammiversary and all the success Impact Wrestling got of it, too. I look very forward to the fallout this Thursday, courtesy of being Ultimate Insider on their YouTube channel, commercial-free, too. All right.
Noah, should I take the last segment? Because I think this is the last thing we're talking about, right?
It is the last thing on the agenda. We've had a ton of talk, a ton of fun tonight, but it's time for our little main event. Oh, who am I kidding? It's time for the main event because
welcome to Chile.
We're going to see for sure if this guy still has the pulse on the button of creativity, because it does seem to be that this individual is more involved, it seems. One Vincent Kennedy McMahon. And what could that mean for the future direction and the psyche of people in the WWE? Oh,
well,
take it away.
The psyche of Eric Young.
Well, that's one down, 255 to go. That being said, Owen, you put this here. So again, man, lead it off.
So I figured this would be a big thing to talk about because it's been very much in the news recently. I think, every show, we always have to get worried now that Vince has changed it or something like that. This has been, happening really since post-Mania. Vince has been back really since January, but obviously he wasn't doing anything creatively. It was still a Triple H's show, but obviously the biggest sign was the Raw after WrestleMania. Probably the worst wrestling show.
I had a fucking call.
Yeah.
Anyway, continue. Sorry.
I don't know how sometimes, Noah, you don't just lose it when you have to do commentary.
Opia's amounts of energy drinks.
The fact I don't drink yet says a lot, but trust me, my mom's 60th birthday is coming up. There's
you should definitely start a Patreon. I'm sure people will donate for your medical psychological evaluations and things.
Yeah. But anyhow, so then we didn't really hear much. Like Triple H was still kind of running the shows, but now it seems like recently Vince has been really changing things. He would always just make minor corrections. For example, there was one time supposed to be a match between Piper Niven and I think it was like Candice LeRae or something, but he changed it to the Street Profits versus Cedric Alexander and Shelton Benjamin. So it was kind of little change.
Women's wrestling. Continue.
Yeah, but it was always little changes. I don't think it would get anyone too mad. But recently, he's been all over the shows as of late. I don't think it was the Go Home episode of SmackDown, but the SmackDown before that, he heavily changed that show. It was very much a Vince show where, who should be worried, by the way, is Bailey. We talk about psyche. Every time, if you notice, the show that he's heavily changed, he's completely left Bailey off the show. I just want to point that out there. It's really a shock.
That's pretty true.
Yeah, but he heavily changed that show. I think the only segment that stayed the same was the Bloodline segment, which that kind of is what it is. I think he changed the first 30 minutes of Raw 1 week. It was the week where Finn Balor completely obliterated Seth Rollins. He was supposed to have his open challenge. Now I don't think we've been reported, but this week's Raw that just recently happened, I think this is being released Monday. Well, I forget we're live now, but
yeah, we're live, pal, but it is Monday here on the East Coast. Continue.
But I've been doing a lot of pre-recorded shows lately, so that's why I say,
that's fair enough. A different take.
But I think he was heavily involved with last week's Raw, and the reason I say that, I do a lot of retro wrestling review series, and I have to cover a lot of Vince's shows. If you look at a Vince show versus a Triple H show, there's not a lot of wrestling on Vince's shows. It's a lot of segments and a lot of promo segments. And if you notice, on Raw, there wasn't a whole lot of wrestling on Raw this week. It was mainly promo segments. That's why I think it was mainly a Vince show. Again, I'm not just saying that, like it's not reported or anything. This is just what I think, and it is what it is. And I don't want to be one of those people, I should mention, that instantly craps on something and just blames Vince for it. If Triple H actually booked something,
no.
Yeah,
wait,
but
what?
I definitely think Monday Night Raw was a Vince Raw. That'd be awesome though. But the biggest way I can call that out is there's one segment that I know that was a Vince change, and that was
Eric, don't you do it. Don't you do it.
But the one segment I know that was a Vince change was the Shayna Baszler Ronda Rousey segment from this week. Because the last week, the eve of 4th of July, Shayna Baszler was clearly the babyface in that Ronda Rousey feud. Like, she was meant to be the babyface. She was cutting this impassioned babyface promo, and this week she was a heel. And if you know Vince's track record, he likes Ronda, but doesn't like Shayna, and I think that's why he changed the rules. You could definitely see that Vince's influence is slowly being brought into the company. And yeah, I don't think and this isn't good. I think why this is bad now too, and a lot of people hate this, is we've seen right before Vince came back, WWE was at the highest of highs going into really WrestleMania this year. Like, it had the best storylines, and Vince is just going to come in and ruin all of the work that Triple H is trying to build. Like, think about, too, because of Vince, all of the talent Triple H now has missed out on. He missed out on Nick Aldis. He missed out potentially on Jay White because they had to do that stupid hiring freeze when they merged with the UFC. And I've been talking to James about this, and he's going to agree with this. I think the only reason Vince sold the company was so that way he could get back into some type of control, because he never wanted to sell the company before when he was fully in charge. I think this is what happened.
But yeah. I recall hearing this. I recall that they was extremely confident that they were going to get Jay Whitehall and Kota Ibushi, and look how that worked out.
Yeah, I know. Yep. And they were definitely going to get Nick Aldis, I think, but just Vince is trying to, I don't know what he's trying to do, but this just, and I hear they want to do this Vince and Nick Khan, not Vince and Nick Khan, Triple H and Nick Khan. That's probably the biggest spot I've ever seen in my life too.
Right.
But Triple H and Nick Khan want to have a creative intervention. Isn't it weird that you have to have a creative intervention to set someone to stop being uncreative? That's stuff you do when you want people to stop doing drugs. Not stuff fighting a wrestling show. Like,
yeah, here's the thing. I heard about this. They were saying, like, okay, we got to think of a plan to make Vince to stop making changes to the product. So they had, like, 3 options here in my eyes. One, their first option they reportedly are trying to go with is that they'll announce stuff weeks in advance, and then they'll make Vince not be able to do it, or else risking a class action lawsuit of false advertising, because that's a great idea.
And also Vince's method, by the way, he doesn't like to change things when it's been advertised weeks.
Yeah,
so
especially during the damn show.
And these other 2 plans are my plans. Plan B would be when Vince makes a phone call, just not answer him.
Just ignore it.
Pretend Zoom crash, just completely shut down.
Sorry, going through a tunnel.
Here's plan C, and this is the most dangerous.
What? Say no.
What? No. I was gonna say we just send someone over to talk things out with Vince.
Didn't there something come out though that Triple H and Nick Khan are afraid to talk to Vince or something like that?
You don't get what I'm trying to imply here.
Vince.
They send someone to talk things out with Vince.
I don't think that's going to work. I'm just
bro.
saying. I don't think that's going to work.
Hey, man.
I'm like, at this point, we're kind of running out of options. They thought, or here's plan D. They could just leak more stories about Vince and make him out to be the devil like he is, and get the
Vince has beaten everything possible as far as a higher power goes, politically and judicially. There's no stopping this man. Reportedly, it seems.
Well, there might be one option.
Mm-hmm.
Find any paper trails or documents of Vince definitely bribing the police to get him off of Jimmy Snuka's case.
That's crazy.
I know. Don't forget, by the way, when you said Vince is beating every higher power, don't forget he is the higher power. Don't forget about that. So
the highest power next to being the president of the United States. God help us.
Oh, remember, Vince definitely thinks he's a god because that's the thing.
Oh, that was blasphemy on every.
I mean, he did beat.
He has hey, in the record book, he has a victory over God. Him and Shane McMahon defeated Shawn Michaels.
And God has been struck by lightning.
Then God came back about a decade or so later to reign out WrestleMania's big return for public crowds.
I heard about that.
Yeah, but I feel like though, Eric, your plan C is not going to work by having a talk with Vince because. If you see what the dude benches nowadays and stuff when he was like 70 in his 70s, like I don't think that's gonna go well. I think Vince is tougher than you think he is. Like he wrecks people. Like it's just not gonna work.
Possible.
Dude's gonna wrestle at WrestleMania 50.
Yeah, but everybody else, Zio, you've been kind of quiet. What do you think of Vince becoming more involved and creative again?
All right, bro. This motherfucker stays like he just won't go away.
You can't say WWE without Vince in some capacity,
bro. He just won't go away. If he can spray goddamn whatever it's called just to make him go away, but he won't.
Disappearing dust. I don't know.
This man of course, Vince is not going to stay away from his creation.
Yeah.
So I get that, but this man just do not know how to just fuck off, bro. He does not know how to fuck off. Like
this is his life. Damn it.
I feel like if you told Vince to look up the word "fuck off" in the dictionary, he wouldn't know how to find it. Like,
I mean, this is the same guy that didn't know how to use a digital phone. I'm just saying.
This is the same guy who starts the Kiss My Ass Club.
Yeah, I mean, this is the same guy that didn't even know what a burrito was until like years later. So
this is the same guy
wasn't this also the same guy that didn't want to hire Gail Kim because she's Asian, and Jim Ross had to use what Vince loves the most in life.
Yeah.
Besides WWE.
Yeah, there was one thing. I forgot how it goes. So Kota Ibushi during the Cruiserweight Classic, he didn't even know who Vince is. He's like, what?
I feel like I should make this joke here because it's not going to make me look well, but I think like everyone knows this joke, this backstage story. One time, I forget which one, but I think Vince announced got people together to announce like the PG rated. It was something like that, and Michael Tava got up and oh my gosh. Vince said, yes, Shelton. He thought Michael Tava was Shelton Benjamin. And I don't want to say anything else.
Bro, this is the same Vince during one like in-ring promo, right? Homeboy was like, everybody who is not Caucasian, can y'all leave the premise? That joint was, I was like, bro.
This dude is.
But yeah, Vince is just, this man is literally does not know when to stop. No wonder he got all these damn cases. He don't know what the word no means.
I think he eats, sleeps, lives, and breathes off controversy. He said that on the Pat McAfee podcast.
Yeah, and remember, Vince even came out and basically might as well just disowned his children by saying, "I wish my children did more."
Yeah, but
that's crazy, bro.
I will say one thing.
I think there's a reason why Stephanie McMahon retired.
Yeah,
I think there's a reason why Linda is halfway out the door with him.
Yeah, I will say one thing. We talked about how it's going to affect people's morale and stuff. I feel like the thing that people are ignoring, this probably isn't good for Triple H's health. That he had because he had all those heart issues, because he has to be on high alert every week. That Vince is going to change his show every week. That's probably not good for his health.
He's probably irritated like a motherfucker. He's just like, bro, can you please stop?
Yeah.
He's ready
being fed through the headset or being taught through the phone.
Look, at the end of the day,
JJ, why did you bring that up? Damn it, I was trying to avoid that.
What's up, my nigga?
Oh God,
Durag Vince.
That was the
Zero. I got a question. Do you remember the Edge and Lita celebration they did years back?
Yeah.
Okay.
We're not going down that road again.
I remember the live.
Did you hear what Lita said about that segment?
What she said?
She said she never wanted to do that segment. She was broken up with Edge at the time, and she said, "No, I'm not doing it." John Cena told everyone, "This is a bad idea, Vince. Don't do it." Edge tried to tell Vince to stop, and Vince said this: "Okay, you don't have to do it, but you might as well then pack your bags and get out of my sight because I'll fire you if you don't."
Yeah, it's just.
I love Vince.
Yeah, and I'm just like, okay. How is Vince not arrested, or at least in the very least cut in cuffs at this point? Oh, wait. I know why. Let me quote the Act Man when he said this. Here in America, we stand by the belief that if you have problems, you should be able to throw money at it and watch it all disappear. That is a true American belief.
Lord help America.
But anyhow, I don't know what else to say anymore about Vince.
The American dream. You gotta.
The American dream has truly, the American dream has truly become an American nightmare.
Yeah.
But, bro, I'm telling you, Vince is just, he's just a different breed.
Heck, when I heard Vince came back, I was like, Triple H, so is this the part where you're going to think with your sledgehammer and start smashing Vince's face in?
Yeah.
He can't because of that mustache.
Oh, yeah, that mustache.
Predator
Gomez mustache. It's insult to Gomez from the Addams family, but it is what it is.
That shit is crazy. I swear to God, this man just don't want to leave us alone.
Yeah.
In no capacity, and he never will.
And here's the thing: when Vince left WWE and everyone rejoiced, I saw even the most prominent WWE tribalists were like, "Yeah, he had to go."
Yeah.
Yeah, and then when WWE started making their own shots to Vince, oh God,
damn it, James!
Both James and JJ can't spell do-rag. They keep spelling it wrong, bro. It's making me mad.
When WWE started doing the AEW level of shots towards Vince McMahon himself, I was like, okay, so I can see one or two things. The tribalists will accept what WWE just did, taking shots at their own creator, or they'll split into a civil war. Which answer do you think they're going to go with?
Both.
I'm going to go.
They went with civil war.
Yeah, about to say.
Yeah, so WWE got split in two to tribalists. There were the people who wanted Vince gone and supported WWE all the way through with Triple H, and there were those who say, "I'm going to share my own illusion of Vince McMahon, of my loyalty for WWE and side with the corporate billionaire because bootlicker and corporations and whatnot." Johnny Silverhand wants to say F that.
And then some people are like, I don't mind Vince making small corrections to the show. Like, I don't want any Vince at all if I can help that.
I think there's actually people that are in favor of Vince also being somehow involved in creative too in this bizarre world that we live in.
Yeah, for some reason, some were like saying like Vince has the right to
itself.
come back and everything, and it's like, and when I kept hearing that, I was like, so by your logic, no, the creation cannot outlive its creator in your eyes. So should America dissolve then? Should General Electric dissolve? Should Walt Disney still be running Disney even though he's been dead for 50 years or so?
Forget SpongeBob creator's dead. What are you talking about as
Man.
well?
Yeah. SpongeBob rules, man.
Lives in a coffin under the ground. Sorry.
Yeah.
But anyways, one last thing I want to bring up. Nick Khan lost everyone's support when what he said next in this podcast interview.
Nick Khan is just a fucking.
He's a business guy. He sells stuff. That's what he's supposed to do.
Yeah.
Kind
He
of,
can sell stuff all he wants, but when he's trying to actually justify Vince's awful behavior and what he did, I was like, this is what. Oh wow, Vince Russo on Creative.
Oh hell no, bro.
Oh hell no.
Okay,
wait,
you never saw
wait,
this,
bro.
here's a
He
quote.
gave everybody something to do, bro. He actually gave everybody something to do, bro. He's giving you different ideas.
A lot of we're gonna see a lot of on the item on a poll matches. So.
No, hold on. JJ, whoever wrote that fucking article on NoDQ.com saying that I'd rather have Vince Russo packing creative needs to go bite a goddamn. He needs to bite a pipe bomb, bro. That shit on God.
But yeah, back to what I was saying.
Back to what I was saying, Eric. I'm sorry.
So Nick Khan actually said this on podcast.
I'm not wrong, James. Continue, Eric.
This is what he said. Maybe certain things that were acceptable years ago aren't acceptable now. The modern day rules should apply to the modern day. I don't think it should apply to the past. When it was talking about Vince's little depravities and assaults. And I was like, okay, so tribalists, WWE stockholders, I want you to somehow defend this. Defend this. I dare you. It was never acceptable to impose your will on another human being.
I mean, at one point, the network was literally going to go up against Vince because they were so pissed off at the fact of what he was doing with the product himself.
Yeah, for sure.
WWE is the only place I know that like you can wrestle and sell pussy at, bro. Craziest fucking place to work in.
Yeah.
Especially the man.
I don't need to say anything else, honestly. Jesus Christ. I don't know what else
to say.
Well, I will mention this
much for the glory days.
just to have us have a laugh, just to get rid of all the dark distastefulness we were just talking about. Two things. One, I actually spoke with somebody who said they were in the WWE corporation for a time. I won't reveal who they were because confidential and privacy and whatnot.
Respect.
But they told me they were responsible for Samoa Joe's rise in WWE for Brock Lesnar's feud by saying this. I bet $50 for a guy to see if they could get Samoa Joe in the main event scene. So Samoa Joe's dominance during that time where he was making Brock Lesnar step back over his promo skills and then his subsequent later slaughtering of the SmackDown top stars, all of that happened because of $50.
That's awesome, bro.
What you do for freaking money? Less than
what you do for a Klondike bar, bro.
do for $50.
Bump. And which one's more worthwhile? Anyway, all right.
And here's my last thing I want to say to go ahead and end this on a positive note for all of us.
What?
Okay.
Yay, Allie.
Damn it! Damn it, Eric, you fucker! God damn, I cannot get away from that. All right. Well, that being said,
technically, I didn't think about it. It was that commenter that did it. That brought it up. So really, it's their fault.
Anyway, that aside, Lord help the W's future and Triple H's mentality and the morale of that company if Vince McMahon is put back firmly in the driver's seat.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, this has been a hell of a talk, and damn it, Eric. Before we conclude, we will take one last commercial break, and then we'll come back and bid y'all find a do with where you can connect and find further content from us too. So stay tuned as I play this last ad break, courtesy of FTW. Good God Almighty.
It's out of my hands, but I'm still in control. It's out of my hands. You can never take away the power of my soul.
Scan the QR codes to see what's upcoming for FTW Productions and what's available on demand right now. Owen the Talkinator Studios series premiere of Owen and AJ Talks. Welcome to the FTW family, Zero Miller. Shared experiences re-airing on the new FTW main hub. All Retro Wrestling Review Series videos on demand and upcoming. The Wrestling Rundown makes its return, available now on demand. Fantasy Booking Series video, If Goldberg Stayed in WWE in 2004. Pride CAW Supercard by Zero Entertainment. All of a Simple Man's Brand Simply Predicting panels. Simple Bracketology season premiere covering the G1 Climax 33. AEW Spark, WWE Aftershock, every show week by week. Indie Force episode 26, available now on demand. Jeff Meacham Network, all watch-along events. AEW Double or Nothing Dynamite Go Home Show Watch Party, available now on demand. A Simple Take, WWE Simple Takes featuring Cat of the 18 Studios. Super Mario Bros. Z voice acting. Episode 3 coming soon. Breaking news. ATW View Impromptu. WYW Intro and Immortal Stream. Wrestling with Idiocy Episode 8. Fast Food and Restaurants discussion. Plugs have concluded. On to the video.
Does way too much. I'm not sure if he truly is human or a robot at this point, even if Google has asked the question, but I digress. Tell me if I'm telling lies. All right, guys. Well, again, folks, welcome back to the conclusion now of this ATW View Wrestling Rundown crossover impromptu. Before we conclude and bid y'all find a do, as we usually do, let's go ahead and promote some stuff that we've been doing lately and what's to come. With some subtle, simple.
We shall pluggeth.
Plug.
A plug.
Your mic's out, man.
Anyway, Eric, it's been an absolute pleasure, my friend. There's a reason why we only do this once a year when I look at how long we've been doing this madness. But is there anything you want to plug, promote? Where can people find you?
Okay, I have a linktree.com/Neo Reality ENT for entertainment for short. You can check me out on Neo Reality Entertainment, which is a pretty much dead channel, but it was serving as the main hub area. There might be some content down the road until, the YouTube algorithm ever gets its act together, so probably never. The NRE Wrestleverse, which is my wrestling channel, for covering a whole bunch of wrestling. So far, it's mostly been AEW. I've been trying to get back into more content wrestling besides WWE mostly. Like WWE and AEW have been the most talking points I did when it comes to the channel, but because they're the two biggest companies. I'm hoping to diversify more, and I'm actually hoping. Now this is just conjecture. There's no guarantee this is going to happen, but I'm hoping to do a big retrospective series, a limited series covering the Dance of the Elite saga.
That's a fitting name. Not even Tranquilo Cup, I think, came up with that.
Yeah, it's basically a reference to the Dance of the Dragons from House of the Dragon, because I was a Game of Thrones nutcase in the when the whole Brawl Out era happened.
Yeah, and it wasn't on a train either.
Yeah.
All right.
And last but not least, I'm also running two podcasts. NRE Wrestleverse podcast, which is currently on hiatus for the moment. I was hoping to bring it back, but conflicts and schedules happen, and I've been trying to catch up on my Neo Reality Collective Pop Culture News Talk podcast, which focuses on all things pop culture that's not wrestling related, because of course. And I also have a new video being produced. It's currently already in the can, ready to be released, but I'm waiting till I reach to the 75th episode of my milestone on my main show of season 3 of series 2 of Neo Reality Collective Pop Culture News and Reviews Talk. I hope to catch up on all that, and I'll be seeing you all again soon. And let's move on to
Hey,
he was the host.
About to say, look at you throwing the hot tag. All right, fair enough. Thank you, Aaron. Oh, and again, man, there's a reason why we do this once a year. It's like a WrestleMania podcast. Good grief almighty. But anything you want to plug about that hasn't been plugged or promoted during a commercial, and where can people find you?
So yeah, I have a lot of things coming up. Owen and AJ Talks. We'll be releasing a new episode. We'll be covering the first 2 episodes of Avatar: The Last Airbender. So that would be fun. We might do another one where we cover the first episode of Ben 10, but that's just going to depend on schedule. So we hope we can make that work. Also, on the Talkinator, there will be a retro movie reviews where Casey Gallagher and Michael Nikos and myself will all be covering La Strada. That was a Casey movie pick, so hopefully we can get that done. That should be recorded Wednesday, probably released Thursday. And then as for FTW Main Hub, I think everything that was uploaded was in the ad. As for this channel, we have some retros coming up. We're going to be doing finally, I hope, James and I will be doing NXT TakeOver London to hype ourselves up to watch. It was supposed to be Money in the Bank and All In hype, but now it's just going to be All In hype since Money in the Bank's already happened at this point. So definitely check that out. And next week, since it's go home week before NXT The Great American Bash, Chris Dodd will be picking a retro, and it's either going to be a Great American Bash or a NXT special. Whichever show he picks, I will know. When I announce that. And then at some point, we're going to do a Wrestle Kingdom 12 retro to hype ourselves up for All In because it doesn't sound like it has anything to do with All In, but without that show, All In never even happens. So, that's why we're doing that. I would like to have you on for that one, Noah, since you're the New Japan guy. You would be able to do all the career retrospectives easier since you watch New Japan religiously. So we can obviously work out schedules. So,
we'll talk.
And then obviously WWE Aftershock. The most recent episode should be out by the time you see this. And then. I stole JJ's idea with the retro movies review, so we're gonna have it. I think there's gonna be some suing there.
Oh, don't worry. Tony Khan stole my idea for Swerving Our Glory.
You're not getting royalties.
I will,
but
I demand my royalties. I created that name, damn it, and I demand my royalties only to Mikey Ruckus music.
Tag his legal counsel, Megan, and see if someone gets back with you.
But anyhow. So yeah, you can check out WWE Aftershock Weekly. We'll be uploading an episode this week. AEW spoke. Good for news for Noah because he did a lot of work getting this together. He gets the week off of doing spoke this week, and Zero and I will be doing AEW spoke this week. I'll be the host.
Boys.
So it would be interesting to see if Zero and I do a podcast together just by ourselves. It could go really well. It could go really bad, but only time will tell. So
yeah.
But and then what else? I think that's everything on my plate. We're probably are going to do a rundown. It won't be a crossover. It'll just be a regular rundown where we're going to do the same thing again. And we're probably going to do it the week before All In. Not that week, just because that'd be crazy, but like the week before, just so that way,
Considering you got pay-per-views on back-to-back weekends at that time, I'm just saying.
Yeah, so we'll either do it the week before or we'll do it the week after All Out happens. I'm still working on the details.
Oh yeah, I got good news about that. So bad news first. All In may just be a pay-per-view event, not a streaming event, sadly.
Okay.
But good news is that they are thinking, if they can do it, bundle All In and All Out to save us money.
That'd be good.
I could get behind that.
Yeah.
And I think that's all my plugs pretty much. Obviously, all of James' stuff, that's all on here. So there you go.
All right, good stuff. Well, Zero, it's been a heck of a conversation as always, and I look forward to seeing how you and Owen handle Spark together for the first time ever as a duo. But until then, anything else you want to plug and promote, where can people find you?
One, I'm tired of shit, but two,
yeah, I know.
Yeah, it's almost 1 a.m. here.
What's your sleep?
Motherfucker, it's almost 1 a.m. too. In like a few minutes, like 15 or some shit. But what to plug? My channel, Zero channel -0 and Color TV. but I have some news. I'm about to start back up recording stuff for my shows soon, and one of them I am converting my Zero Armory to the newest brand, which is going to be mostly for my own shit. The DMV Kings Road. As you see in the name, it's I'm starting that, and it's still in the planning stages and all that stuff. But yeah, so yeah, I'm going to start recording soon, and yeah, so yeah,
That'd be fun.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, as long as you have fun, man, that's all that matters. So, hey, good deal. All right, guys. Well, it's been fun stuff. Again, folks, this has been the ATW View Wrestling Rundown Impromptu Annual Crossover, our biggest podcast discussion and usually gathering we do every year. So I hope everybody's enjoyed that's tuned in for this entire thing if you're crazy, or I've watched this thing live or on demand for segments. Before I get to me, it looks like there's a question here in the chat. Damn it. Question for the panel. Wrestling theme song would you like to hear me sing? We'll make it happen on the upcoming episode of Open Mic Night. Damn it, JJ, you freaking idiot.
I would like to hear him sing Rob Conway's Just Look at Me theme song.
Fucker.
I got a few suggestions. You said wrestling theme songs. I got a few suggestions he could probably sing. Maybe he could sing Our Truth's What's Up, maybe.
Oh, that'd be awesome.
Freaking mixed boy rapping the hell.
Yeah, bro.
Oh, Lord.
I got another one. Bianca Belair's theme song, too.
Oh, hell no!
Yes.
No. I've never named it, and I damn sure ain't singing that shit.
Yes, the fuck you is, bro. We're gonna make you.
Fuck that, broke. People are broke, motherfuckers.
We gotta make him sing fucking oh, what's a good theme? My mind's not working right now, but yeah, maybe he could sing
Jeff Hardy's first TNA theme song.
First TNA theme.
Make him sing his heel thing.
Oh, that'd be good.
That one's depressing as hell. I thought My Chemical Romance sounds whiny. All right.
Oh, make him sing "Shattered" from the Bray Wyatt theme he uses now.
I love that song.
Go Orange.
Mm-hmm.
Damn it.
I thought I was trying to think of other ideas that could be worse, but I don't know certain theme songs much.
Oh, that's, I guess, good for my sake. All right,
Make him
guys.
sing fucking Judas.
I mean, you know.
I don't think everyone sings it nowadays. Maybe Elevated.
Adam Cole's theme, maybe.
I mean, it's super easy. Not much worse than that. So there you go. Just
Trevor Murdoch's theme song when he had lyrics that he's no hit cowboy.
Oh, how about Baron Corbin's "I Bring the Darkness"?
All right, that's enough. We stop giving JJ
Big Shows.
What was it? What was yours?
Pictures or Paul White's.
Oh yeah.
JJ, look at what you caused. I'm trying to end this thing here.
Oh, how about instead of a wrestling theme, Noah sings and dances the Rick Roll?
No. No,
I want to hear him here.
No.
Since he said he sends it all, I want to hear him here SpongeBob SquarePants theme song.
No,
hold up. He needs to sing the My Little Pony theme song, bro.
Zero! The fuck, man!
Love you too. But yeah. Either that or sing Caillou.
Well, I'm fucked. I'm fucked now in the multiverse of me. Thanks a lot, guys.
You is,
I'm
bro.
sure he's gonna have a field day with this shit.
Oh yeah.
You trying to get me to sing Peaches from the Mario movie, and I don't even know how the hell that sounds.
You're gonna have to do your research.
I ain't doing research on that shit.
He needs to sing the Donkey Kong rap, bro.
What?
You need to sing the
rap in the N64.
Yes, the Donkey Kong rap.
The Donkey Kong rap?
Yeah, there was a rap song. Many people hated it back in the day. I think some people love it now, but I don't know.
Ooh, just to torture Noah, we need to make him sing what's his name? Malachi's Black's theme in that because one is in a different language. Two, I just want to fuck with you.
Nothing but screaming.
No, it's not. It's actual lyrics.
Yes.
You scream a lot. You can do that.
Yeah,
I
bro.
don't scream. For fuck's sake, I don't scream that much.
Fine, you can sing Kazani Nare. Or
behind that.
Yuka Sasaki's theme. Ah, yeah, 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 yeah.
No. He should sing.
We need to stop this. I need to stop everybody.
Makihito's karaoke's.
No,
that'd be great.
No, for fuck's sake. Enough, please. I don't deserve this.
Yes, you do.
Why do I deserve this? I don't get paid for this shit.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of what else you could like. Teddy Long's theme song.
That's my player though.
Jonathan Coachman's.
Which one?
Jonathan Coachman.
Don't chill back, break it, everybody.
Oh my gosh.
There's a reason why that guy was Gillian Halls.
Gillian Hall, yes.
Yes.
Oh hell no. No. All right, we're done here. We're done here, folks. All right.
Wait, you didn't do any of your plugs.
He's a simple man. He don't need a plug. He needs an extension cord.
I'm surrounded by absolute loons.
I'm the worst of them all, too.
Story of my life, I guess, in this crazy world. Oh, God help me. All right, guys. Again, been a pleasure. People want to know more about me. You know what to do. You know me. If you don't know this, damn it, JJ, you fucking idiot. For I am just a simple man and a lifelong fan of professional wrestling. Damn it. But I digress. So if you want to
I just got the perfect song.
Ah, fuck my life. Go ahead.
Well, no, I need to see your reaction for this.
Find me on the Twitter and YouTube, primarily at Imposter1916 for all things wrestling. Shout out, of course, the entire ATW family on the Twitter. For more of this insane madness, follow me on YouTube on the community tab to stay in tune with all videos that are live, as well as all prediction panels, forums, leagues, and updates, and other things that are promoted across the multiverse of me and FTW Productions. But Twitter is the main hub if you want a simple hello, my thoughts on wrestling live, and of course, keep up with all 5 predictions leagues that I'm hosting here currently. Again, if you haven't checked out the ATW View and this is your first time learning what it's about and what I host and what I deal with too, thanks to Eric, then find the ATW playlist entirely on my simple YouTube channel. Stay tuned for AEW Spark, as Owen alluded to. It's the weekly forum where we discuss all things AEW. You never know what might be brought up there. It's always an electrifying conversation, and I really do hope that James forgot most of that shit. So stay tuned as Owen and Zero talk about the Owen collision, this week's Dynamite, as we head into Blood and Guts. You thought this is madness and shenanigans that JJ started? He hosts this madness and endures it, but not nearly gets as much of it. But find him hosting Open Mic Night weekly, primarily Saturday night, 11 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. There was a great discussion with me, James, him, and Jeff this last Saturday night. We discussed the following, including L.A. Knight. Yeah, that's how you say it, folks. The Creed Brothers, Ronda Rousey.
Yeah.
Nice job, guys. The Viral Disease, All In versus WrestleMania, potential possibilities. And our Owen final expectations, too. As also alluded to during the ads, the City Predicting family, God bless everybody, has been a part of the fun and discussion, too. Not laying up anytime soon. The following City Predictings are coming up. I'm still figuring out a day for Ring of Honor, Death for Dishonor. Sure as hell won't be Friday. And then we move on from there with NXT, SummerSlam, and you see what's ahead, as I'll keep you up to date as the shows continue to move forward. With some of these shows, you'll find me, JJ, or James with our own review forum called The Simple Take. The next Simple Take, of course, we have the biggest party of the summer, SummerSlam. And again, you saw what he does. He not only does movies, he does also, of course, wrestling too. So follow the Renegade JJ Williams at Cast 18 Studios across all social media platforms too. Yep, even if he pisses me off, I still support my friend, and I wish him nothing but the best. So become a member today and check out his members-only section where he's already given reviews for Capital Punishment. That's a freaking regret right there, I bet.
was there.
Ugh. God bless you, Eric. I bet that was a sight, seeing little Jimmy live. And of course, you can see all the stuff he's done with the Black and Gold, the best era of NXT. And eventually, me and him will be calling a Money in the Bank ladder match together. So stay tuned for more on that as well as continued coverage and thoughts of the G1 Climax 33 as the summer professional wrestling continues to ensue. But as always, I'd like to conclude, there are no winners, there are no losers, there are no betters, just fans with opinions for this passion we all share.
Before we log out, I have a suggestion for your suffering music.
What?
Okay, do you remember Extreme Rules 2017's theme song they had, Hellfire by Barnes Country?
Hell no.
Yeah, I remember that.
Well, I have a cover for it. Yay, Allie, take my soul. I'm waiting, I'm ready to go. Yeah, mothers, children, lock your doors. I'm waiting, and I'm ready to go. Yeah!
That was beautiful.
I'm this close to cutting you off this fucking feed.
Do it. You don't have the guts.
Swear to God. I am going to do my best to go out of this with some decorum. As again, there are no winners, there are no losers, there are no betters. Damn it, James. Just friends and fans with opinions for this passion we all share. Truly, as you saw tonight. At the end of the day, folks, support one another, respect each other. God bless it. Age of Chaos. Protect your mentality too. Treasure your families. JJ, shut the fuck up.
Oh, hell
enjoy
yeah.
life and enjoy professional wrestling.
He needs to sing Karen White's theme.
Oh, God.
Oh, I got it. He needs to sing the song, the ultimate song.
No.
Let it go.
Nope. And fuck Disney karaoke. I don't believe in magic. I'm a Cartoon Network guy from the freaking early 2000s and Nickelodeon 90s. There, I said it. Anyway, with that being said, thank you so much for tuning in. You think you know me? You know me now. So please like, subscribe, comment, and tell a friend. Hit the bell the next
Jane.
Fucking hell. Hit the bell to know when the next video goes live or on demand on any of the YouTube channels, ATW Production affiliates and partners. Hit the subscribe button because I assure you our creative content, passion, the expense of my dignity with all these buffoons on this screen and in the chat too. I don't think it's going to let up anytime soon as this October actually marks my 6th year in content creativity. So I thank everybody for that. But until next time, it's Monday. You know what that means. Let's all get the fuck out of here and go get some sleep. So until next time, we will be back here on this type of forum next year. Stay tuned for everything else that we'll all be doing individually or together in some sort of capacity. Make a positive impact in life and have a good night. But it's not just me that sends you out, but this is the crossover. So, Owen, you know what you got to do. Say the phrase, and then I think that's all that's left to be done too.
So thank you guys for watching. And since this is being live streamed in the past, we will talk to you guys in the future.
Have a good night, folks. Eric, James, fucking hell, you stop that!
Ladies and gentlemen, I hope you enjoyed this Wrestling Rundown / ATW View crossover. If you like what you saw, please do leave a like. Make sure you share this video with your friends. Make sure you comment down below. And yeah, just do all that good stuff. Help the algorithm. It helps us out more than you could ever imagine. And as Noah says, make a positive impact in life. Have a good night. See you on the Jay Hebert side.
Make that work week off 5 days in the bucket. Fuck it, you got a boss who's a jerk who doesn't. Throw on some Wu-Tang, bring the motherfucking ruckus. There is no pretext. We are living and we love it on a budget. Never mind, we just nudge it to the side. Give the kids a little time. We are living till we die. Focus and we hustle, but we still be getting high. No exception to the rule. Do what you do to get by. Cause I keep ticking like a metronome, and my thoughts keep telling me to get me home, but my